shadows of the void where darkness reigns stands the Mordian 50th, where courage remains, with last guns gleaming and hearts of steel. They march into battle with grim resolve to deal. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tall's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke, they press on, facing Vaccino's horde until the dawn. With every volley, they hold the line. Their determination, an unbreakable sign. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tall's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Though the enemy's technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shining
Good for you.
brighter than
Mobile
the
infantry made me the man I am today. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tall's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rivals and of the wars that they have won.
Brothers, sisters of the Emperor's true finest. I played my first game of 11th edition. Oh my god. I'm still reeling a little bit. There are some things that I will have to admit I was wrong about today. There are some things that I will get to be very vindicated on. And I am going to share with you my lessons learned from my first game of 11th edition. I haven't quite... Is it good? It's not bad. It's not bad. I'll take you through it all. And you guys can make your own determinations. I'm still kind of processing. There's certainly some bits. Look, I'll say this. It's very fucking lethal. It's very, very fucking lethal. The lethality has not been fixed. It will. They are not going. Things will not calm down. They will be calming up. It's gonna be a very spicy meatball, but there are some new challenges to overcome, and there are some new things to exploit, and overall, I don't know how I feel about 11th. It feels like a spicy meatball. Do you think the Squishy Eldar are going to be okay? I think Eldar could be quite fucked. Because you know, AP -1. You know, we all were going on about like AP -1, AP -1. AP. I think the AP system has broken. Oh my god. I don't think the AP system works with the new cover mechanics, because everything just fucking dies. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Anyway, it's not bad though. Like I said, is it good? Is it bad? I'll be playing more of it. I'll be playing more of it. I have not made my mind upon it yet, but it's definitely look, you know what? I'm just gonna tell you my experience. I'm gonna share with you as much detail as possible, and I will allow you guys to make your own determinations. All right? I think that's the best way of doing it, because some people will claim that I'll be dooming on it, and some people will claim that I'll be bore washing it. And in a funny sort of way, if that happens, it'll probably be the best outcome, because I promise you this, everyone watching this right now, I promise you this, I will give you my truthful observations of the game. Okay? I will give it to you in as unbiased and unobjective way possible. And that's why I started the stream off by saying, but I didn't start the stream off by going, it's all fucked. I know the classic YouTuber thing here would be to cash into the drama, but it turns out I'm not that good at Warhammer. I'm not that good at Warhammer, and I'm not that good at YouTubing. I'm just gonna tell you the truth, and I will allow you guys to make your own minds up. All right. So, it will take. By the way, if you don't get a chance to watch the full stream tonight, because obviously there's gonna be like super chats and stuff flying around, I'm going to try, either I'll be doing a section from this stream as a stream highlight, or I'm going to be doing a separate video talking about my first impression. So it's either pre-recorded or stream highlight. So if you don't get a chance to watch, the whole stream, you'll get the information probably either tomorrow or Friday. And likewise, I know there's been some new guard detachments that have come out as well. We'll be covering those, I suspect, in the latter half of the stream. Okay, so and again, if you don't get a chance to watch that in the stream, it'll be coming out as a stream highlight. So I always like to make sure that's said at the beginning of the video, because I know some people don't want to like sift through like a 6-hour stream. I get that. So I'll make sure if you can't watch the whole thing, you'll at least get your information later on in the week. Okay, and that's the best and fairest way of doing it, because I always try and respect people's time. So with that said, let's get into the stream proper. We're not going to do roll call today, because I think there's just a lot of really, really important information to get into. And also, I reckon it's going to be a really big stream. So roll call probably take like half the fucking stream. But you can all lambast me for the roll call. There you go. What I will do is say a massive thank you. Spring, stop it! God damn it! In fact, you know what? You can all spam the chat as much as you want until I've said my thank yous and everything. There you are. Yeah, there you go. All right. I want to say, but I tell you what, I do want to say a big thank you to everyone that's joined today's stream. I can see, we're barely 10 minutes into stream, and we've already got almost 300 people in here. So that's amazing. So massive thank you to all of you that have joined. If I could also politely ask you all to go ahead and like the stream if you've not already done so, and to subscribe to the channel if you've not already done so, because it's a really big and important way of supporting the channel, and it does make a huge difference. So yeah, massive thank you to all of you guys that do that. I know you hear it every day from every YouTuber, but honestly, it makes a big difference. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone that's got the stream popping off, baby! Got some super chats coming in here. So we'll do the super chats, and then we'll get to the experience that I had with the 11th edition game. So hopefully you guys will look. I think a lot of super chats will be related to the game as well. So let's have a look. So what have we got here? I want to say a big thank you to Russell W. Russell W, thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Yeah, buddy. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Spriggs, my boy. Spriggs, thank you for super chat, man. Do we need to staple your backside after that dump? No, man, I haven't actually had my pre-stream poo as a tradition. It takes a lot. Obviously, we were playing. It'd been a little while since me and Simon had played a game of Warhammer, like Modern Hammer, I should say, New Hammer, and obviously with everything happening with it being an 11th edition game, it just took us a bit longer to go through things. But it was 40k does just take. We've got very used to playing games like Old World and Bot Action and Conflict 47, which are very quick games, and we were definitely took us a bit longer this time. But I think a part of that is slightly we're out of practice. But I will say this at the same time. I think part of it is we were slightly out of practice. I think one of the things I would say I would take away from a game of 11th edition is that it has not got quicker. That would be the first thing I would say. The game has not got quicker. Even with me setting everything up the night before, it still took us a significant amount of time. It still took us significantly longer to film this than it did to film anything else. And it felt like the game took longer to play. It hasn't gotten slower. It hasn't gotten quicker. It's basically the same kind of pace. Yeah. All right. What do we got next? Chip Bandit, thank you for the super chat, man. Been a while, MG. Pictures, stream discussion of my guard, revamp my infantry. What's your thoughts on the new guard attachments? Let's have a look, man. Chip Bandit, great to have you in the stream, man. Hey, they look all right, bro. I'm loving the sort of olive drab sort of style you've gone for the guys, man. They look great. Yeah, they look really cool, bro. Hey, I like the sort of Halo style, Land Warrior sort of visor on the guy. That's cool, man. Yeah, it looks great, bro. Looking good. Excellent stuff. As for the new guard attachments, obviously we'll cover them a little bit later on, but my thoughts are that armored infantry. I've only glanced at them, to be fair. But my thoughts haven't really changed from the previews we got earlier in the week. Armored infantry looks like it will be the more sensible detachment, and the Baneblade one looks like it'll be the more memey detachment with a bit of spice in it to make it fun. Even if you don't win every game with it, you'll have fun with it. That's how it looks to me. But both look perfectly playable, and whilst I think from a competitive point of view, I'm not sure either one muscles in on Grizzle's territory. We don't know how those new attachments might be pointed, so you might be able to stack them with other ones, or they might be 3-pointers. So yeah, they look fine. Yeah, they look fine, to be honest. I'm happy and I'm excited for them. All right, there you go. I've no quibbles with them whatsoever. Yeah. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Meryl. Meryl, thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. I want to say a big thank you. Meryl, 1 minute. Where's my glass shoe? As always, sir. There you go. The Whispering Monk, thank you for super chat, man. Beef is good. New vehicles are meh. Old gooder. So I will say that the I do think that both the Centaur and the Hippogriff are overcosted. I think the Centaur should probably, at the very most, it should be the same as the Taurox. Probably not the same as the Chimera, considering the durability that it's bringing to the table. And I think the Hippogriff is, I think for, what is it, 70 points, it's more expensive than an Armored Sentinel. Yeah, that's very unfortunate. The reason why it's unfortunate is because it's, you know, the problem is it's going to fall into the same sort of category as the Armored Sentinel, which is why would you bother taking it when you can basically take a Hellhound or Lehman Russ for pretty much the same. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. I think both, if I was to make a guess, both have been pointed as if they're always going to be run inside like the best detachments, and I think that is a certain bit of baggage coming from 10th that's going to be going into 11th. Yeah, Hippo is only playable in the new detachment, obviously pointed for it. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's why probably the, hey look, I still think they look, you know, they still look like good vehicles, don't get me wrong, but I suspect that for a lot of Guard players, they're probably going to fall back on good old faithful Chimeras. I think people will still get the Centaurs. I think people will still get the Hippogriff. I think people will still make use of them. I still think people will have fun with them. I still think the Centaurs are a very good unit. But I think for a lot of people, they're probably going to feel like if they miss, the way I describe it is this: if they miss out on the pre-order and have to keep trucking with their Chimeras for a bit, I think most Guard players will be okay with that. That's probably the way of looking at it, right? Like, if you get the pre-orders, fantastic. If you don't, you're not under any pressure to immediately, like, rush out, you know, and get them. You can just wait until they come back in stock, which is, you know, they're still good, but I guess there's a less sense of urgency around them now, which is all right. Graves is undercosted, though. I honestly thought they would point Graves at, like, 150 to 175. Coming in at 110, Graves is almost an auto-include. Especially after I've played my first game of 11th edition, I would say Graves is probably an auto-include. Because she is basically the perfect Guard distraction kind of effects. She's going to be very, very good at just being like, and just plowing it down at the enemy. And they've got to deal with her. Otherwise, she's going to start tying things up. And that 4+ invulnerable save is very, very important. The 4+ invulnerable save is the most important thing about the Graves model. Everything else after that is the bonus. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. And Graves on foot being 65 points. I actually want to say big shout out to everyone in the MG community, because we all basically agreed she'd come out at about 65 points. And she has come out at 65 points, which is the perfect price point for a Dreadnought. So there we go. Yags have costed by quite a bit, sadly. Maybe. I said he'd probably be about 130. Him coming in at 150, he is still more than usable. He's still more than usable. Yeah. But we'll get into all that detail later on the stream. I know you guys want the 11th edition stuff first now, so we'll do 11th edition stuff first and then get into detail on the new Guard shit later in the stream. Yeah. But Mounted, thank you for super chat. Did you forget how long a game of 40k takes, lol? It does take a while. Yeah, man. And God, like, I tell you what really fucked with my head. Because I've not played 40k Newhammer in I did like probably about 4 months, and compounding that with the fact that I've basically been no-lifing Old World and Conflict 47, I tell you what really, really stood out to me is the size of the armies. Fucking hell. 40k armies are huge. Like, I had like 7 or 8 vehicles in my list. And I was just like, and then I had probably about 80-ish infantry models in total as well. I was like, fucking hell, there's a lot going on here, isn't there? What was my last Conflict 47 list? Oh, yeah, like 30 infantry and 3 vehicles. Yeah, it's 40k is played at a much bigger scale. Yeah. There you go. What have we got here? We've got Bruce Oakman. Thank you for super chat. You played your first game of 11th asterisk unless you play with someone who had the pre-release rules. Did you? We must know. No, so I'll get into the. Obviously, I'll explain what we did. So basically, we played using all of the preview rules that have been shown off. But so some of you might be like, oh, well, you didn't play 11th edition then. I mean, there was definitely, I'll tell you this, there was definitely enough to get a good feel of the game. Okay. So, we play, I'll take you through it all when we get to it in detail, but, basically using everything that was available on Warcom plus, but basically everything that was available on Warcom, we were able to, basically get a rough feel for 11th edition. And to give you an idea, like we filmed it as a battle report, so you guys will get to see it. We make it very clear in the battle report, like, you know, this is us using what the information we've got now, and we're going to be focused. This is not. It wasn't like a competitive game or anything. It's us sort of focusing on, you know, how it feels going from +1 to your save to -1 ballistic skill on cover. How does it feel doing the 2 missions into each other? Because we played one person played Disruption, one person played Take and Hold, because we've got that from Warcom. You know, how does it feel with the new combat rules? And the combat is very different now, surprisingly so. There's a really stark moment when a simple change of movement turned what would have been a bad combat from me into a really good combat for me. So yeah, it was, and I'll take you through all those examples stuff later. But yeah, so we didn't have the minutia of the rules, and it could be, said that, like, you know, the devil's in the detail and everything. And I know that some people will, you know, hear what I'm saying now and be like, oh, well, you know, you didn't really play true 11th edition and everything like that. Look, I will be fully transparent with you all, and I will share with you all the information that I have. And I will tell you this right now, based on the game that I played, I got a really good feel for the general way 11th edition is going to play. Obviously, there could be some other things that like come out and stuff that could change it, but you know, like, to give you an example, I got a good feel for what it's like to use the hidden rule. I got a good feel for what it's like to use the -1 ballistic skill for terrain. I got a really good feel for what it's like to do a disruption army into a take and hold army, for example. I got a really good feel for the terrain, you know, like not the terrain like the rules, but like the terrain layouts and everything. So I promise you, even if you're you know very skeptical and all that kind of stuff, I promise you this, and I say this hand on heart, not as cope, not as covering my ass or anything like that. I say this hand on heart. There was some really valuable lessons that came out of this game. There was some really, really valuable lessons and some really, really important, I think, first impressions and general takeaways about 11th edition that I think a lot of people will find very valuable. And I'm not going to doom on it, and I'm not going to ball wash it. I'm just going to share with you the experience, and you guys can, you know, some things I was right about and some things I was really wrong about, and you guys can make your own minds up. Yeah. So there you go. Yeah. All right. So what we got next? Bruce Oakman again. Thank you for super chat. Lethal is good. It's a war game, not a sit around a campfire and sing "Kumbaya" game audience. Let them be lethality for all. Well, I will say this: if you like lethality, then I think 11th edition is. I would not be surprised if 11th is the most lethal version of 40k yet. I know that's going to sound like, whoo, like scary, but I don't think it could be overstated how massively impactful the cover changing from AP minus to 8 to +1 to save to minus 1 ballistic skill. It turns out, and that's one of the things I was wrong about, by the way. I thought that shooting would be dead. Like I'm gonna this is what I'm talking about. Even the most skeptical people, you're gonna hear me say I was wrong about a lot of things in today's video. So you're all gonna get a little bit of vindication there. But I was saying I thought it was going to be a melee game, but I sort of said like. Last week or the week before, I said I think 90% it's going to be a melee edition, but 10% it could be an absolute gigafuck shooting edition. And that 10% was because I had like a little voice at the back of my head. Maybe it was my subconscious, maybe it was just my gut instinct, from playing 40k for so long. But I actually think now there's a really strong chance that 10% is going to be right. I think. -1 ballistic skill you think is going to be super, super impactful until you realize that there's so many ways to basically just get around it. So many. You can just bulldoze your way through the -1 ballistic skill with even just minor effort. You can bulldoze your way through it. Now I think, but what I suspected was that there are going to be certain kinds of units and certain kinds of shooting which are going to be extremely effective, and there are going to be certain kinds of units and certain kinds of units which are going to basically be shelf tier. So shooting is going to be very 2-tier. Yeah. Shooting is going to be very, very 2-tier. That would be my takeaway. And like I said, I know I'm sort of speaking about it in a very high level way. Don't worry, we will be getting into the very nitty gritty detail later on. I'm just sort of answering the super chats first, and then we'll get into the details in a moment. Talzon, thank you for super chat. It sounds like Timmy likes 40k again. Finally, no more of that K47 bullshit. Well, I'll say this. And look, again, 100% honesty, 100% transparency. After the game I've played today, it has not made me completely go back over to 40k. Take that take that however you want. Maybe I'm just too conflict pilled. Maybe I'm biased. Absolutely could be. But I'm keeping a very open mind here. After playing a game of 11th edition, I found it. It wasn't bad, but I'm looking forward to my Conflict 47 event this weekend. There you go. There you are. All right. So what have we got? What have we got next? Macon, thank you for super chat, man. Stream liked, even though 11th is still a wreck. I don't think 11th edition is a wreck. So it sucked? No. I'm actually MG being a fence sitter as usual as the gods of balance demand. I'm not fence sitting. I don't think 11th edition was wrecked. I found the game reasonably enjoyable. There were lots of new things, and there's lots of new things. There's going to be lots of new challenges, and I'm looking forward to my next game of 11th edition. This is what I mean. There were things about it which I think are going to have big impacts. But I think it's going to be I think it's going to be a new set of challenges, and I think I don't think you can wander. I'll say this. I don't think you can just wander from 10th edition into 11th edition. I think you are going to need to approach 11th edition in significantly different ways. It is a new set of challenges. It is different. I don't think it is 10.5 edition. In many ways, I do think it is 11th edition. The way, and there was such a stark moment that stood out with this whole like Sentinel Bulgrin combat thing that was going on, where a single move completely changed the dynamic of how the combat went. Let me sort of explain. So basically what happened is I had a Sentinel and I just, you know, in 10th edition, you sort of push forward, you stay an inch away from the wall, then the enemy can't fight through. Well, I obviously was on autopilot, so I did that. And then me and Simon, because we weren't playing to win or lose, we were just playing to sort of test out and get a feel for, just, get a rough feel for how this thing works. And Simon said to me, I can fight through the wall now, can't I? And I was like, holy shit, yeah, you can. And I was like, I'll move my Sentinel back to the other side of the building, I'll get paint out when I'm explaining this later on. But on the this was the side where my Sentinel was when the enemy would have been able to fight through me on this side. And so I moved my Sentinel back so it was in front of this wall on the building, and then I had my Bulgrin on this side. So when Simon charged me, rather than him just ripping my Sentinel apart, he had to contact the Bulgrin as well, and then I won the combat. So being able to set up defensive lines against melee is going to be a whole new tactic that people aren't used to doing. And being in a defensive posture against assault is going to be really important. Really, really, really important. I think if you're an Age of Sigmar player, you're actually, what I'm going to be saying is going to sound very, very familiar. I will say this. It fucked over Simon on the assault. I don't know. I don't know. It's one game. It's highly ironic. It's highly speculative. Highly speculative. But ironically, I think that assault might have some problems in 11th. Yeah, like if someone can make it very difficult for you to assault now with the right defensive posture, you can make assaults extremely unpalatable with the right units. Now, if you've got 2 units of guardsmen supporting each other, they're going to hose through you like a hot knife through butter. If you've got a unit of Bulgrin basically as your as your defensive, not your first line defense, but your second line defense almost. I mean, what's going through my head is you have a unit of 10 guardsmen or something or 20 guardsmen, OC dump onto an objective, and then behind the objective, but within engagement range, if they get charged, you have a unit of Bulgrin. It's going to be horrendously unpalatable for the opponent to charge that. They're not going to want to do that. Yeah. They're not going to want to do that at all. Like no one is going to want to charge. And those 10 guards, especially if it's 10 guardsmen, those 10 guardsmen aren't going to be, you just don't shoot with them. Hidden is actually impactful. This is what I was also wrong about. I thought hidden wouldn't be impactful. Hidden can be super impactful because you just go 10 guards, you just go, I just won't shoot with them. Now this objective is mine. And if you come over to get them, you're putting them in counterpunch range. My opponent Simon played Necrons. He didn't play like Catan spam or anything like that. He had a Nightbringer, and he had the new like Nemazor like guy who's pretty good, and then he had like some bricks of wraiths and stuff. And yeah, it was a relatively, neither one of us had particularly optimized lists, which was good because I would say our lists were fairly equal. Yeah. The Guardsman Bulgrin combo seems very accurate, yeah. I wonder how this idea shifts versus World Eaters for Custodies. I think Custodies are going to be phenomenally powerful. Yeah. I think Custodies will be one of the best, if we coin the term now, defensive posture, right? When you have a unit behind that makes the charge unpalatable, right? We call that, being in your melee defensive posture. I think that Custodians will again, based off one pseudo game of 11th, right? I think that Custodians could be one of the best defensive posture armies, melee defense armies in the game. They can have one of the best defensive postures. Yeah. Because, but the thing is, they're going to need, what the Custodians players are going to have to try and figure out, I think, is how to get the enemy to come to them. Because if the Custodians try and sit on a bunch of objectives, could be harder for them to do that because of AP being so much more meaningful now. Yeah. What have we got next? The Lazy Goose, thank you for the 26 months, man. X-Force, baby. Reroll all damage for 20 points is kind of nuts. Is that in one of the new detachments? I haven't looked at it. Oh, was that in the Steel Clash one, or whatever it's called? Steel Hammer? I've only glanced at them. I'm going to be giving some first impressions of those later in the stream. But I couldn't remember which detachment that came up in, but it seemed like there was... it seemed like there was... that does seem quite good. Yeah. I don't know what the enhancement for the Titanic model. That could, I mean, to be fair, that could be really good on something like the on the Baneblade or the Hellhammer. Oh no, you probably wouldn't put it on those, would you? Because I'm thinking the Martial Cannon could do with that, but those weapons have got flat damage. Yeah, it's all right, but you got to think like what's actually doing. What's actually doing the random damage? Either it's a Demarch Cannon on a Baneblade type, or it's the main gun on a Casemate type. I think it'll be pretty good. Probably won't affect as many. Oh, I suppose all the las cannons though, right? All the fucking las cannons. Oh my god, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. The las cannons could be big. All the las cannons. No, you guys are right. You guys are right. Yeah, that's pretty tasty. Yeah. All right. What do we got here? Mr. Senga, thank you, Super Chat, man. 100 points seems steep for Yarrick. Thoughts? I can't quite decide on Yarrick. He's very good. You know, he's very, very good. I can't quite decide if he's worth 150 points or not. It might be a little steep, but I could see Yarrick coming down to 130, 140 points. But I bet he'll still see a lot of play. Yeah. My thoughts are, I tell you what my thoughts are. It's at the upper end of what I would be willing to pay for Yarrick, but I'd still be willing to pay 150. Yeah. But probably in Grizzled Company. I think Yarrick is worth 150 points in Grizzled Company, where he gets an extra order, and you can make use of Decisive Command twice in one turn, so you can get him like splashing all the orders out. That's where I think he's worth 150. I think outside of Grizzled Company, he's probably worth 130. Yeah. Florida Eccentric, thank you for Super Chat, man. Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. What have you been working on, bro? Wow, let's have a look, man. All of my Fulsham Jaeger infantry and weapon teams, 93 miniatures of the 118 I've done so far this year. Wow, dude, they've come out so nice, man. Holy shit, bro. I love how you've got the cream and the blue done. Mate, you have to share your recipe. They've come out absolutely fantastically. Yeah, you've nailed the color scheme there, man. Very, very cool. Nice. Very good work, man. So much Fallschirmjäger. Fallschirmjäger are my favorite way to run my Germans in bot action. They're just, it's just nice having a whole army that's like stubborn and veteran. Having a dead hard like paratrooper army. Yeah. It's very cool. Excellent stuff, mate. Excellent stuff. All right. Tell Tom, thank you the 46 months, man. So game night Wednesday, right? 2 months left till 4 years. Dude, I can't believe it's almost been 4 years, man. I can't believe it. I have to get a new badge for you soon. Yeah, that's amazing, man. Thank you for the X-Force, bro. And thank you for all support. Denzel Panther, Denzel Wenzel, thank you so much for Super Chat, man. Thank you for renewing your channel membership. Thank you for doing your part, sir. Halen Jedi, thank you for Super Chat. Impulse purchase in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. Hey, there we are. Nice. I love it. I still need to get myself some of those, you know. I love it. Naxer. I need to get some of those. I think I can't wait to run an army with a couple of Naxers in it. All right. We got one more coming in here. Battle Brothers, thank you for the 16 months, but X-Force, baby. Hey, Lolly Tugs, have a great night, boys. Dude, thank you for your support. Thank you for the kind words, mate. And you have a great night as well, bro. There you are. All right, so let me, that's all super chats and stuff done. Let me say a massive thank you to all of you guys who have joined the stream and have been super chatting away and everything. Thank you so much for all the support. Now let's get into what you guys are all here for. You want to hear me go through the 11th edition game and all that kind of stuff. So, first thing to say is I don't have the full rules. I know immediately some of you are going to go, ah! but before you all click off, bear with me. So what I did is I took all of the rules that we had from Warcom and used it to play a game of 11th edition. Some of you will be very skeptical around that. I appreciate that. I will tell you this, there was more than enough to get a good feel for 11th edition. Got a really good feel for how the cover mechanics work. Got a really good feel for how the missions are going to work. Got a really good feel for the terrain layouts. I know some of you will be disappointed, but please trust me, I'm not bullshitting you. There are some really valuable bits that have come out immediately. Absolutely immediately. And I think that if you are looking to get into 11th edition, you are going to want to take some notes on this. Okay? You're going to want to. It's going to be I think the stuff that I'm going to talk about tonight is going to be, I think it's going to confirm some things. It's also going to, I think, some of it's going to take you radically by surprise. Okay? And as I go through it and explain it, I think you guys will agree that the general lessons learned from this are accurate. Okay? Are accurate. All right? So that's the first thing. So to give you the setup, so Simon and I did this. So we played the mission that was previewed in the Take Cover with Updated Terrain rules. Because we know that this is the prime mission for Disruption Force going into Take and Hold, and we know that this was the mission for a Take and Hold going into Disruption. So what we did is obviously we don't know which detachments are going to get access to which force dispositions. So what we did is we built our armies not knowing, and then we randomly determined who got Take and Hold and who got Death Trap, right? Because that way we figured it would kind of almost simulate two new players coming into the game who haven't built their armies like fully optimized for 11th edition. Also, it could represent people coming over from 10th edition into 11th edition and kind of represent people using, existing collections and stuff like that. So that's the first thing we did. Now, we rolled off, and on a 1 to 3, I would get Death Trap. On a 4, 5, or 6, Simon would get Death Trap. We did this all on camera and everything. Like the battle book would be coming out. And Simon, I ended up getting the Death Trap mission. I'd already, and before we knew what the mission was going to be and everything, and before we did deployment, we had set the board up and we did the hammer and anvil layout. And we did that one because I think both of these, 3 possible terrain layouts, here are 2 of them. So both of these would have been relevant for the matchup that we were doing, because this is what it says in the article, right? So we did Hammer and Anvil with the Death Trap versus Determined Acquisition mission. We played at 2,000 points, and we both stuck to one detachment. I was in Combined Arms because I've been sort of hypothesizing that I think Combined Arms is going to be making a bit of a comeback with 11th edition. I do stand by that. I think that Grizzle Company is good, but I think if you build into it a little bit, Grizzle Company in 11th edition could get equalized in terms of usefulness by Combined Arms. Simon was running, I can't remember what detachment it was, but it was one where if he did some damage to me, then his entire army started getting like +2 strength and stuff like that. Because it was one of the new detachments from 500 Worlds that he wanted to try it out. And again, we thought that was actually quite valuable because, again, it kind of represents like the this is the level of sort of optimization that people are probably going to have going into the game, right? Especially going into 11th edition, there's going to be that period of like, throwing shit at the wall to see what works. It's probably one of the best bits of the game is when it gets, of any game, is when you first go into it, you don't know what you're doing, so you throw shit at the wall to see what works. So that was the mission. That was the terrain layout, and I can actually now we used the terrain. I would say we got it about 75% accurate to what you see here. So I actually have a picture of it, of the board that we played on. So we obviously used the correct layout, but we used the terrain that we had available for that layout with a little bit of, I would say, like artistic license, because we wanted to play with quite aesthetically pleasing terrain, because one of the things that, I'm very excited about for 11th edition is the possibility that we can start having a bit more fun with the terrain. And hey, if we all end up going back down the tournament route again and playing on the sloppy L-shaped ruins, fine. But at least for a bit, there's a good opportunity for us to play on slightly more. You'll see when I show you the board, you guys will see it. Slightly more immersive terrain. I'm just going to bring the picture up now. 1 minute. I want to look in. I realized I wasn't looking in the right channel. I want to look there. And I want to just basically find it now. Okay. This is, everyone's been showing a lot of pictures today because of the new detachments that have been coming out, which is cool to see. Did I miss it? Oh, maybe I missed it. I'll have to look now. Or maybe it was from before last night's stream. If I can't find it, it's on my phone, I can just repost it and then pick it up there. I'm probably doing this in a slightly... Oh, no, here we go. So this was the board that this was how the board actually looked. So you can see we got it. Okay, obviously we've judged it up a bit with a lot of like moss and scatter terrain and stuff like that. But you can see overall that we've actually got it relatively accurate when you compare it to the terrain layout shared by like GW. I'd say the only bit that was sort of significantly different was obviously this bit, and this bit. And truth be told, none of these being not exactly like the GW layout had zero negative impact on the game. Because to be honest, most of the time we were just moving infantry through these, and so the walls became, just like they are now. Right? So yes, there was a little bit of inaccuracy on these 3 bits of terrain, but otherwise it was fine. And so if you're wondering, like the more colorful bits of terrain, They're obviously the terrain that we're holding there, the objectives. The bits that are more sort of grey, they're the ones that aren't objectives as well. So it gives you sort of a sense. Yeah. So we want, 11th edition, I think, is an opportunity to have a bit more fun with terrain, and I'm looking forward to it. So, that was the setup. In terms of deployment, we rolled off and took it in turns to place units one after the other. And I might as well leave this up, to be honest. So I ended up with Rogel Dawn, Lehman Russ, and a Chimera over here, and a Scout Sentinel here as well. And then I had my Bullgrin just lined up on the front here because I was like, well, they're hidden. And even if Simon comes forward to get into 15-inch range to expose them, then I will be able to blast him. And I reckon my Bullgrin can take his shooting, and then I'll be able to counterpunch and blast him. And then I had 2 Lehman Russes over here. What was in my list? So I had a Rogel Dawn command. So what was in my list? And this is really important. So I took in my list a nice broad mixture of units because I wasn't really worried about them being super optimized. I was testing how each unit felt to use in the game. So I didn't really mind if my army sort of fell apart. I was testing out how does a Lehman's battle tank feel in the new edition? How does a Hellhound feel in the new edition? How does a Rogel Dawn feel in the new edition? Right? So that was, so I could have as much experience as possible on the various units. So I had a Rogel Dawn commander, even though I'm not as convinced on Rogel Dawn's, and obviously people sort of know me as the anti-Rogel Dawn guy, even though I'm not anti-Rogel Dawns. I actually think that Rogels are really cool, and I really enjoyed using them towards the end of 9th. I just sort of went a bit cold on them during 10th for a bit. I then used a Lehman Russ commander with an Eradicator Nova Cannon, because I was like, that might be the new best weapon for Lehman Russ commanders. I then had 2 Lehman Russ battle tanks, a Hellhound, a Scout Sentinel, a unit of Bullgrin, 2 units, and then I had basically all the battle line. So I had 2 units of Catachans and Chimeras to test how Scout Mirrors still feel. I had a big blob of Cadians and a big blob of Kriegers. And the reason why I took one of each is actually because I had a comment that was left. I think it was by the Cheese Master. I had a comment that was left on my video I did yesterday where I was like, these are the units I don't think are going to do well in 11th edition, and in there was Cadians, and Cheese Master actually presented a really good argument about why he thought Cadians would be good, and I was skeptical, but I thought, well, fuck it, might as well test it out. And I can actually confirm that I was wrong about Cadians. I think that Cadians are going to be really good in this edition, because being able to fall back and shoot is actually really, really useful. Yeah, it is actually really useful. It depends on what you're facing. But with the new, what I hadn't appreciated is how useful the fallback and shoot would be because of the extended engagement range. They can only do it with the Castellan. That's right, Joseph Christ. I had a Castellan leading them, and I had a Krieg command squad leading the Kriegers. So I should have specified that. So what I hadn't appreciated is the 2-inch engagement range, making it so much easier for people to tag you. So I had an incident where my Chimera died, and Simon was able to consolidate, not overrun, but consolidate into my Cadians behind because of the fact that there's such a large engagement range. And so obviously that would have tied them up, but then I just fell back and just shot. So it was actually it wasn't that, if a dedicated melee squad goes into your Cadians, obviously they're going to blend the shit out of them. They would do that now, right? And they would still do that. But when someone's trying to overrun, I've got to be careful with the term overrun now because it does mean something specific. When someone is consolidating into engagement range to tag you up, that is much easier for them to do that now. So you kind of that Caden Castellan and that ability to fall back and shoot becomes so valuable. Yeah. To tag, yeah, exactly, King Hazard, to tag. So it's much easier to tag units now. So Cade and Castellan's become really important to stop that. So I was wrong. I was wrong about that. Like I said, I was right about some stuff, and I was wrong about some stuff. And I was wrong about the Cade and Castellans. I was wrong about the Cadians. The Castellan being able to give them fallback and shoot is very valuable. I think Krieger's being able to. I think taking a blob of Krieger's led by Commissar Graves could be really good as well, because she basically allows them to do that as well. So that's good. Yeah. Can you explain what you mean by tag again? So basically, if someone, let's say you've got two, basically, if you've got two units, one in front of the other, your opponent kills this one in melee, they can consolidate 3 inches towards the nearest enemy unit if they can get within engagement range. So if they consolidate and they get within engagement range, which is 2 inches, then it means that they're technically in combat with your unit. That means when going into your turn, because that unit's engaged in combat, it has to, either it stays in combat where it might get minced, or it has to fall back, at which point you can't fall back and shoot. So being able to fall back and shoot is really important, because it stops the enemy from being able to tag you, and stops them from potentially taking units out of the game for a turn. Yeah. So Cade and Castellans. So this is what I mean by this is why, like, I was saying at the beginning of the stream, and I wasn't like coping. Do you know what I mean? I wasn't coping. I wasn't bamboozling you guys. I wasn't lambasting you guys. Not lambasting is not the right term. I wasn't bamboozling you guys. I wasn't having you on when I said there's going to be some immediately. There's going to be some very important lessons, even though we're playing, like pseudo 11th, if that's what you want to call it, right? Even though we're just using the Warhammer community stuff, there's some stuff that immediately jumps out, as you might, some of you might have picked up on this straight away. For me, that was an obvious blind spot that I didn't appreciate until I got to play the game. So tagging is going to be really prevalent. And so fallback and shoot is going to be really important to stop that. Yeah. So that was the first thing. Now, I suppose whilst we're on the topic of like guard units, and go through the list, I suppose it might be valuable, rather than sort of going through like the blow by blow of the game, which we can do at times where it's relevant, for examples. I think some of you will probably just be more interested in knowing like which units did I find effective, right? So if you guys think it's a good idea, and just let me know down in chat if you think it is, I'll just go through each unit in my list and give you my take on it, my post-game take on it. I know, and then draw on some examples from in the game to tell you why I've landed on that conclusion. I think for most people, knowing how units are going to perform, even if it's just from a high level, is probably quite valuable, right? So I guess I'll start with the big. I'll start with the big one, and I think this one will get a big cheer out of the Imperial Guard community. So we'll start, especially my take on it. We'll start with the Rogel Dawn Commander. The Rogel Dawn Commander and Rogel Dawns are obviously like really, really popular with the Guard community. I mean, who doesn't love a big tank, right? And obviously, I've been a little skeptical on the Dawn in 10th, but that's mostly because of the terrain that I've been playing on. I've been playing a lot of UKTC and WTC style terrain, which is very, very dense. And a lot of American players who often lambast me for being a little anti-Dawn play on GW terrain, which has been a lot more open, a lot more conducive to the Dawn strengths. Now, coming over to 11th edition, one of the reasons I was a little concerned about the Rogel Dawn was that the Rogel Dawn Commander was that it probably would only be hitting on like 4s, and I wasn't totally convinced that would make it effective enough. I mean, whenever I hit on 4s, my shots can go like really, really wide. You can't do like phew, phew, they can go everywhere, right? But where you want them to go. I was also a little worried because, well, a little not worried, but I figured that with the boards, as you can see here, clearly getting like a lot denser. Even with all the filigree, the boards are getting a lot denser, right? And I was worried that would be a problem for the Dawn because I've been playing on UKTC terrain. But I will put all of your. I will admit I was wrong, so you can all lambast me. This is what I'm saying. You guys are gonna have plenty of opportunities to lambast me and and be like, vindication. That's worth sticking around alone for, right? Because I actually found that my Rogal Dawn commander performed particularly well. It actually performed, I think, better on. It performed better for me on 11th edition official GW terrain with the new ballistic skill mechanics than it has performed for me when I used it in 10th edition on UKTC and WTC terrain. So I actually think that Dawns are still very much on the menu, and I'll take you through what stood out for me. So the first thing that stood out for me was the maneuverability. At no point did my Dawn actually feel particularly trapped by the terrain. And that is because of the yellow coded terrain versus the blue coded terrain. Blue coded terrain you can't move through, yellow coded terrain you can move through. And when I used to play in 10th edition on the UKTC boards and the WTC boards, everything was basically blue coded, right? You had to go around it. And that's what fucked the Dawn for me so much because in 10th. But in 11th, with so much of the terrain being yellow, your Dawn can actually kind of just maneuver in. I mean, it's not, going wherever it wants, but it can maneuver well enough. It's not too restricted. Maybe there's like a cheeky pivot here and there you're going to have to do, but by and large, it can go where it wants to go with only minor inconveniences. So that was good. So the maneuverability has actually increased from the terrain I'm used to playing on with this new GW terrain. The second thing that I think I found that was really effective about the Rogal Dawn was its firepower. And that was the thing that I was most worried about. I was like, it's going to be just hitting here, there, and everywhere. But frankly, the oppressor cannon is oppressive now. It's horrendously good. Because the big thing that used to annoy me about the oppressor cannon is that it was only AP -2. Now, I'm like, oh yes, AP -2, baby! No invulnerable save? Get the fuck out of here! There's a wider conversation we're going to have about AP and the new terrain rules. But yeah, the oppressor cannon is extremely good now that you can feel the full weight of its AP. Because you got to think about it, like before, you had to take like the Rogal Dawn and then probably take like take an exterminator. And that exterminator never did anything itself, or just all it did is tee up the Rogal Dawn. Now, yes, you are hitting on 4s, but every shot that you connect with, you've got a really good chance of wounding because that's strength 12. And it's just instantly knocking people down. I was knocking Simon down from a 3-up save to a 5-up save. I mean, amazing. If I'd been doing that in 10th, he'd be on a 4-up save. And every single time that, the Rogal Dawn fired, it tore chunks out of Simon's army. Yeah, it absolutely tore chunks out of Simon's army. And it's almost got, I would say the oppressor cannon is almost the perfect profile for 11th edition. You've got a reliable volume of shots, D6 plus 3. You're not relying on like one big shot, right? So you've got a reliable number of shots. You've got now impactful, meaningful, self-contained AP. And then you've got a reliable damage on the back end with the damage 3, and you've got strength 12. Strength 12 basically allowing you to like fuck with any unit in the game outside of like super heavies. Even knights don't want to be a even knights don't want to be hit by like a Rogue or Dawn now that down to toughness 11. I mean, it was really, really effective. So the Rogue or Dawn's main gun was really good. The autocannon was like okay, but 2 shots often, there was a couple of times where it just missed with both, hit on a 4, right? The pulverizer cannon felt pulverizing, yeah. Feeling the full weight of that AP -3 was wild, and it was a little bit it went to my head a little bit. Yeah, I started getting a bit ballsy with my Dawn. And then now I went for heavy bolters on my Dawn, mostly because that's what it's modeled with. But also because I have been having a little bit of a theory that I think heavy bolters are going to be making a bit of a comeback with the fact that AP -1 now matters, and you're going to want that volume to be able to, get through the -1 ballistic skill. I will say this: the jury is out on the heavy bolters because pretty much everything in Simon's army was like toughness 6, so I was fishing for a lot of 5s. But and I said Simon, and Simon, very correctly pointed out. But what about when you're facing into Marines? Marines have a lot of toughness 4 infantry. In that matchup, your heavy bolters are going to feel very nice. And so whilst I feel like the heavy bolters underperformed against Simon's army, that might be sort of a matchup specific thing. But they weren't great. They weren't terrible. They were like 3.6. And then I had the heavy stubbers were good as well. The big thing with the Rogue or Dawn, that the big thing I found, it's not just with the Rogue or Dawn, but with the Guard in general, was how easily I was able to basically bulldoze through the -1 ballistic skill. I mean, I took a single Hellhound, guys, and I mean, if you're a Guard player, you should probably start off every list with 12 Bullgrin, 2 Hellhounds, then go from there. I think those are probably somewhat auto-include. If you were optimizing and all that, and I would say regardless of what force disposition you pick. Yeah. Regardless of the force disposition you pick, I think those two go in. I think those 2 units go in first. Yeah. So we'll circle back around to the Hellhound a little bit. It's just being able to go. No ballistic skill modifiers, and now it basically put the Rogue or Dawn back to what it should be hitting on. But this time I didn't need, I didn't feel like I needed an Exterminator and a Hellhound to get the outcome that I wanted. I just needed a Hellhound, and Hellhounds are already just like very good. I mean, Ignore's cover is going to be a phenomenally powerful ability in this game. Now we'll go over to the tank commander with the Eradicator cannon, the Lemurs tank commander, the Eradicator cannon. It was okay. I feel like perhaps my expectations for it were a little high, but I'm not. I think the Eradicator cannon it's been somewhat improved, but it's definitely not a wonder weapon. I mean, at the end of the day, it's strength 7, damage 2. It's only going to go so far. Yeah, it's only going to go so far. I did find that it was nice to have Ignore's cover on the main gun, but I suspect that taking an actual Lemurs Eradicator rather than a tank commander with an Eradicator cannon would probably feel a bit better, because I think I would take an Eradicator with either triple heavy bolter or triple heavy flamer. Yeah, I mean, the Eradicator was fine. It definitely, put it this way, I'm not sat here gushing, saying you should put Eradicators as an auto-include in every list, right? Like I was with the Bulgrin and the Hellhounds, right? The Eradicator cannon on the Tank Commander was, fine, perfectly usable, did a reasonable amount of damage most turns, but didn't completely blow me away. I will say this, though. The sponsons on the Leman Russ, my traditional go-to of Plasma Cannon and Las Cannon, I found underwhelming. I found my Plasma Cannons were mostly just going wide. They were generating like 3 to 4 shots a turn, and they were mostly going wide. But this was on the Tank Commander. As crazy as it sounds, when I think about it now, the heavy bolters on the Rogel Dawn Commander were doing more than the plasma cannons on the Leman Russ Commander, because the heavy bolters just had the reliability of shots. They just had the volume. Whereas, if I rolled low on my plasma cannon shots, they just missed. They just fucking missed. And the Las Cannon just missed. Like basically 1 shot of 4 up, oh, missed. Yeah. I think plasma cannons are, I think if you're going to go plasma cannon, Las Cannon sponsons, those probably need to be on your Leman Russ battle tanks now, because they've got the full rerolls to make them work. Yeah. Yeah. So speaking of Leman Russes, King Hazard, triple heavy bolt on a battle can Leman Russ. So that's exactly what I took. I took 2 Leman Russ battle tanks with triple heavy bolter on each one. And again, I found them to be totally okay. I did think I'd be getting more out of my battle tanks, to be honest. I did. But what I found was, okay, what I found happened is my Hellhound died, and then my Tank Commander really fell off, and then the Leman Russ battle tanks became average. So I think looking back on it now, I think the Leman Russ battle tank performed perfectly well, and having basically that insurance against the Hellhounds going down meant that they weren't reliant on them, and it wasn't as much of a crutch. I felt like the Leman Russ battle tanks performed admirably, but again, they didn't. I was probably expecting more from them, and then they just performed normally. But in a on terrain where everything's -1 ballistic skill, feeling like you're performing normally is pretty good. Yeah. It was pretty good. Yeah. So I was happy with the Leman Russ battle tanks. They were okay. The Leman Russ tank commander with Eradicator cannon was all right, but I think I probably need to tweak the weapon loadout on it. The Rogel Dawn performed exceptionally well. And then let's talk about the Hellhound. So obviously I've already hinted at it, but I think the Hellhound is going to be an auto-include. I think it is. Being able to just remove the benefit of cover from an enemy was extremely powerful and extremely valuable, and I noticed it when it went away. I think I genuinely wouldn't begrudge a single guard player for running triple Hellhound in their lists, or if you're in Grizzled, double Hellhound and the stratagem to ignore cover. Hellhound equals new combi lieutenant. I mean, yeah, for guard, I think so. Yeah, I mean, it just does what it says on the tin. You just take it to ignore cover, and the fact that the Hellhound itself is also a reasonable damage dealer because of the AP -2 on its weapons is really nice. Yeah. So that sort of covers all of the damage dealers. Going down into the infantry. Going down on... So yeah, I personally, yes, is what we were playing on. Going down into the infantry. So scout mirrors are as good as they ever have been. If you are a mechanized guard commander and you want to be able to keep running your multiple chimeras chock full of catachans, you can breathe easy. I found the scout mirrors to just work. And I was running mine with multi-laser and heavy bolter because I was feeling like, fuck it, I'm never going to get another chance to run this loadout. I love multi-laser heavy bolter. It's like the classic guard loadout, right? But I never run it. I always run double heavy bolter or double heavy flamer because they're the more meta loadouts. And I said to Simon, like, Simon's like, are you sure you don't want to proxy them? And I was like, no, because I am never, outside of this very friendly test game, I am never going to get an opportunity to run my classic chimeras ever again. Because from after this, I'm going to start playing properly. Ironically, I actually found the multi-laser to be totally okay. I know, but I wouldn't say multi-laser meta incoming. It's just because I was playing a lot of toughness 6 stuff. So I managed to get a couple of wounds on 4s that I wouldn't normally have got because of the multi-laser. Yeah, that was it. But yeah, the scout mirror I found to be just as literally as good as it is now, if not better. It was really, really, really good. Yeah. So yeah, catachans, chimeras. What can you say? Goes to get. Just what's it? What did the Americans say? Goes together like cookies and milk. Is that a saying? The Americans can educate me. Goes together like Brits and binge drinking. There you go. That's what I know better. Peanut butter and jelly. There you go. Goes together like peanut butter and jelly. Thank you, Catastrophe. All right. Next, the big one. Spaghetti and meatballs. There you are. The big one. Kriegers v. Cadians. So, I found that so I had a unit of Kriegers led by a Krieg command squad, and I had a unit of Cadians led by a Cadian command squad. I feel like the Cadians probably performed better in this particular game. So yes, I will eat humble pie. I will not cope or anything like that. But now that I have obviously just, accepted that, I also want you guys to believe me when I say that it probably will require 1 or 2 more games before I really sort of settle in on that. Because the thing is, I had my Cadians here and I had my Kriegers here. And there was a very obvious moment when being able to fall back and shoot really helped when the Scarabs were trying to tie me up over here. But my Kriegers also, and there was a very obvious moment when the Kriegers got tied up and I had to basically, not fall back and shoot with them effectively. But I could have swapped that Krieg squad out for a Krieg command squad out for Commissar Graves, and I still would have been okay in terms of orders because my Castellan's got 2 orders, right? So I feel like I could have got the same results from the Kriegers as I did from the Cadians. It just might be more of a the Cadian Castellan is better than the Krieg command squad lesson learned, rather than Cadians are better than Kriegers lessons learned. So that's why. So I've been very open on it, right? I think I've been very open on it. So when I say that, I'm not just coping or trying to find some way to support my argument. No. I've been really, really clear and transparent on that. So I hope you guys can see, I do think that I think Kriegers are very, very good. I think that Cadians are not in the shitter like I thought they were. Yeah, that's my genuine fair assessment on it. There you are. So I don't want anyone thinking that this means that Kriegers are bad. No, not all. I found the Kriegers performed within acceptable parameters. Really performed within acceptable parameters. They killed a couple of units. They did very well. But I cannot understate the value of the fall back and shoot from getting tagged from the extra engagement range. Yeah. There you are. I think I've only got one more unit to mention, which was the Scout Sentinel. I think the Scout Sentinel is as auto-include as it has ever been. Having a cheap 55-point unit that can just scout and then do objectives early on is extremely good. I would say, and this is a hot take, obviously, because I've not used the Hippogriff yet, but I think the Scout Sentinel is better than the Hippogriff because of the Hippogriff's points. If the Hippogriff was 55 points, I think it would be equal to the Scout Sentinel with a different role. But because of the Hippogriff being more, I think that the Scout Sentinel is probably, if you're looking for that sort of cheap bit of army you can chuck out, move fast with, and all that kind of stuff, I think the Scout Sentinel is probably better for it. Yeah. There you go. I think the Hippogriff will be a move blocker, maybe. Possibly. Possibly. It's relatively easy to get around these boards, so there you go. How many houses one take? I think 2 is the minimum I would take. 3, I think if you built around it, I don't think 3 would be unreasonable. But 2 would be a minimum, I would say. Oh, the Bulgrin. Oh, yes, we need to talk about the Bulgrin. Phenomenally good. Phenomenally good. So what with the changes to cover and AP, the Bulgrin's 4+ invulnerable save has become even more important. And combine this with the fact that Simon did exactly what I predicted assault players would do. He basically staged up in the ruins and then went. Right? And I've been hypothesizing that you're going to need brick walls over screening. You need to be able to stop charges dead. If you don't stop charge, you need to be able to stop someone dead. You need to have a brick wall. And the Bulgrin did that job phenomenally well. So the Bulgrin basically what happened, and this is a really good way of me demonstrating the defensive posture changes, the defensive melee posture that I was talking about. So turn 1, I moved my I got turn 1. And by the way, going first was actually because I was the disruption player, going first was incredibly powerful. I scout moved my sentinel to here, and then I moved my sentinel, and originally I moved it to here, so it was alongside this wall here, right? And this is when Simon pointed out to me, and obviously Simon had his wraiths here, and Simon was like, well, I can fight you through the wall now, can't I? And I was like, oh yeah, it's a really good point. So we moved the sentinel back to here, and obviously we highlighted this in the video and said that the reason we moved it back from here to here is because you can now fight through walls, and that's it's something you're going to have to get used to. You can't just stay an inch away from the walls now. You're going to have to pre-program. You're going to have to reprogram your mind around that. So then what happened is Simon moved up to here, and then I tell you what, it's going to take a lot of getting used to rolling your distance and then seeing what you can charge. But he rolled enough to get into the Bulgrin and the Scout Sentinel. And so, he rolled enough to get into the Scout Sentinel, I think it was. And then he basically piled in to the Bulgrin behind, because you can do that. It's very similar to how it works now. And so because I put the Scout Sentinel here and I had the Borgrin lined up here, it meant that when Simon, but the Scout Sentinel was the only thing on the objective. So when Simon went for the Scout Sentinel, he had no choice but to be in engagement range of the Borgrin. So because of, piling in and everything, right? So he consolidated, so he piled in, so he engaged Scout Sentinel, piled into the Borgrim. And then I ended up just beating the shit out of his Wraiths. Borgrin beat Wraiths, apparently. Because I'm -1 damage against him, but he's not -1 damage against me. Every Borgrin wall that goes through that knocks a Wraith down. And he was getting a bit unlucky on his Feel No Pains, but hey, sometimes that happens. And so immediately it made me realize how powerful the defensive posture is going to be. Because if that had been 10th edition, I wouldn't have been able to do that. He would have been able to kill the Scout Sentinel. My Borg would have been left with their dicks in the wind. And then I would have had to, go in there and start, battering him. But I wouldn't have been able to do damage to him on my turn, which is basically free damage. So, so I found the Borgrin, and so that was turn 1. And then the Borgrin ended up getting charged by the Nightbringer and just 4 invulnerable saves, baby, just popped off. And then the Borgrin ended up getting charged by a unit of Scorpec Destroyers led by a Scorpec Lord, and they were able to, they survived 1 wound. 1 guy survived all of that. So, yeah, the Borgrin were just really tough. Really, really, really tough. And I was thinking the entire game, God, if I had 2 of these things. If I had 2 of these things, I don't think Simon would have had a fucking chance. Because I could have just set it up so that he would basically just trying to take I could set it up so that when he charged me, he'd just constantly be fighting Borgrins, which he didn't want to do. Yeah. So yeah, I think I found the Borgrins to be extremely, extremely useful just because it created a dilemma for Simon. And you always want to be creating dilemmas for your opponent. You don't want to be creating problems. You want to be creating dilemmas. Yeah. Longu Grungers, I just played back-to-back games versus Blood Angels and Black Templars, and Borgrim are all gone. Turn 3, both games. I mean, dude, if your Borgrim are surviving until turn 3, I think that's a good sign, not a bad sign. Ask yourself this. With the same unit, if you'd been doing the same thing with a unit of Guardsmen, would they have lasted 3 turns? Or would they have lasted 1 turn and died? Yeah. In short, 11th will not be enough to crash in. You have to be able to crash through and through. 100%. 100%. You need to fight past the objectives. Not fight into the objectives. You have to fight past them. That's the impression I got. Now, that covers the guard units, and that covers a lot of the positivity. We do have to get to... We have to get to I would say, the negativity. Albeit with a massive fucking asterisk next to it. But we have to talk about the mission. But we'll get to the mission in just... we'll get to the... Well, you guys can decide. I'll tell you what. I've got a few super chats to catch up on. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's not too many. So let me do a poll. And whilst I'm catching super chats, you guys can vote in the poll. What do you want me to cover next? How the new terrain felt. What was the primary mission like? There you go. You guys can vote on that over the next sort of 5-10 minutes as we're answering the super chats. All right. It might be a bit longer than that. Full disclaimer, it might be 10, 15, 20 minutes, but at least, you know, you'll know what the next topic's going to be when we get around to it. So, Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, man. Hear me out. Cyclops demolition tanks hidden in a building. Boom. So, Cyclopses can't be hidden. They can't benefit from the hidden rule specifically because of they're not infantry, but hidden as in like just physically behind some line of sight blocking terrain. Yeah, that could work. That could work. I think that could be really evil because I can't really, when we talk about the missions, you guys I'll get into a little bit more. I can't overstate how massively impactful it is. The objectives are the terrain pieces. I think this is what's going to lend itself hugely to the lethality of the game. Yeah. So you could genuinely set up traps with Cyclops demolition vehicles so that when the enemy moves on to the objectives, you blow them up. Which is cool as fuck that you can do that. Not sure how points effective it's going to be, but it's cool as fuck you can do it. You can actually like do legitimate booby traps. This is why I said like I'm not dooming on 11th edition. I'm looking forward to some of the challenges and tactics that we can come up with. Yeah. Like I hope you guys can see I am genuinely being like really, you know, I'm being like really, I'm that's why I'm not being like overly slapstick. Like nah. You guys know what I can be like, a little crazy, but I'm trying to be like pretty on the level with this one because I know people are going to want to get the information is valuable. You know, sometimes we like to be entertaining on the show. Sometimes we like to be informative, and this is one of the times where I think being informative is more important. So that's what I'm trying to go with. And I hope that's you guys are liking that direction. We can get a little bit silly with it after we've communicated the important information, I think. What have we got next? Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Graves with Krieg. I knew this for years. Send me to the flagships. Yes, I think Commissar Graves with Krieg, you came up with this entire thing like what 2-3 years ago. Crazy, man. Crazy. What a coincidence, man. Fly First, thank you for super chat. Am I safe to leave my 3 Dawns in my list? I think you are safe to leave the 3 Dawns in your list. I still think you would be wise to support those Dawns with a couple of Hellhounds. I do. I think 3 Dawns is a little bit of a skew. You might prefer going down to 2 Dawns each with like a dedicated Hellhound or something. But 3 Dawns, I think you could probably... 3 Dawns, you might start having maneuverability issues. But my analysis would be, you could make 3 Dawns work. 2 is probably a little bit more efficient. Probably. Based off this one game. All right. A Silent Warrior, thank you for super chat. Hell's Last Command Squad painted in Discord. Let's have a look, man. Nice. Holy shit, man. That has come out really beautifully. Like, really, really beautifully. Look at that, boys. Holy shit. Yeah, I think you've done an excellent job on that color scheme. And the blue is particularly vivid. Particularly effective, I say. Yeah. Nice. Looking very tasty. And then we've got Lower Decks. Thank you, Super Chat Man. Oops, all Punishers. Is it viable? We will see. Will we see it? Or will we see it? I don't know. I think if you could get AP -1 on a Punisher cannon, it could work. It could work. You need to be able to get AP. So what you need is AP -1 and for the Punisher to still be hitting on 3s. So it needs like take aim and ignores cover, right? So the take aim part's easy enough. The ignores cover is easy enough. You're going to be having hellhounds and shit. So it probably comes down to how do we get it the extra AP. I don't think the Exterminator is necessarily the right shout, because you're taking an expensive tank to support a cheap tank. I think going in something like Combined Arms and using, is it Fields of Fire? To make one of the Punishers. I don't think I'd go Oops all Punishers, but I think you could do a Punisher and support it in that way, and I think it would be reasonably effective. Not amazing, but more. I think it would be more effective now than it was in 10th. Fly First, thank you for super chat. If I do not have Bulgrin nor plan to get any, what would be a good substitute? I like going tank heavy with few units of infantry. Sorry, new guard player. Fly First, you have nothing to apologize for. Never apologize for asking a good question. Or for asking any question, even. So what you need... So what you... It's a tricky question. And I've only got limited information, so I don't know exactly. There's nothing quite like in the guard which can just take a charge like Bulgrin. So I think what you'd probably have... I think what you'd probably have to consider is having a different tactic. Rather than trying to emulate Bulgrin without Bulgrin, just... use a different tactic when it comes to countering enemy charges. A somewhat effective way maybe mechanized guard could work, like, you know, infantry inside chimeras. Armor sentinels might have some play with their 2+ saves. It's definitely a tricky one. Nothing is quite going to do the job of Bulgrin. I think you just go down a more traditional mechanized route. And my gut instinct is telling me you go down a traditional mechanized route and you look at having infantry and chimeras up front, Rogel Dawns blasting anything that comes out to deal with them. That's how I see it. Yeah, and Tech Priest Engine Sears with a 4+ invulnerable save could be very nice. Just saying 10 dudes in front isn't working. Ten dudes in front could force your opponent into making decisions they don't want to make. Like, I'm going to put these 10 guys on this objective. You now have to take me off it. If you don't, that could get me some points. But yeah, as I agree with the Canorian, Overrun has killed a lot of 10 dude play in my opinion. Yeah. I think you have to, if you're going to go down the 10 dude route, you just have to push so far ahead to that you almost have to take Overrun out of the equation. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I think chimeras with infantry inside are still probably your best route, because even if someone kills the chimera, so this is why I think chimeras could be a good route, because chimeras are reasonably tough where the opponent's going to have to put a decent amount of firepower into getting rid of one, and then if the enemy, if they want to kill it in shooting, they'll have to use at least 2 units. Those units then won't be hidden. And if they want to do it in melee, they have to commit at least 2 units, because they have to kill the chimera and then the guys that get out to try and overrun into them and kill them as well. So there is, but then again, they've exposed 2 valuable units to kill what's essentially a sacrificial chimera, so then you can blast them. And as long as you basically go on to objectives, you can force your opponent to have to do that. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I think you could do it with chimeras and infantry. Mechanized infantry. Raspberry, thank you for 32 months, man. I need help writing a guard list for 4th edition. I think the best thing to do is to send me the units you have, and then I can take a look. But the traditional guard list for something like 4th is 1 Demolisher, 1 Battle Tank, 1 Hellhound, 1 Armored Fist Squad, 1 Hardened Veteran Squad, 1 Stormtrooper Squad, the rest is infantry. There you go. All right. Just it's very look at the quintessential guard army from the old days and just collect that basically. Yeah. All right. So we're all caught up. Thank you to everyone for your support. Shall we have a look at what the poll's saying? How the new terrain felt. All right. I'll tell you what. That's the topic we'll talk about. Thank you for your patience. Give me 1 more minute. I'm just going to get a top up on my drink so I can just go through this without worrying about being thirsty. Because I'm doing a lot of talking tonight. So I'm getting quite a dry throat. So let me just grab a drink, have a piss. I'll be 2 minutes and then we'll get into it. I promise it won't be long.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve. Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
I'm back. Sorry about that. Thank you for your patience. Okay. So, you guys want to hear about the terrain, eh? Well, let me bring up the picture again, because I think it's a good demonstration. So this was the board that I was playing on. It was basically, obviously I've added lots of like filigree and stuff to it because we were battle reporting. But it is the hammer and anvil layout for the board, and it's pretty accurate to you know where the blue terrain is and where the yellow terrain is, with a little bit of artistic license thrown in there. So the first thing I would say is this board felt like it was like two separate halves. I think with how massive the ruins are in the middle, it kind of felt like units. And this was very, very familiar to me because of playing on like UKTC and WTC terrain a lot. But it felt like the units that were over here had nothing to do with the units that were over here. It felt like there were two mini battles like taking place, maybe even three. I'd say three mini battles taking place. There was the battle in the middle, the battle on the left flank, and the battle on the right flank. And between, you know, all the different like line of sight blocking stuff, like, you know, there were units that were battling out here that couldn't be targeted by anyone else. So this is sort of like a magic pocket kind of thing going on here. And likewise, like the units over here had no way of like interacting with the units over here, basically. So it definitely felt, the terrain definitely felt like it divided the board into several sort of micro battles that, you know, you could play to like win the left flank, or play to win the right flank, or play to like win the center, for example. Which I thought was actually quite nice. It, you know, being able to like conduct a flank attack and that feel like a flank attack was quite nice. So that was a big positive. The other thing I would say is I didn't feel over. I mentioned this when I talked about the Rogal Dawn, but I didn't feel overly restricted by the movement, because you can move over so much of the terrain now. It really didn't feel like it felt less. It didn't feel as, to me as someone who plays on WTC terrain, it didn't feel as restrictive as that. It felt more open. I think if you're playing on GW, if you're used to playing on 10th edition GW terrain, I think you will notice this a lot more. If you've never encountered this sort of mini battle, where, you know, this whole like just this unit on this flank isn't going to be able to shoot over to there kind of thing before, I think this will feel much. I think it will feel more restrictive. I do think it will be a shock to the system, but I don't think you'll feel overly restricted. I think you will go, this feels restricted, but I can look at this and see how I would, you know, build my list next time or adapt my tactics next time to be able to counter this or play into this kind of terrain. So yeah, I felt like it felt 1 minute. OBS is having a wobble. Okay, OBS had a wobble there. Sorry about that. If you need to, if you've got no audio, refresh the stream. Obviously, you won't be able to hear me say that, but there you go. So yeah, I still think it will be a shock to the system for a lot of people, but I think if you're used to playing on the GW terrain, you'll be all right. The black ships are coming. The stream is back. I'll just tell people in chat to refresh the stream. Had small blip. Refresh the stream if you lost connection. There you go. All right. Go back. So that was the first thing. I think the big elephant in the room that we need to talk about is the -1 ballistic skill thing. What does it feel like going from -1 ballistic skill from +1 to your save to -1 ballistic skill? It felt really fucking lethal. Like, I'm used to being able to put some guardsmen in some cover and, like maybe getting a 5-up save, maybe getting a 6-up save. Like, someone has to hit me with AP -3 before I'm not getting a save. Like, Simon was just like hitting me with like spare firepower, and my guardsmen were just like, just like melting. Chimeras felt a bit less durable. Because going from what would have been a 3-up to a 4-up in 10th to a 3-up to a 5-up in 11th felt like, oh yeah, he's getting a lot more wounds through. I really, really was very grateful for 2-up saves on my Hellhounds, my Lehman Russes, and my Rogel Dawns. Yeah, being able to basically when someone hits you with like an AP -2 weapon, having a 5-up, still having a chance of being able to stop it was helpful. A couple of cheeky 5s did save my ass in a few places. But yeah, I will say this. I thought that this game was, I thought 11th edition was going to be melee dominated. I still think there's a chance that's going to happen. But I think shooting has become more lethal. I think having more AP in the game, which is basically what's happened. Like, when you think about it, everything in the game just got +1 AP. Effectively. Effectively, everything in the game just became +1 AP. And no, it didn't all become -1 to hit. Because think what's one of the biggest complaints of 10th edition? There's too many rerolls involved. Well, what do rerolls allow you to do? Get hits on targets. So there's fucking rerolls for days. So the hit thing isn't a bigger problem as you think, as I thought it was going to be. And then the AP on the other end has just got so much more powerful. I mean, when you think about it, a lot of the time, people were massively overkilling because of the amount of rerolls that they had. Like, how many times does someone roll like 20 dice at you and they don't even get like, they're like, oh yeah, let's say you got like 10 wounds a unit and they've done like 16 damage to you and they've just like overkilled the unit by 6. Well, now, like, in a funny sort of way, that maybe there's a bit less overkilling happening, but it doesn't feel like it. I will just say this. I'm not really explaining it very well. I'll just tell you, it felt more lethal. This 11th edition terrain felt more lethal than 10th edition terrain. And I think it was because there was so much less saves being made. I think overall, this is an increase in lethality. Yeah, it's and I think interestingly, when you look at 10th, this is sort of just occurred to me now while I was chatting through it. When you look at 10th edition and where the damage buffs are, they're on the to hit roll and to wound rolls more than they are on the AP and damage, right? I feel like it's far more common, whether it's built into data sheets or detachments or abilities, it's far more common for people to have units or armies with rerolls than it is for people to have extra AP. Like, I'm not saying boosting AP doesn't exist. I'm saying, like, it feels much more common across all of the 40k factions for people to just have rerolls to hit. And when you also think about it, like, rerolling to hit means that, rerolling to hit is probably going to affect more things than +1 AP. It feels like I felt it was relatively easy, and this might be a guard privilege thing, but I felt it was relatively easy to basically disrespect the ballistic skill modifiers. I was like, okay, well, I'll take some battle tanks, and I'll take like a hellhound, and I'll put my army in combined arms, so I've got lethal hits, so my hits mean more. And yeah, that was it. Because it turns out a lethal hit on a 6 doesn't care if you're -1 ballistic skill, because the 6 is a 6. Doesn't matter. And when you're thinking about something like combined arms, which is the detachment I was in, you often were, benefiting. Most of your damage was coming from those lethals anyway. Yeah. I felt like it was. I mean, Simon and I both commented on it. Like, things were just melting, man. And from shooting, like, melee felt basically the same as it was. If anything, melee felt like. And to be fair, Simon, I wasn't facing like a pure melee army. I faced, a couple of bricks of wraiths and a big unit of Scorpack destroyers, like, a reasonable amount of melee. But we're not talking world eaters or blood angels, right? But Simon and I both got, melee didn't feel that much different. If anything, it felt a little harder because of the defensive posture thing we were talking about. But shooting felt fucking off the chain. Yeah. Sustained and lethal hits. Yeah. Like, Simon had this unit of Necron destroyers that were like strength 5 on all the guns, AP -2, 2 damage, 4 rolls to hit, sustained and lethal, and anything that he pointed them at, even when I made it -2 to hit, because it was like a vehicle that had like cover and had smoke on it, he just went and just blasted through it. Because he just went, oh, I'll just reroll everything. Yeah. So I think that, so let me be clear. I don't think all shooting is going to be effective, but I think, like I said, what's going to happen is basically it's going to create basically S tier or shelf tier for your shooting. One thing Simon and I both noticed was he had a couple of the heavy destroyers with the one-shot weapons, and obviously I had like las cannons on my tanks and stuff, and all of our one-shot big damage weapons felt like shit. They felt terrible. Like, Simon's heavy destroyers managed to get one successful damage through between, hitting bad, between, that's where the -1 to hit felt bad. So basically, -1 to hit is going to really punish low volume. But if you just go to sort of high volume, middling AP, middling damage, you just completely blast through the -1. Combine that with any form of reroll, and you just basically disrespect it. So yeah, ironically, I think the game has become more lethal. I would say Vanquish is out, Battle Tanks in, Mr. Senga. I think Vanquish is out. I think, honestly, controversial take, I think Grizzled Company out. Potentially. I think Combined Arms is back in. Because you're not going... Why is Combined Arms back in? Because you're going to want those lethal hits. Because you're going to be relying on a lot more middling firepower. So you're fishing for lethals. You're fishing for lethals, guys. Yeah. So I think Vanquish is out, Battle Cannons in, Combined Arms in. Well, it was a good 3 months where Combined Arms wasn't the best attachment. Yeah. I don't know what you mean. The battle tanks have always been That the battle cannon's always been that long. I love it. All the vanquishes going into battle cannons now. Also, a centaur, you can basically pick which gets lethals as the situation needs. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Manual damage on eradicators seems amazing if we talk about high volume, medium weight shots. That's a good point. Yeah, yeah. Hodo Fury. Where did all your failure lead you? Right back to me. Combined arms. Yeah. Yeah. You could not live with the weight of your own failure. Where did that leave you? Back to me. Yeah, I think so yeah, I felt being able to just bulldoze through I found that guard specifically between Hellhounds, Battle Cannons, and Rogel Dawns. I was able to basically disrespect the Mars 1. I was basically able to disrespect Mars 1 ballistic skill and bulldoze my way through to significant damage. That was my take. The other big thing I will say, which was huge, and personally, I believe this is going to have a very, very big impact on which force dispositions people take, is the objectives being the terrain. Having to go onto the terrain to get the objective basically means that you are exposing yourself. You can no longer hold an objective hiding behind terrain. And I think that's going. I do not think the force dispositions are going to be equal, and I do not think the missions around the force dispositions are going to be equal. We'll get into that more later when we get to the missions, but I think anything, and I think you don't really. It's very difficult to hold on to the middle objective. I didn't bother. I didn't even try. I didn't even try, man. I just happily stayed on. Yeah. It's because like you go into the objective, especially the one in the middle, you're not effectively able to stay hidden using the official hidden rules. So you just get blasted. You just get absolutely blasted. Yeah. Kanoria, it should be hard to hold center. Yeah. It should be, but when you're playing take and hold into disruption, and you have to take the middle to keep up, it has some problems. Yeah. It has some problems. Yeah, I think trying to take if you are going, yeah, I think some specific armies will try and hold objectives. I think most people will just pick a different forces position. I think it's just a forces position. I think considering that shooting feels more lethal, being forced to expose yourselves to score your primary points basically is a losing proposition. Could you drip feed 10 man with duty and honor? No, because you have to hold it to your next turn. 303 Hunter, sticky objective. No, because you have to be holding it at the beginning of your turn to sticky it in your command phase. Yeah. Like they're going to die, but you always prevent opponent primary. Well, no. In that regard, yes, you are correct. If you want to fuck with the take and hold guy, just doing exactly what you're suggesting is not a bad idea. Yeah. But yeah, holding the objectives, holding the central objective, Simon and I both found basically impossible. Holding our own objectives, holding our natural expansion was relatively easy. Because if you look at the terrain map from GW, there is a lot of blue terrain on here, so it's quite easy to hide. And then you just stay hidden, and you just don't shoot, and your guys are pretty safe. So this comes over to the hidden mechanic. So I poo-pooed the hidden mechanic, thinking it wouldn't be very good. Simon and I both found hidden to be really useful and impactful. Like, Simon was just like, I'm just going to put my wraiths on this objective and then not shoot them. And I was like, yep. And he's like, I'm going to charge with, like, my Scorpex out, kill your Chimera, and then, like, consolidate back onto the objective. But you'll be able to see me. And I was like, no, I won't. He was like, why? I was like, because you haven't shot. And he went, yeah, but I've charged. I went, as far as we can tell, it's only shooting that gets rid of hidden, not combat. And he was like, what? So hidden was actually useful. There was like a turn here where I was like, do I want to shoot those scarabs with my 20 guardsmen, or will that just expose them to getting blasted by the big mega blob of death from the, you know, the shooty destroyers that I was talking about with Simon? And I was like, you know what? I don't think I do want to shoot my infantry. I'll just stay in the objective and lock it down. And Simon was like, yep, I won't be able to get to you now. I won't be able to get within hidden range. And so he sent his, you know, scavs ended up going in, and then, you know, scavs don't do all that much. You know, they're a bit of a whatever. And I was like, oh, I guess I'll just fall back and, like, shoot to death now. And then I shot. So what I did is I fell back, because I was Cadian. I'd stickied the objective. So I fell back off the objective, shot his scarabs to death, and I was still hidden, and I was fine. And then he couldn't, you know, he couldn't take it from me. Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. Yeah, so I found hidden to be, there will be a salt cast. Yeah, there will be a salt cast. So yeah, I found hidden I found to be impactful. Yeah, and that's good. Yeah, that's really good. So terrain, in summary, hidden was impactful. -1 ballistic skill was overly punishing to certain weapons, and other weapons supported properly could just utterly bulldoze through it. And so shooting actually felt more lethal in this edition, in this game. Bear in mind, obviously, there may of course be rules that we don't know yet, but you know, how did it feel? -1 ballistic skill versus +1 to your save. It felt like -1 ballistic skill was easier to disrespect. Yeah. Madlarkin, once you shoot, you can no longer be hidden. I think it's just for that turn, Madlarkin. It's not a permanent game thing. If you don't shoot the next, it's just the previous turn, bro. It's not the entire game. Yeah. So what I did is if I zoom in on this bit here, I stickied it, I held it, I fell back behind it, shot, and then that cleared it. It was still my objective, then I moved back onto it. Yeah. I will say this, hidden, I was playing against Necrons, who are a reasonably fast-moving assault army. I think that hidden could be a lot less. I think hidden was impactful in our game. I think there will be certain games where it does fucking nothing. Yeah. Fucking nothing. Madlarkin, you're wrong. Well, we'll have to check, mate. I mean, I could easily be wrong, but I'll just check the rules. Sorry to ultimately dunk on you, Madlarkin, but unfortunately, you are wrong. Foremost among these changes, the addition of the hidden rule: infantry beasts and small models inside trainer can be hidden as long as the unit didn't shoot in the current or preceding player turn. So as long as I didn't shoot in my turn or in the preceding turn, I'm fine. So it is possible to regain hidden as long as you didn't shoot. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. All right. So, what was I going to say? Now polish with more for targeting indirect, ignoring hidden. Well, indirect has. I didn't have any indirect in my list, so I'll tell you this. I purposefully didn't put indirect into my list because I do think there's too many question marks over it, and I think it would have muddied the waters around the experience we were trying to get from the game. I wanted it to be like the only things we're interacting with were things that we were fairly comfortable with and certain on. Yeah. So speaking of artillery though, if I had indirect fire, it would have been very useful. I don't think indirect, obviously it's going to depend on how -1 to hit stacks with the current indirect fire rule, -1 ballistic skill stacks with -1 to hit with the current indirect fire rules and all that kind of stuff. But there were lots of times when Simon hid behind terrain and didn't go into the terrain. Yeah. There were lots and lots of times when that would have been that. So there was lots of times when I would have had targets for my artillery. Lots of times. Yeah. So yeah, I think a lot. I don't think artillery is anywhere near as diddled as I think some people have been worried about, including myself. There may be something, but I think I think that still has a lot of asterisks next to it. I think there's a lot of conjecture there because we don't know what the indirect fire rules are going to be. I think based purely off what we know now, it doesn't look like as bad as it was going to be because not everything is hidden all of the time. But we will genuinely have to wait and see. The jury is still out on that one. Yeah. I think people are... So we're getting a bit of chit-chat in chat around the wording around hidden. I'm not going to get bogged down into the weeds on that. We'll have to wait and see for the rules to come out, obviously. But the way we played it was that if you hadn't shot in, let's say it was your opponent's turn, right? And you hadn't shot in your turn, then you were hidden. If you had shot in your turn, let's say turn 1 you didn't shoot, you were hidden. Turn 2 you did shoot, you weren't hidden. Turn 3 you didn't shoot, you were hidden. That's how we played it. We'll have to wait and see if that was the correct way of playing it. I think people are sort of getting bogged down on gaining hidden versus, losing hidden and all that kind of stuff. What to me, I just played the rule in the most, what felt the most natural way. And it felt like if you hadn't, reading the rules here, it says like if you didn't shoot in the current or preceding player turn, you'd be hidden. That's it. That seemed. I'm surprised anyone is getting mixed up on that. To be honest, it seems relatively straightforward. All right. Anything else on terrain? Ballistic skill. Shooting felt more lethal. Holding objectives felt really hard. Hidden actually felt impactful. Indirect potentially is still on the menu. The mini battle thing. We've talked about how maneuvering around the board is fine because of all the yellow terrain that you can just move straight over. I think we've got everything there. Yeah. I think we've got everything there. So let's get to the missions. But before we do, quick super chat catch up, as is tradition. So what have we got here? Wow, we've got a few coming in here, so let's have a look. I want to say a big thank you to Helens. Thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Julian Fox, thank you for becoming a channel member. Welcome to his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. A big shout out to a Gaming Stuka. Thank you for the 34 months, man. X-Force, baby. Would 20 bods work as a speed bump? Potentially, but you've just got to be so careful about getting buggered by Overrun. Overrun, I didn't encounter Overrun in this game. Simon never charged me with 2 units. He only ever charged me with 1 unit at once. Maybe that was just because he was sort of in his 10th edition brain, but he never took advantage of Overrun. But there were never really any. But I was playing, making it very hard for him to do any kind of Overrun. It would have been very difficult for him. Maybe like once or twice going after the mech units and the chimeras, but he wouldn't have wanted to, because if he had, he probably would have just lost more. I think Overrun could be a trap. So yeah, maybe 20 bods work as a speed bump. Maybe. I think 10 bods is probably good enough, though. Tempest Gabriel, thank you for super chat. Mordian, problem, stream discussion, SOS. This better be a fucking SOS. This doesn't seem like an SOS. I might ban you. Hello, Mordian Associates. I have a conundrum that needs rectifying. Since I last graced this channel with my own list slop, I have made some changes to the list. You'll get to see this Friday, as I don't have a text-based list ready yet. And some purchases in order to help my chances in the ring this Saturday, of which this dilemma spouted from. You see, I just tactically acquired a Chimera kit for this local GT for my boys to ride around in. I wanted to give it the flame appeal, take advantage of the torrent rule, and stay in theme with its Hellhound cousins. As you know, the modern Chimera kit comes with the heavy stubber and hunter killer missile to help spruce the mini. I want to give the missile to the Chimeras, Chimera and Hellhound, to give them some emergency tank killer punch. While the stubber would go on the Devil Dog, because apparently a multi-melter makes for a poor infantry point defense weapon. Who knew? Hellhounds can't take heavy stubbers, if that helps. Now here's where the problem is. I am today years old when I found out that a Hellhound couldn't take the heavy stubber, just a missile. So now I left the head scratcher. I can only give the stubber to the Chimera. So do I make it an infantry menace while giving my only 200 killer missiles to the Hellhound and Devil Dog? Or do I make the Chimera the Arnie of the armored motor pool? And if so, who gets the last missile? I mean, dude, just say they've all got missiles. Like, just like, you could just say you could just say they all have them, even if they're not modeled on. That's what most people do. I think this is not an SOS. I think just stick the stubber and the hunter killer on the Chimera, stick the other hunter killer on one of the Hellhounds, and just say the other Hellhound has a hunter killer missile. I think you're massively over worrying and overthinking about it. All right, what have we got next? Yeah, tokens and little missiles on them, exactly. Bert Carlson, thank you for super chat, man. So is Siege Cannon dead if combined arms is in? I don't think so. Honestly, Bert Carlson, I don't know. I still think the jury is out on artillery. I think the jury's still out. That's where we didn't have enough information to be able to draw any meaningful conclusions from it. Yeah. I would have, if indirect fire is remotely useful in 11th, I still think it'll be good to put it in your list. Like if it basically ends up hitting on what it's hitting on now, I think it'll be good. Yeah. Talzun, thank you for super chat. But how does shooting change Kazakin and Scion kits? I think Scions are going to be extremely good in 11th. I think someone having to hold an someone being exposed onto an objective. Someone moving on to objective exposes them. You can deep straight down and hose them off the objective. As for Kazakin, I think Kazakin will do well in Centaurs to get lethal hits inside combined arms. Yeah. That's why I think the dynamics of each unit will change. I don't think they're going to compete with each other anymore. I think they're going to do different roles. Talzon, thank you so much. Again, does indirect exist? I mean, I don't know. I didn't play with it. I didn't know the rules around that bit, so I didn't play with those rules. Simple Logic, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Thank you for the support, man. Thank you for doing your part. Bruce Oakman, thank you for the super chat, man. All right, with 11th edition knocking on the door, hobby update stream discussion. For the first time, the Krieg will be ready for war, sir. Nice. Let's have a look. Yes. Here we go. Okay, finally added the last weathering to the squad leader and based him. 90 to 95% of the pre-weathering and basing has been done to the rest of the squad. And about time I put some love into the Krieg boys. And what better excuse than 11th edition knocking on the door. See if you can spot the leg bone. I'll have a look, man. I don't know what you mean by the leg bone, but it looks good, though. It does look very good. Wait, is that a leg bone there? Is that it there? That looks cool. Nice. I thought I was looking for a leg sticking out, a bone sticking out of his leg, but I know what you mean now. Yeah. Hey, those engineers look pretty cool. Nice. Nice. Yeah, man. Doing the Krieg proud. Doing the Krieg proud, man. What do I think about engineers in 11th? I think they'll be about as useful as they are now, to be honest. Yeah. I don't think their position is going to change too much. I should say. Skeletal Commissar, thank you for renewing your channel membership. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Bert Carlson, thank you for super chat. Sorry, meant to say Siege Regiment, not Cannon Law. Oh, sorry. Let me go back and look at your super chats to make sure I've got the right end of the stick then. Is the Siege Dream dead if Combined Arms is in? Siege Dream. Sorry, that's me. I'm a little tired. It's exhausting playing 40k, but we'll get to that at the end.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Siege Regiment. So I think Siege Regiment. I think the -1. I think the siege shells. So I think the smoke shells are possibly. It depends on how many. So basically, it's going to be smoke shells, right? Because we know that incendiary shells and shit don't do shit. Smoke shells could be impactful. It depends on how many sources of like full rerolls your opponent has. So if you've got smoke shells and your opponent's only got like one source of like full rerolls, like Oath of Moment or something like that, then I think the smoke shells will feel relatively impactful, and you might be able to gimp your opponent's shooting. If your opponent is if the opponent is basically able to ignore cover or have multiple sources of rerolls, I think they might be able to bulldoze past your smoke shells. Yeah. Like, I was surprised. I thought that being -2 to hit would make me feel invincible, and it didn't. I was very invincible. Yeah. All right. Lungu Grungus, thank you for super chat, man. Imagine 6 hippogriffs rushing the enemy sideways, Tokyo drift mode, blocking all T1 movement and most of T2 movement, followed by a wave of 6 armored sentinels, 4 of whom have a 5 but feel no pain. I will imagine said scenario taking place, and then I will imagine the look on your face when you encounter someone, anyone, with a jump pack, and then I will imagine the tears streaming down your face as before your very eyes your dream dies. There you go. All right. Memeing aside, I think it would come down to your forces positions. I think this whole combo is under 1k points, by the way. No, yeah, and I personally consider that to be quite expensive. Personally. I get a lot for 1,000 points. Yeah. But, Lungu Grungus, don't let your dreams be dreams. If you think you'd have fun doing that, fucking go for it, man. Fucking go for it. All right. Thank you to all of you for your support. I think we need to get into the what might be the most negative part of the video, frankly. Apologies, but I think it is beef time. Well, semi-beef time. Cosmic, thanks for the chat. Come on, Tim. We crave for the Graves. Graves meta. I think Graves is going to be meta. 110 points in the minivan. I think she's going to be a fucking auto-include in a lot of armies. I think Graves on foot is also going to be pretty good. I think Graves meta is here. For sure. Right. We need to talk about the missions. Now, obviously, we didn't have all of the information that potentially could have impacted what we were doing. So we don't know which detachments unlock which force dispositions. We don't know. Well, that's basic. To be honest, that's basically the only thing we don't know. Truth be told, I don't think it would have made a blind bit of fucking difference. Disruption, death trap mission, into take and hold, determined acquisition mission is fucking balked. I didn't tell Simon anything about the. Well, I didn't not tell him anything. I said I think the death trap one might be more powerful, but we'll play it and see it, and we'll randomize who gets it. And he went, okay, that's fair enough. And after round one, after my turn and his turn, Simon went, this feels dodgy. And after round two, Simon went, this is balked. Like this, because he said, I thought that, because he said naively, I thought that the force dispositions would alter what units you can actually take. But they don't. Like, so what Simon meant by that is like, you know, if you want to take the disruption force position, you can't get any heavy tanks. But obviously you can, because you can take whatever you want. Well, as far as we're aware, you can take whatever you want in your list, put it into whatever detachment you want, and then that unlocks the forces position. It's like now, if you're a Blood Angels player, you can take the Death Company detachment, and you're well within your rights to put non-Death Company units in there. Like maybe like some Lancers or something, right? So it would not. We were both running unoptimized lists. I had a very generic guard army. Simon had a pretty sort of fluffy army, and we randomly determined who would get no, well, not actually. Simon's Zombie wasn't that fluffy, to be fucking fair. It was actually pretty spicy. It was a little themed around. He basically went full destroyer mode with like Nemazor and Catan and Wraiths and every like score pack and regular destroyer and heavy destroyer that he had. Actually, and you know, he had a lot of combos that were actually pretty powerful. I don't know if the 500 Worlds Destroyed attachment is a powerful one. You guys in chat would have to let me know or not. But my list was definitely not optimized at all. So basically, in a funny sort of way, we were kind of showing off. It was actually kind of balanced because neither one of us had optimized our list for the missions, and we randomly determined who got which mission. So, you know, if one was more powerful than the other, it would actually be more readily apparent. Because it's like, hey, this is just the state of almost like the way we sort of explained in the video is like, imagine you're two people who are new to like Warhammer, and you've got the models that you've got. This is kind of going to be your experience playing this matchup. Or imagine you're someone who's got a collection that's mostly 10th edition focused, bringing it over to 11th. You're not going to have the most optimized situation, right? So we played the mission that we played. Let me see if I can show you guys. So we played this mission. Simon was the take and hold one. I was the death trap one. We rolled off randomly to determine which one it was, and this was the map that we played on. So turn 1, I scored 15 primary. Simon scored 4. I literally have the scores right here. Turn 2, I scored 9 primary. Simon scored 5. Turn 3, I scored 9 primary. Simon scored 6. Turn 4, I scored 9 primary. Simon scored 6. It wasn't until the final turn where Simon managed to score like 11 primary. And I scored 4, but I could have scored 9. Like easily. Like I finished on 48 primary. 48 primary. Simon got 32. And Simon even said that his list was better designed for take and hold than mine, just accidentally because of like the Wraith bricks and the feel no pain and everything that he had. And if it had been the other way around, if I'd had to do take and hold, I probably would have scored like 15 primary. Probably, if I was lucky. I don't think maybe I would have got to 21. Primary and secondaries cap at 45 in 11th. Honestly, makes no difference, man. So basically, I maxed my primary. Simon didn't get close to maxing his. I thought it was 50 and 40. Or is that 10th edition I'm thinking of? I might be getting mixed up with 10th edition there. Like, where my list actually struggled was I only got 21 secondary points, and Simon got 26 secondary points. But that's because if you look at my list, I only had like the Sentinel in there to do secondaries. So, and in many ways, the secondary score is like less important because we were just using the ones from 10th, because in the Warhammer community article, it says they're relatively unchanged. They're pretty similar from one to the other. And it did not feel unnatural. The secondaries that we were using alongside the primaries we were using did not feel unnatural in any way, shape, or form. And even if the secondaries, you know, even, and here's the thing, even if you want to go, but the secondaries could have changed the game. Meh. The secondaries could have changed the game for both players, firstly. Secondly, we're not talking about the secondaries, we're talking about the primary. The secondaries potentially being different doesn't take away from the fact that the primary situation was fucked. And let me tell you, so exactly what I predicted when I did my slightly dooming video on 11th edition missions. Exactly what I predicted happened. So turn 1, I scored 15 primary points. And then after that, all I had to do was hold one objective and just blast Simon off his objectives. And all I really had to do was blast Simon off the middle one to basically guarantee victory. That's all I had to do. Because let me take you through what happened. So I basically stuck, 20 guardsmen on this objective with a scout, with a scout mirror moving up as well. And then I had 2 battle tanks back here. And that basically meant that this objective was mine. And if Simon wanted to come and take it off me, he would have to, not only clear me out, but then survive my withering hail of fire. And because I put the Cadians over here, it was, stickied for me as well. So I just basically just locked that shit down. Didn't shoot with my Cadians, just kept them hidden. Just locked that shit down. And so, and the thing is, this objective, yes, it's Simon, it is technically worth more points to Simon because it technically is worth more points to Simon because it's in my territory. But A, it's further away. It's not as easy to get to. And B, it's harder for him to get and it's easier for me to defend. So it kind of forced him to have to concentrate on these 2 objectives. But it's so easy for me to basically stop Simon from being able to score this objective. Turn 1, I trapped it. He killed my Chimera. The Guardsman came out. And then I just, in my turn, just moved on to the objective. Just stopped him from being able to claim it. In fact, I actually gave Simon 2 more primary points than I should have done. Because he had 3 wraiths on it, which is 6 OC, and I moved 4 guardsmen onto it, and I should have just moved 3 onto it. If I just moved 3 onto it, he would have got less points, because he gets points for controlling objectives at the end of his turn, which he didn't control at the beginning of his turn. So, and this leads me on to the next problem in this matchup. I have so many, as the disruption player, I have so many ways that I can disrupt my opponent's primary mission. I can deny him the objective, which not only takes 3 victory points off him from scoring it, but also denies him, because if I equalize the OC on there, it denies him 3 points and denies him 2 points. That's 5 that's 5 victory points that he misses out on there. On the flip side, if Simon tries to hold that objective after I've trapped it, and I trap it turn 1, which is exactly what I did, Simon tries to hold that objective, then if I can kill him, not only does that become 3 points that he misses out on, it becomes 3 points that I gain. Or is it 4? I think it's 3 points for killing an enemy unit. I have to double check. 3 victory points. Now, obviously, it's for 1 or more enemy units, so I can't completely farm it. But that's how I was getting 9 every turn, because I was holding 1 objective, so that's 4 victory points. I was trapping 1 of these 4 every turn, so that's another 2 victory points. And I was killing 1 enemy unit on an objective, which was another 3 victory points. And my opponent, in order to score, has to move things onto objectives. And in order for my opponent to be able to equalize my just easy score every turn, they have to move on to 1, 2, 3 objectives. Because I'm getting 4 for holding this, 3 for killing something off, and 2 points for trapping something. And I only need to trap 1, 2, 3, 4 objectives. I mean, I could have scored more. With my no action monkey list, I was still able to trap 4 objectives. Right? So I max out I get 15, and then I get 9 every turn, guaranteed maxing out my primary. Simon either doesn't move on to here, which is like, okay, so he's going to get 6 points. Let's say he holds these two with hidden units, right? Which is actually a lot harder than you think, because I can just basically stage up here, drive forward and blast. Or I can just, I can literally just run some infantry on there if I want to. I can move, I can move, and advance and probably get onto there. Especially if I had a unit of Rough Riders with duty and honor on them. Right? So, especially if I'm in Grizzled, where I can get move, and then flip into duty and honor if I want to. So let's say Simon goes, okay, well, I'm not going to go on this objective here, because that's just going to give you 3 victory points for killing me off it. I'll just focus on these 2, and you won't get those 2 victory points. It's like, okay, that's fine. You're still only equalizing me, because you've got 3 and 3 there, and I get 4, and I'm trapping 1 for 2. Best case scenario, you could equalize me, and you're just not taking this here. And if you're not moving into this, then that means I can probably actually trap more. I can start trapping this. Guys, I fucking trapped this one. To give you an idea, the only pieces of terrain I don't think I trapped were these 3. Everything else I got with 0 ship munchers. I had 2 chimeras with infantry inside and a sentinel. And that's how I trapped basically all that. That's how I just maxed my primary out. Meanwhile, Simon's there having to, and I don't have to think, and I don't have to think about what I'm doing. My mission is super straightforward, and Simon can't do anything to stop me from getting my 2 points from trapping. He can't. So then, but on the flip side, I can stop Simon from scoring his primary. He can't stop me from scoring my primary. On the flip side, I can also deny him one of his other parts of his primary. Because if why would, ask yourself this, chat, why would I move on to this objective? As the disruption player, why would I move on to that objective? There is no reason for me to do so. The only objective I need to hold is that one, my natural expansion. Because I get 4 victory points for holding 1 or more objectives. So there is 0 incentive for me to expose more of my force. But Simon has to expose his force every turn if he wants to get good primary. And I kid you not, I just lined up here with my basic bitch fucking guard list and just hoed Simon down every time he walked onto that objective. Even when he tried to attack past it, I just ignored those units and just kept blasting what went into the objective. It got to the point where Simon, as a take and hold player, was like, I'm not going to move on to the objective. It's actually costing me more points. It's actually like, I should just hold these 2 and just ignore this one. And even then, that's not a great solution, because the moment he did that, I went trap. Well, sorry, not these ones. I went trap. Yeah. So the moment that he because then he wasn't moving into the middle, he didn't have any real way of countering me over here. So I just went little squad, bang bang. So I have every way of diddling Simon, and Simon has no way of diddling me. There's Taken Hold has no counterplay into disruption. Taken Hold has no way of the only way Taken Hold can stop disruption from scoring points is if Taken Hold doesn't go after its own primary. Max Dealey, I am very aware you cannot trap the same terrain feature more than once. It didn't matter. I trapped this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. And between that and me killing units that went onto objectives that I had then trapped, I maxed out my primary with 3 points to spare. I think that was a terrain modeling issue. The mid should provide LOS blocking from your home. I mean, it does until you go into it. Think about it, Average White Shark. If you look at the terrain map, there's actually more cover on the one that I did because there's more fucking walls. Like, this has only got 4 little bits of cover. Mine's got 1 giant fuck off mega bit of cover, including these little bits. I actually made it even more. Footprint is all that matters. Exactly, nerf or nothing. Exactly. It would have been harder for Simon if we had been playing on the proper terrain. Proper terrain. I think this terrain is more than acceptable because footprint's all that matters. And GW told us we could put whatever we want on those footprints. They literally said that. And I am taking them at their word until the tournament scene ruins it for everyone. Yeah. So it was just very difficult for. Now I'll tell you this. What would the situation have been like if my list was more optimized for this kind of matchup? I think it would have been worse for Simon because all I would have needed to do to make this list more optimized is just have like more. Honestly, if I had like 4 or 5 units of like little units of like cavalry, would have been insane. Absolutely insane. Just being able to go like just being able to have like basically like 15 plus D6, basically an average of 18 to 19-inch move on demand. Just be like, boop, boop, boop. I could have trapped so much. I would have actually maxed out earlier on. Like I was still trapping into the end of like turn 5. If I could have, if I really got into this, I'd probably max out my primary by turn 3, and then I could just kill everything on turn 4, turn 5. I don't need to worry about primary. Yeah. The plunging fire and take aim stack, speaking on terrain, second floor seems advantageous. Yes, because currently they stack. Obviously, it could change. Plunging fire basically didn't come up. It came up. We tried out plunging fire once. It didn't make a big difference. So Taken Hold just kind of cooked. I cannot say if Taken Hold is entirely cooked. I can tell you that Taken Hold into disruption is unfair on Taken Hold. Who knows if Taken Hold has got a better chance into Purge or another one. But this pairing of missions, of asymmetrical missions, was not balanced. Definitely not. Especially from the beginner point of view that we were doing this from. If you were two new players and you played this, you would think it was unfair. And so there'll be a lot of people that go, oh, well, when it's fully optimized, it'll be a closer game, blah, 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 blah. Yes, but right now, we're all beginners. And if you're 2 new players and you do that matchup, your impression is going to be not good. I think there's a very, very, very good reason why they introduced the mirrored world mechanic, where both sides do the same primary mission. If Simon, and I'll tell you this, if Simon and I had both been doing the same primary mission, I think the game would have been more enjoyable. I strongly suspect, but I will not confirm it at this juncture because we do not have all the information. I strongly suspect this asymmetrical shit is going to go the way of gambits, secret missions, and challenger cards. I think it's a cool, interesting idea that that already from a beginner point of view is broken, and when people start optimizing into it and working out the best way of doing it, it's going to get worse. Ask yourself this question, guys. Is this going to get better or worse when people start optimizing into it? It's obvious which direction it's going to go in. Yeah. So I will have to see, but this first pairing of missions was not balanced. So that was one thing I was right about. I was wrong about shooting being, well, I was half wrong about shooting being fucked because it was just basically, it comes down to, it's just going to determine which kind of shooting people take. I was wrong about the Rogal Dawn. It does feel good. I was wrong about the Cadians. They feel better. I was right about the Kriegers. I was right about the Hellhounds. I was right about Met Guard. And I was right about the missions. Well, from what we can tell so far, I was right about the missions. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. There you go. I think that's the... King Hazard, maybe it'll force people to build more into things, though. I think it will do, but I think that will just potentially encourage skew lists. I think I personally, I believe the way this is going to, if I was to be pessimistic about this, I think this is going to lead to a rock, paper, scissors situation where certain force dispositions are better into other dispositions and weaker into others. And that will lead very quickly to, oh, you've got taken hold, I've got disruption. Okay, yeah, I've won that. Oh, you've got purge and I've got disruption. Oh, yeah, I've lost that. I think it will lead to, I think they will have been balanced, but on a macro level, not on a micro level. And weirdly, that will make them very unbalanced and won't be good for the health of the game.
When it comes to fighting crime,
I'll tell you this. If Simon and I had both just done Taken Hold, if Simon and I had both just done Disruption, this game would have been fun, close, and tight. I think the asymmetrical thing is a step too far. Based only on this particular matchup, all right? I'm not a wait and see kind of guy, and I'm saying we probably need to see more matchups, but this is my impression of this matchup. Would infiltrators / scouts have helped Simon, especially if he went first? I think it could have done. So if Simon had gone first, he probably could have stopped me getting like 15 turn 1, but I don't think he would have stopped me getting all 3 of those objectives. Because if you look, you don't need to control the because this is the thing that Simon and I both had this sort of light bulb moment. There's no objective control involved with this because there can't be any objective control involved with this because you're not trapping objectives, you're trapping terrain. And there's no like, OC only applies to objectives, it doesn't apply to terrain. So if you read this, one friendly unit within range of one objective, excluding your home objective, or within, not wholly, one terrain area that is not within your deployment zone that you have not yet trapped. So that terrain area is trapped. Place one of your operation markers within that terrain area. So I can get a single tippy toe corner of any one of my models at any point on this objective. Doesn't matter if I'm 1 OC and my opponent's got 100 OC on there, I can trap it. Same with any of these terrain pieces. So realistically, Simon, even if Simon sort of boxed me in a little bit more, I just don't think he can stop me getting all of the, especially if I've gone more optimized, and I'm like, I've got lots of like small little units that I'm just darting out there to do objectives and stuff. I don't think there's much he can do to stop me from getting what I want to get. Pixie, he would also score big for taking 3 objectives in the first turn. I don't think so, because he only gets 2 points per objective he controlled that he didn't control at the beginning of his turn. So like, even if Simon had 1, 2, 3, he gets 6 points. And he could only really sort of do that once. Yeah. Because yes, he could then go, oh, well, I'll move another, and then let's say I blast that unit off, so he goes, I'll move another unit on there. But he had, if you look at the, let me just check this. That's fair, yeah, at the end of your turn. Yeah, so the problem is that Simon can move on here and gain 2 victory points if he didn't already control it. But then I can shoot him to death and I gain 3 victory points. So I get out of that exchange, I get +1 point over Simon. That's the problem. So yeah, it literally got to the point where I was like, I'm not going to move on to this objective because I don't want to control it. And then Simon moves on it and then he controls it when he didn't already control it. I was like, I just won't move on to it. Now, Simon could move on and gain like 2 points then potentially. But if he already has like units on it, I don't want to go on there and take it off him. Like, that's the thing. Oh, he's already got units on it. Okay, well, I don't want to take it off him because then he gets 2 victory points for taking it back off me. So I'm just like, okay, I just won't take it. It actually makes sticky objective a bad thing in take and hold as well, in a funny sort of way. Well, no, I suppose not. I suppose he could have taken it and got 2 more victory points, but then I kill him off it and I get 3 victory points. So in that exchange, I'm getting 1 more victory point over him. Yeah. There probably was a way Simon could have got a bit more primary out of it, but there's no way he would have got enough. There's no way he would have got enough to match me. Like, looking back on it now, maybe that's one way we approached the mission incorrectly. Simon could have maybe got a couple of points out of this objective each turn, but every time he would have got 2 points out of it, I would have got 3 points out of it. Yeah. And again, even if Simon could have optimized his play a little bit better, you've got to understand that my play wasn't particularly optimized either. So for everything that Simon could have done better, I could have done something better, and it wouldn't have changed the outcome. Yeah. Oh, well, for example, recon may be able to take a hold, but worst detachment might be disruption. So the thing is, a lot, yes, detachments will affect force's position. And yes, that could make a big difference. But remember, I can put whatever units I want into whatever detachment I want. There's nothing that stops me from putting all my Lima Russes inside recon. And if that gets me a better fucking detachment and a better disposition, that's much easier to score. I'll obviously do that.
There's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
Maybe a soldier, your home objective might have helped him. He got to my home objective on turn 5. Turn 4, turn 5. At that point, I didn't care. I was like, yeah, okay, you can have it. That's too far ahead on primary. It definitely wasn't, again, from the perspective of beginners, it definitely wasn't balanced. And Simon had to do a lot more work than I had to. And that was his words, not mine. Maybe over the fullness of time, things will switch around and get mixed up and all that kind of stuff. But it did not feel balanced on a fundamental level. I think if I was to build into this mission, obviously, if I was to build this mission, I think I could have maxed even more. Yeah. Mac IQ 100, but with Sticky, he can score and stop you from scoring in subsequent turns because he's not putting units on it for you to kill. I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Mac IQ. It's still not a good equation because if Simon Sticky's that objective, then I'll take it off. You know, let's say he Sticky's it and then moves like let's say Sticky's it. If I kill him off it and put 1 unit on there, I've got 3 victory points. Simon misses out on 3 victory points. Then Simon takes the objective back and he gets 2 victory points for doing that. So, okay, rather than so even if he Stickies it, if I take a guardsman squad, put like a few OC on there and take it back, basically, I mean, and this is the thing, best case scenario, Simon could equalize what I do when this is the way I do it. Best case scenario, Simon could equalize me when he's trying his absolute hardest, whilst I am like just casually trapping stuff. So again, like I said, Simon goes bang, 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 holds all of those, gets 9 points. And I go, hold that one, 4, kill 1 unit, 3, trap 1 thing, 2, that's 9. So best, and then if I just go, oh, well, I'll just trap 2 things. Now I'm ahead again. And all I need to do to make this not the ideal scenario for Simon and for me to come out ahead is go, okay, well, I'll kill you off this. And if I move on to it to take you off it, like let's say it's like to deny it, and you kill me off it, you get 8, and I still get my easy 9. And here's the thing. Yeah. That's it. So however you slice it, I'm getting an easy 9 every turn, and I did get an easy 9 every turn. Simon has a hard 8. He has a hard 8. And that's assuming, and that equation only gets worse if I deny him this one and this one. And here's the thing. I don't need to move units on here to deny Simon his objective. I can just shoot him off. So, and that's what I did. So I'll just go, I'll blast you off that one. I'll blast you off that one. If you then move on to that one and that one, you've got 7 points, but I'm getting 9. Yeah. The equation only gets worse on the take and hold perspective. Like peak take and hold only equalizes mid disruption. Does Apollo's, the problem is the lack of counterplay. If your opponent could clear traps as an action, you score end of game based on how many traps are remaining. This would be a much more fun mission. I agree. But then if you clear them, but then I think what happens is then that becomes too swingy against the trap one. It just doesn't work. That becomes too swingy for the trap. Then the trap mission's dog shit. You know what I mean? Because someone could just untrap all of your objectives, like final turn or something. I don't know. And how would untrapping even work? You've already scored the points. Yeah. Simon and I both came to the same conclusion. That there's probably going to be one force disposition which is better than the rest, and everyone's going to take that one. And if you're a faction which can't take that one, you'll just be a worse faction. That was the conclusion that we came to. Yeah. I don't think the asymmetrical thing is going to last that long, guys. I just don't see it. I think there's going to be too many horror stories about it. Yeah. But the asymmetrical thing doesn't actually take away from... it didn't take away from the enjoyment of the game. It was just like, well, it's a bit fucked. And I said to Simon, well, you know what? Next time we'll just do Mirrored World and see how that feels. Yeah. Yeah. We just need to do it. We'll try Mirrored World next time and see how that one feels. But look. Bring in all... Oh, one last thing to mention on the whole 11th edition thing is it did not play any quicker. It didn't play any quicker at all. I had forgotten how long... I mean, yes, there's an element of we were still... Obviously, we were sort of learning 11th. But there's actually two last things I want to say. It didn't play any quicker. And I think the thing that kind of... I don't know if this means anything, but we got to turn 5 and we just talked it out because it was really obvious. Like, oh yeah, just that. Yeah, okay, cool. So the turn 5 2-minute talk out is still present in 11th. I don't know if that was a big problem, or if anyone cared about it, but you're still going to have people talking out the last turn of the game. Overall, if I was to sum up my thoughts on 11th edition after this one game, I'd probably give it like... I don't know. I'm going to be honest to myself, is that like a fun game for Simon? It was definitely less fun for Simon than it was for me. Definitely. He felt like it was an uphill battle from minute 1 for him. If I was to sum this game up, I would... So, in summary, what are my thoughts on 11th edition 40k? It's fine. Is it utterly dog shit and dead? No. Do I think it's an absolute mega slam dunk? No. Did it make me want to Did it make me want to throw all of my other game systems in the bin and go back to just playing Warhammer 40k? No. Did it make me want to stop playing Warhammer 40k? No. I found after my honest take on this, you know, I could be there dooming on it, you know, oh, 11th edition is ruined, but I would be lying to you. It was a fine game to play. Not great, not terrible, just right down the middle. I feel like 6.5 seems a little harsh because sometimes people see like a 6 as like a negative number. 7 seems almost too positive. So maybe like a 6.5 out of 10. Just off these first impressions. 6.75, yeah. 6.75, yeah. Yeah, honest take with only 20% of the rules. It was a fine game. Yeah, it was fine. Like, I didn't look. Obviously, we've only got a limited perspective here, but I think the thing I would say is regardless of what comes out, I don't think it would have changed the fundamental aspects of what we encountered. Like, they could release a whole bunch of new stuff, but it's not going to change that the terrain is -1 ballistic skill and how that felt versus +1 to your save, right? It's not going to change, like, hidden in the way we interacted with it. It was Garrus and Necrons. 7. Would it be a 7 with Mirrored World? Ooh. I'd give it... If we'd both been doing this... If we'd both been running around trapping things, I would give it a 7. Because we both... It would have been, like, really cool having, like, teams of, like, sappers. Like, worming their way down the flanks. And I think that would have been better because... There would have been an element of like trying to kill your opponent's action monkeys whilst keeping yours alive so that you can trap things and they can't, and that they're forced to start trapping things with their more powerful units, and then powerful units aren't doing damage. I think if we had done Mirrored World and we had done both done Disruption, it would have been a more fun game for both players. By far. I might even give it a 7.5 on that one. Minimum 7 at that point. That's what I would say. I would say it was probably a 6.5 for me, a 6 for Simon, and if we'd both done Disruption, it would have been a 7. So, long story short, I am looking for... So, like I said at the beginning of the very stream, I'm looking forward to playing more 11th edition. It's definitely not... I've not played that game and gone, this is shit, guys. Like, here's the thing. Like, sometimes if you don't give like the most ball-washing, ringing endorsement, people think that you're like dooming on something. I'm not. This was a perfectly fine game, relatively enjoyable, with relatively enjoyable with an epic moment like the Bulgrin holding down the Necron advance for a long time. That was pretty cool. The terrain looked better. Aesthetically, the game looked a lot better than 10th edition. Do I think it's better than 10th edition? Someone asked that in chat. Yes. Yeah. But mostly because I was very bored of 10th edition. The problem with saying the problem with Mirrored World for every mission is that it might become like 10th edition where it gets very boring and very samey. That's my only concern. Yeah. But yeah, it was all right. I'm looking, like I said at the beginning of the stream, it was reasonably enjoyable. But it hasn't made me go, oh, I can't be bothered going to that K47 tournament this weekend. I'm going to, what do you call it? I'm going to sack it off and get some more Bulgrin or something painted up. Yeah. Yeah, it's right. It's aight. Yeah. cool, German dude. It's aight. Yeah. Yeah. So, look. Hey, I'm someone that's been pretty doomy on Warhammer 40k recently, and I'm taking a look at the edition and going, it looks all right. Like I said, I always try and be honest in my assessment. And look, credit where credit's due. There were some interesting things going on in the game. There you go. And I think it's better than 10th. Based on very limited information. Very, very limited. But the core mechanics that we got to try out, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I think that's about it, really. I'll take any questions from chat, basically. Was the hidden rule annoying for shooting armies? No, it was equally useful to both shooting armies. I was able to hide some stuff, and Simon was able to hide some stuff. Yeah. The core rules may shift it a bit, so let's hope that the core rules hammer out the rough spots. Yeah, exactly. I tell you what, though, I think you're going to have another 100-page FAQ. Do you know what I mean? Is indirect dead? I didn't use indirect because I wasn't confident in... I was worried it would muddy the waters because it's not clear how indirect's going to work in the game. How do you suspect a melee YOLO army would feel? We'd have to see... The thing is, if you were to go a melee YOLO army, you'd probably go down a purge route, and we don't know what the purge... Well, we know what one of the purge missions is, right? But we don't know what it is into. Let me have a look. Let's see where did they show off the bloody purge stuff? They showed it off on one half of it, didn't they? I think it was how your army affects your mission. Oh. Oh, no, we can't. I was like, we could have done purge into death trap, but we can't because that's purge into disruption, but we don't know what disruption would be into purge. Yeah, okay. So start your turn, select 1 to 3 enemy units that are on the battlefield and within range of objectives and or that destroyed one or more friendly units in the previous turn. If you can't select one unit that is on the battlefield, or one or more friendly units in the previous, if you cannot select one unit that's on the battlefield. Okay. It does start your next turn. It's condemned. One or more condemned units in the battlefield for this turn. 5 VP. So yeah, you get to pick, right? So you just pick like the nearest. If they're not an objective, you just pick the nearest one and then go and eat them. Yeah, so that's kind of feels like it's one or more condemned units. That does kind of you're picking. So that does kind of feel like that's an easy 5 there. Second battle and onwards, you control one or more objective markers, excluding your home objective. You control more objectives than your opponent. End the battle, you control your opponent's home objective. I think that purge is an easy 9 every turn. I don't think it's an easy... Yeah, I think that purge is an easy 9 every turn. I doubt you're going to control more objectives than your opponent. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. I think it's an easy 9. Yeah. Easy 9. Because you're just going to pick like one super easy to kill enemy unit that's like right in front of you. Mash that, get 5 VP. Make sure you're holding one objective. Make sure you're holding a natural expansion. Yeah. That's an easy 9. I don't know if you'll get the extra 5. That could be tricky. Yeah. What we got? So yeah, if you're going for a full YOLO army, you're probably going to go Purge, and I think that would then obviously that will depend on the different forces position, the different missions that Purge gets into different forces positions. TO just can't, man, like TO just can't just slap Mirrored World on because that can fuck one person's army list over if they build for a different mission. It would, mad like it would have to be in the rules pack. Like we're playing these 5 Mirrored World missions. Yeah. Have Dream, now that you're hands on, thoughts on what kind of unit is king this edition? I think it massively depends on your I think there's going to be a real risk of people building for absolute mega damage dealers. Because I think people will cotton on to the lethality thing fairly quickly, and then they'll just go, well, I could fuck... Because, like, how do you stop someone? Here's the thing, right? Think about this. How do you stop someone from doing lots of trapping? You kill them, and then they can't trap anything. How do you stop someone from taking and holding? You fucking kill them all, and then they can't take and hold. I could very easily envisage a world where people go, I'm going to take Purge, and all I'm going to do is kill you. I feel like there could be all of these really big brain ideas that you could do with these missions. And then some smooth brain Ogrin just comes in and goes, if I smash, they cannot score. And I think that could be, yeah, I think that could be a potential playstyle. I'm not sure. I'm not saying that doesn't happen in every game. It absolutely can. It absolutely can happen in every war game. It absolutely can. I'm not saying that is a fault of 11th edition. What I'm saying is that could be a fault of wargaming in general. You guys know I love Conflict 47. That could absolutely be a problem in Conflict. 100%. If someone just went, well, if I just take like 27 Ursus and just bum everyone with those. You know? Yeah. I don't know if it is the World Eaters edition, Halfin. Maybe. I do worry a little bit World Eaters might end up laminating themselves against multiple overlapping lines of Custodes. But maybe not. Yeah. Okay, let's have a look at the super chats here and see what people are saying. So Newbie, thank you for the super chat, man. List review in stream discussion, pictures, 1K Krieg versus Death Guard. Let's have a look, man. Evening all, hope all is well. I had a 1K game with a friend last weekend. Went full on vibes and even thought we were both rusty. We got a few things wrong. We had a blast, but his brother sadly has tempted him to the meta chasing with their Death Guard, taking the Flyborn host and taking that nasty Lord of Contagion with rejuvenating spawn, aka regains full wounds and even if he dies or too much he gets up. So I've had to go a bit meta myself, and here's what I came up with our next game. I'm doing a lot of proxy due to Krieg models, but it works out the way they got. Also pictures of the board from last weekend. Lost 7 to 9, turn 4. I had to wrap it up due to time. I mean, it's always going to end up in an arms race, 40k. Well, any game is. You have to be really, really resistant to doing that. If you want to avoid it, obviously. Cadian Command Squad, Commissar, Cadian Blob, 10 Death Corps, 10 Death Corps, Big Squad of Bulgrin, Rough Riders, Hellhound, Hellhound. I mean, you've got a pretty fluffy list there, man. Hey, that looks alright. That looks kind of cool. Is that the 10th edition terrain or the 11th edition terrain. It looks almost like 11th edition terrain, that. This is how much space is going on in the back there. I mean, that does look cool. That does look very cool, man. Nice. It looks proper, you know? 9th and 10th. It looks cool, man. Oh, I love it. Forward, Guardsmen! Forward to victory! Your Emperor is watching you. You will not shame him. That's cool, man. Yeah, they look great, bro. That looks like a ton of fun, man. Good job. Excellent stuff. What do we got after that? Lungu Grungus, thank you for super chat, man. No beef intended. Why do you praise 36 bikes and 6 storm doors, but doubt 6 hippogriffs and 6 armor sentinels? Slightly less real estate, but similar wounds.
There's only one man keeping the streets safe
Because
while keeping it real.
36 bikes and 6 storm boys are so obviously going to fuck someone. I mean, dude, you could. I mean, I'm not. I think 36 bikes and 60 boys is a bit of a meme list. B, is that equal in points? Is 36 bikes and 6 storm boys equal to 6? It can't be. It can't be. That must be a 2,000 point list, right? Yeah. Why, Lungus, you're comparing the wrong two things. You're comparing like you're comparing a full army to a little bit of an army. I think I could get behind 6 hippogriffs and 6 armor sentinels if, you know, I knew what else was going in the list and what was supporting it to maybe get it to victory. But it just feels like 60 storm boys is going to just jump across the board and start battering people. It feels like 6 hippogriffs are going to diddle across the board and diddle people. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's gut instinct. It's gut instinct, man. That's my... I don't think about things. I just do. All right? Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. So did we beat 11th already? I'm back to K47. Like maybe a little bit. No way. No, I'm joking. No, I don't think we've got enough of a picture for 11th edition to know if it's been figured out yet. I don't think so. I do think 11th edition, if I was to have one concern for 11th, it's that it might be relatively easy to figure out. Any game is, a lot of war games are relatively easy to figure out, but I think the problem with 11th is that it's relatively easy. I think the problem could be it's relatively easy to figure out, to solve the puzzle, and then we don't have any self-control in the 40k community, so everyone will just take the most broken shit. Whereas it's very easy to figure out what works in a game like K47. Take Max Shrekwolf and a Max Ursus, you know, do you know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. But people just don't, because it's a different game. People restrain themselves. There's a bit of community policing in that game. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Did you use the worm? We need the worm. Show us the worm. Cosmic, I don't feel comfortable showing my worm off to 337 people in stream. I'll do it quickly. There you go. Harvest Dream, thank you for super chat. Just restocked an Iron Brew. Turns out it's cheaper than Coca-Cola here. Never imagined it would be better to do the brew than guzzle down a big black Coke. Ah. Oh. Oh no. Fuck's sake. Florida Eccentric, thank you for the super chat, man. Another hobby update and paints used earlier in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look, man. Hey, that looks all right. A proxy I found Adepticon I'm using as a normal German officer and paints my Falchion Mega earlier. Talasar blue contrast coats, skeleton horde contrast tan and cream color cloths, snakebite leather contrast wrist packs, black legion contrast boots and other black items, Baliscanium grey, I know that one as well, yeah. And artillery briefcases, army painted broadsword silver, scrag brown rifle stocks, Mornfine brown, Aldeni rifle stocks and straps, Agreros tunes, changeover latest 2 gun straps. Nice. Did you paint that model, man? That looks great. Cool. Very, very cool. Nice. Thank you. The model looks awesome, man. And thank you for the hint. Thank you for the breakdown on the colors. I definitely should check out that Talasar blue. It looked really, really nice. It looked really good. The blue was what really was the color I was very interested in. Yeah. But it's good to know what they all are. I've got most of those, to be fair, so I could actually try it out a little bit myself. Nice. Oh. All right. We've done all of the 11th edition stuff, but I haven't talked about the new guard detachments. Let's have a look. I need another Wii, though. Oh, fuck, I clicked the wrong thing. Ree! Alright, that's right, I figured it out again. Chat, give me the breakdown of the new... Are the new Space Marine detachments utterly broken? I heard some people saying they were. Yes. Excellent. All right. Let's go to the guard. Okay. Detachments. All right. The heavy transport one is absolutely busted as fuck. Nice. I heard someone say like you had like a Redeemer with like a 40-inch threat range or something crazy. Scout line rated 9, then advance and get out and kill stuff. 11th edition will feel the pain. A 40-inch threat range on a Land Raider. Wait, so you scout 9. How far does the Land Raider move? 10, so that's 19. And then you advance D6? Or is there an auto advance situation going on here? They've got 12-inch move. Oh. Oh. So that's a 21-inch. So it's 9 plus 12. That's 21-inch. And then you advance. Can you advance and get out? Is that the question? I'm going to look at this thing. Let me have a look. Let me have a look at this Warlock. I'm only going to glance at it briefly. And it's magnificent. It's magnificence. Yes, because of Assault Ramp. Ah. So you move 12. So you scout 9. Then you move 12. Then you advance 3 inches. Then you get out 3 inches. And then you charge. So that's like 9 plus 12 is 21. Advance is 24. Disembark 27. It's get out 6 inches. It's get out 6 plus D3. Wait. Right. I'm looking at this right now. Each time a started unit from your army disembarks from a transport that made a normal or advanced move this phase, that disembarked unit can make a normal move up to D6 or a normal move of D3 plus 3. Instead of that transport is a heavy transport, see below. Heavy transports are land raiders, 14 wounds or more. Okay. So, is there a tip of the spear? Oh, so you can only tip of the spear one unit. I mean, it's a hell of a unit, don't get me wrong. But you can't. I thought you could do that with like multiple land raiders. Right, you can get inside. No. You can deep strike the other one, turn one. Lol. You can't get out after and charge after deep striking. We've established this with the last attachment that tried this. Right? So you just go. My first land raider. Okay. Controversial opinion. It might not be that bad. It's a lot of points. It's a lot of points. Land Raider with, I mean, what's the transport capacity of a Land Raider? Like 12? So, and Terminators take up like 2 spots each, right? 14, it still doesn't matter because it just means you're going to have like, you're not going to take a 7-man squad of Terminators, are you? Because of what you pay for them. So, is this like a Dark Angels thing? You put like 5. I mean, you could put like 5 Inner Circle Knights in there. I think the way you'd play it, it's going to be Victrix and Sword Bros. Yeah, that's probably true. Land Raiders 220. How much are Victrix and Sword Brethren respectively? Because Land Raiders 220. Then you've got probably like 180 points for the unit. So that's 400. Then the cap, it's a 500 point yeet. Or more. 550 point yeet. I don't know, man. It's a lot. And you will lose all of that. I tell you what, I think it'll be utterly fucked in certain matchups. But I think in others it'll... I tell you what, it's going to absolutely... It's going to butt fuck all of the like hyper elite armies with no screening. Yeah. 1,000 point yeet that if you go first, you literally win the game. Yeah. Let me tell you, I think I can absolutely believe it's going to be a problem. I can absolutely believe it. Especially in 11th edition. As someone as a self-proclaimed 11th edition expert, that would be inconvenient. Yeah, GW's got to shift all those land raiders before they legends them. Yeah, that's pretty spicy. I'm not going to disagree with you, chat. That's pretty spicy. All right. I'm going to go for a piss, and then we're going to look at the 2 new guard attachments. All right? All right. Back in a second. I believe you're a high catastrophe. I absolutely believe you, man.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real. Indeed.
Oh, 1 second. Oh. I'm gonna sneeze. Pardon me. So whilst I was having a piss, I was just checking the reaction on Reddit to the Space Marine attachments to the Warhammer competitive Reddit, which is a pretty good subreddit to be fair. And someone pointed out that the Storm Raven qualifies for all of this. So the Storm Raven can carry a dreadnought and it can carry like a whole bunch of guides. So actually, this is way worse than you think because you could actually end up with like, is it what like put the Storm Raven in hover mode, and you could end up with like 2 units of like sword bros, 2 dreadnoughts, and 2 Storm Ravens in someone's like face like turn 1. That's something crazy. Just absolutely just batter the fuck out of them. Yeah. Like, I don't know if you go Repulsor, not Repulsor, Redemptor or Brutalis. I don't know what the best option is. Yeah. I think Blood Angels will love that detachment. Because Death Company only take up like 1 slot each. I don't know how good Death Company are these days, though. They're probably not as good as they once were, are they? They used to all get like power weapons and power fists and stuff. They don't do that anymore now, do they? Yeah. It looks pretty, pretty... That detachment looks like it's going to be a problem. But hey, you know what? It's all right, guys, because the new edition's coming around soon, and that'll they won't be able to use it in the new edition, right? Right? Yeah. All right. Couple of super chats. And then we'll get into these new guard detachments. Okay. So, let's have a look here. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Hobby update in stream discussion. More zombies. Someone meme this. Second wave. So what? You want me to meme this? So. Well, you nut, but she don't stop sucking. Second wave zombies in the queue and finish my air observer. Nice. Hey, looking good, man. Are you turning all of the free sprues into zombies? Brilliant. Like everything is a zombie if you believe. Nah. Cosmic's like, yes, all of these black powder troops will be zombies. I love it, man. That's actually awesome. All the ceremonial troops of Bohemia will become zombies. Yeah. It's a good idea. Anything can be a zombie if you try hard enough. Yeah. All right. I love that, Cosmic. That's great. Cheese Master, thank you for super chat. Are you ready for Hippogriff Takes next? Dude, I'm ready. Hey, man. I thought there was some compelling arguments made on the YouTube video. If I didn't think they were compelling, I wouldn't have put them in my list. And I always try and keep an open mind about these kind of things. It's why I feel it's slightly unjustified that people think I just irrationally don't like the Rogel Dawn, when actually I do like the Rogel Dawn. It's because people didn't appreciate that I was coming at it from a different perspective with the terrain that I was playing on. Yeah. But people are like, no, Morning is Rogel Dawn. No! And it's like, no, I have tried it many times. It just doesn't work on fucking WTC terrain. Oh, man. So, no, I am more than happy for you to give me some Hippogriff takes. And, hey, look, I'll try the Hippogriffs out, and we'll see who ends up being right. And if you're right, I'll say it. You know I have no issue with saying it. And if I'm right, then suck my dick. Trevor, thank you for super chat, man. List with all my Titanic units for the new detachment in Discord. Viable as an okay meme list or crap? Baneblade, Doomhammer, 10 Ratlings and 3 Bulgrin in the Doomhammer, 2 Tech Priests, 1 with Engine Speaker, Hippogriff, 10 Krieg, Home Objective, Hellhound, Allied Knight Castellan. I mean, it's a skew meme list, so it will do exactly what every skew meme list does, and it will either stat check your opponent and get you a win, or basically you're basically playing Imperial Knights, where the problem's going to be if your opponent didn't bring enough anti-tank, you automatically win the game, which can be fun for a bit, but can sometimes feel a little unsatisfying after a while. Or you play a game where someone did bring enough anti-tank, at which point your list completely falls apart, and then it's not very satisfying for you when you just get battered. It's just I'm not shitting on you, Trevor. It's just a typical meme list, a typical skew list. I've done many of them in my time, and they always basically go the same way. Whether it's pure infantry or pure Titanic, they all basically go the same way. It's a stat check. If your opponent can beat it, your list falls apart. If they can't, you win. So, is it viable? Yes. Would I have it as a main go-to playstyle for every game. No, I'd bust it out for a fun local RTT, but every so often. There you go. All right. Now, you did mention some stuff about the new detachment in your list there, so I think we should look at the new detachment because I'm very excited for it. We should make a stream highlight out of this. It'll save me having to record it tomorrow. All right. Gentlemen, ladies, small furry creatures from Alpha Centauri, Games Workshop has once again blessed us guard players. I think they're finally recognizing we are the Emperor's true finest and we deserve the best. No, don't look at the new Space Marine detachments. No, in fact, don't look at the new Space Marine detachments because today we're going to be looking at the new guard detachments that were just announced by Games Workshop. Now, earlier in the week, we got a little sneak preview. And I was actually going to make a stream highlight based on that sneak preview because I was like, that'll be good for this week and the rules will come out next week. But it turns out that GW was like, nope, you can have a sneak preview and the full detachment in the same week. So there we are. Now, with that said, the first one we're going to look at here is going to be Steel Hammer. The second one we'll look at will be Armored Infantry, and we'll split them out into 2 different stream highlights so you guys can enjoy them. I'll probably have them go out, it's Wednesday when I'm doing this, I'll probably have them go out on the Thursday or Friday. So we're going to look at Steel Hammer first because I know the guard community and you guys love your big Makov tanks. Now my gut, I've only glanced at this, so you're kind of getting a blind viewing on this. But my gut instinct on this attachment is it's the fun one. Not necessarily super powerful, but it's the fun one. However, I think it's perfectly possible for this attachment to win games, but probably due to the fact that it just encourages a skew list. And so you just go into a game with like 2 or 3 super heavies, and if someone can kill that, then you auto lose. And if someone can't kill it, then you auto win. It's kind of like basically Imperial Knights. It's Imperial Guard Knights, essentially. So let's have a look at the attachment. We'll zoom in a bit. You know what? Let's get our flavor text on, boys. Whilst infantry forms the backbone of many Ashman forces, heavy armor often serves as the mailed fist. Venerable battle tanks thunder across the battlefield propelled by promethium-hungry engines, their steel tracks grinding a path across all but the most formidable obstacles. The largest mechanical monstrosities, commanded by veteran tank officers and aces, are true war behemoths. Super heavy vehicles shielded by reinforced armor and bristling with enough weapons to reduce enemy armies to smoldering ruin. While with these ironclad giants at the fore, an Ashmanatarum armoured spearhead crashes over trench lines and under heavy fire, crushing infantry to bloody pulp beneath its tracks and reducing any armoured opposition to fragments of twisted scrap metal with roaring cannonades. Before such a tide of heavy metal fury, enemies are struck dumb with terror, their cover toppled or blasted to atoms, exposing them to the full wrath of the Emperor's steel hammer. Cool. I actually like that. I encourage more flavor text. Flavor text is fun. Flavor text is immersive. I think that's good flavor text. That's making me want, even without seeing the rules, that's making me want to play this detachment. Now, we already looked at Caesar's Cannonade a little bit in the last preview, but I guess it's good to briefly go over it here. So this is the detachment rule. Each time, and well, should we do the flavor text? Go on then. The heaviest Ashmanatan vehicles are adamantine behemoths whose armor is almost impenetrable. The crews of these colossal war engines need have no concern for the integrity of their vehicles, unleashing even the most violently destructive ordnance at point-blank range. Each time an Ashmanatan Titanic or Ashmanatan squadron unit from your army is selected to shoot, models in that unit can target enemy units within engagement range of that unit, including with blast weapons, provided no other friendly units are also within engagement range of that enemy unit. When doing so, such models do not suffer the penalty to hit roll for being within engagement range of one or more enemy units, excluding attacks made with indirect fire weapons. So no, you can't get your Basilisk into combat and then it shoot better. This is a good detachment rule, but not a great detachment rule. So there are going to be some visions flowing through your head right now of taking a behemoth and charging it into the enemy and then blasting them to pieces. And then you have to remember the actual order in which things happen, which is you shoot and then you charge. So the enemy will, if the unit you charge doesn't want to get buggered by a bunch of super heavies, they'll just fall back, and then your attach rule basically doesn't happen. And they might countercharge you with something, but they'll probably shoot the shit out of you, then charge you, and then your super heavy will probably die. How I see this being more useful is people trying to tag you as shit munchers, like little shitty knobheads who you can't get rid of. That's how I think this is good. This is an anti-getting tagged detachment. And I will say this, as someone who has now played an entire game of pseudo 11th edition, I used all the Warhammer community rules, I learned very quickly that the 2-inch engagement range makes it very easy for things to get tagged. So this could be a very, very good detachment, but not in 10th, but in 11th. When people are trying to like overrun and consolidate and all this kind of bollock stuff, and you can just be like, okay, you've tagged me. I'm just going to stay in combat and get my full capabilities. Yeah. So I think this is I actually think this will be more useful in 11th than in 10th. But that's my hot take. There's some keywords going on down here. Basically, you can give all of your Titanic units the character keyword if you want to, but you may not want to give them all the character keyword, because when you think about it, the more character keyword you hand out, the easier it is for your opponent to score assassinate. But as the designer's note says, this means that the selected units can be given enhancements, and one of them can be selected as your warlord. There you go. So this basically allows you to, it's kind of like how Necrons can put enhancements on Catan. We can now put enhancements on Baneblades, which is cool. So what are these said enhancements? The first one is Battalion Commander. I think this is an auto-include for every single Guard player based on principle alone. It's the Command Baneblade. Praise be! Oh. After we had a Command Baneblade in 9th edition, to be fair, but that was only very briefly. It feels like after 10 years, we finally got a Command Baneblade again. Oh. Yeah, it's taken so, it's as beautiful as the day that we lost it, man. It's as beautiful as the day that you lost it. High-ranking officers of armoured regiments may operate super heavy tanks as command vehicles, their orders blaring from hull-mounted loud hailers or crackling over internal vox channels. Astra Militarum Titanic character model only. The bearer has the voice command ability and the officer keyword and can issue up to 2 orders to Astra Militarum Titanic and squadron units. So he's a Titan he's a Titanic, so he can order himself and he can order another one. Great. Great. Love that. Now, what I do like about this attachment is that it does affect all of your squadron units as well. So this isn't just going to be like the pure Baneblade attachment. This is actually going to be like, you could take this attachment and just have like one super heavy in it with Battalion Commander, and then take a fully mechanized army after that, like Leman Russes, Rogal Dawns, infantry inside Chimeras, maybe some of the new Centaurs and stuff, right? And you would still get the full feeling of this because of how Ceaseless Cannonade works. So whilst there's a temptation to go, and I know what you're all going to say, no, Mordian, 3 Baneblades, 4 Baneblades. Okay, yes, you can do that. But I think double Baneblade is probably the way that it'll end up being the good balance between vibes and power. And then I think even just a single Baneblade could work. I tell you what, pure speculation, but if this attachment can get paired up with, what's it called? Hammer of the Emperor, with the new 11th edition detachment system, that would be amazing. Because you just take like one Baneblade and then you just like combine it with. Yeah, I mean that would literally be perfect, wouldn't it? Yeah. Anyway, next one, Titan Killer. Seeking to add another kill marking to their war machine, this glory-hungry tank commander seeks out and engages only the heaviest enemy assets. Ash Minotaur, Titanic character model only. Each time this bearer makes a ranged attack, you can re-roll the damage roll. This is pretty powerful. I see this. There's two ways you want to take advantage of this. One, on a Baneblade or a Hellhammer, because of the Demolisher Cannon. Two, on a, is it Storm Sword, which is like D6 plus 2 damage? Yeah. And then it also affects, even though you don't have the Demolisher Cannon, it does affect all of your Lance Cannons as well. So pretty much any Baneblade variant can benefit from this. Because of the las cannons and then Demolisher cannons, all the casemate ones have got a lot of different random shot damage there as well. Doomhammer, this could be useful in the Doomhammer for sure. It's good. Hey, it's full damage rerolls, and it's not just against enemy Titanic units; it's against anything. Full damage rerolls against all targets is powerful. Then we've got Engine Speaker. Ashmatown, Tepus Engine model only. Each time the bear uses its Omnicized Blessing ability until the start of your next command phase, add 3 to the move characteristic of the selected vehicle model. Any model. There's a few ways you could take advantage of that. That has a lot of choices. I agree, Sideswipe. That has a lot of choices. You could use that. You could use that on anything from a Stormlord packing heat. Because you could combine Engine Speaker with Assault Hatches because one's on the Tech Priest and one's on the Stormlord. So you could be like 18-inch move, Stormlord, jump out the Bullgrin, 21-inch move for the Bullgrin essentially, and then charge. So you could do that with it, or it could get you an extra 3-inch move on your Scout Sentinel early on. Where you go, okay, Al. But would that help you though? It's new command phase. Scout Sentinel's probably already fucked off, hasn't it? Maybe better on a Hippogriff if you want to do a scout more a scout without the scout Hippogriff. Would allow you to get Hippogriff to move. If you're like doing objectives or something, you could be like 12-inch move plus 3-inch move plus 3-inch engine speakers. That's 18 inches plus advance for another 3.5 inches. 3 or 4 inches. So that's like 22 inches. If that was in, if you could combine, my God, if you can combine this with Hammer of the Emperor, those Kazakin Tauroxes are going to be flying across the board. Yeah. Absolutely flying. I love the idea, Gaz 105, of putting this on a Cyclops demolition vehicle. What is my purpose? You go forward and then explode. Oh, God. That's got Emperor to you. Now off you go. We got... I can't say this. I'm gonna say it. People already think horrible things about this channel. We got V-Bid Wally before GTA 6. Wally! It's like... Oh, no. You know when, like, R2-D2 goes like, "Wah!" We got R2-D3 wound. R2-D3 mortal wounds. Before... Oh my god. There you go. R2-D3 mortal wounds. That's what we got. Yeah. There you go. Right. What have we got next? And then we've got assault hatches, which is obviously the one where you can, after it's been a normal move, the unit in that disembarks can still make a charge. So that's the whole, like, you can put 12 Bulgrin inside a Stormlord, move forward and jump out and batter people. Which is actually, you know what? It's actually quite funny because the Space Marines could do something similar with their Land Raiders, can't they? Yeah. Yeah. It's so for everyone. The entire game is... Does anyone feel like 11th edition is going to devolve maybe into everyone turn 1 charging each other? You could have Orcs turn 1 charging, Space Marines turn 1 charging, Guard turn 1... 11th edition is the full Send edition. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. 11th edition is just full Send. We got C4 for you, FU. Oh, man. The game is so much faster because you just talk. After T3, you just talk it out. Yeah, exactly. We're playing Pseudo Heresy, where there's only really 4 turns in the game. Now, memeing aside, because I know we've had a good giggle there. I do think Ceaseless Carnade is quite good and quite helpful. I like that it affects a variety of units. I think Battalion Commander is really flavorful and quite useful. I think the big thing about Battalion Commander is how many points it can save you. You no longer have to take like Lord Solar or Yarrick. You can just take the points for that. And those points being Steel, Hammer. It's 30 points. It's much. You can save 100, well, more than 100 points. You know, what the Supreme Command Blob comes out to what, like 260 points. You can now, just to order your Baneblade, now you can do it for 30. So I do think that Battalion Commander is actually really, really good. Titan Killer, I think, is really good as well. Engine Speaker, I think, is really good. Assault Hatches, I think, is a meme, but a fun one that you can absolutely build into. All of these enhancements, I actually see having play. So memeing aside and jokes aside, so far, I'm liking what I'm seeing. Is it better than Grizzled Company? On its own, debatable. If combined with Hammer of the Emperor, ooh, very, very maybe. Let's get to the... assuming we can combine with Hammer. We can't really know that for sure. When the full information comes out, I'll do a proper review of this. This is just like a first impression based off what GW showed us so far, you know. Stratagems. Engine of Wrath. An unstoppable end of destruction. This super heavy tank thunders forward, crushing enemies to bloody pulp beneath its steel treads. This was the one from the preview earlier, wasn't it? Where you, in the fight phase, select 1 Titanic unit. You get 6 extra attacks, and you get to improve the AP by 2. It's nice. The problem is that your super heavy still only hits on 4s, and AP -2 is nice, but you only damage 1. So it's okay, but I doubt there's going to be many situations when you want to fix... I mean, it could be useful for, like, tank shock and then finishing someone off with. It could be all right. You're not gonna fix Bayonets and Baneblade. That's the problem, though. The next one is Imposing Arrival. I think this one's very good. The arrival of a super heavy tank on the battlefield can swiftly turn the tide of a fight. Reinforce the step of your movement phase from the second battle round onwards. 1 Ashburn time Titanic unit from your army that is in reserves Set up your unit on the battlefield wholly within 8 inches of the battlefield edge and more than 6 inches horizontally away from all enemy units. Yeah, that one's really good. Oh my god. Notably doesn't restrict charging. Lol, what? Oh my god. Okay, that's definitely getting changed. That's amazing. Do you know why that's so good? Have you seen the 10th edition deployment zones? Bring it in on turn 3. Look at this. Look at all of this space where you could deploy it and how much you'd be able to shoot. Don't think about this in terms of 11th edition. Don't think about this in terms of 10th edition. 10th edition is dead. Let it die. Who gives a fuck, right? Think about this in terms of 11th. Look at all of this. It's just free real estate, guys. All of this is just free real estate. Someone's going to have to screen out your Baneblade, or it's going to turn up turn 3 and take the objective off them. Guys, deploy your Baneblade wholly within 8 inches. How far is it to get to that objective? What's that number there? 6. If your opponent doesn't screen out their objective properly, turn 3, roll onto their objective, take it. What they're going to fucking do? Just dump 8 OC from a Baneblade on it and just fucking point blank blast them. Combine that. I don't think you can do it turn 2 because that would... You can't go in... Well, assuming this is still the case from 10th to 11th, you can't come in your opponent's deployment zone on turn 2. You'd have to wait till turn 3. Yeah, with 4 twin linked heavy flamers. Yep. The strat isn't following the regular reserve arrival rules, right? One Ash Militar from your army that is in reserves. It says reinforcement step of your movement phase from the second battle round onwards. One Ash Militar from your army that is in reserves. Set up your unit on the battlefield wholly within 8 inches of the battlefield edge and more than 6 inches horizontally from all enemy units. Yes. I do believe it is broken. It doesn't say you're not setting it up from strategic reserves. Merely from reserves. That's so fucked. That's... Just drive the Beyblade on. Turn 2. And just have it as the command Beyblade. So it orders itself to take aim. It just drives on. Just fucks the opponent. Oh, that's amazing. That is amazing. I don't think we can do it on this one, though. Unfortunately, you couldn't just drive on this one. But you could drive on 8, and then if they've got anything on the objective, you could charge it to try and get on. So a little harder on, but look how much. Thing is, a little harder to get on the terrain here, but look how much easier it is to, like, once you're in, there's nothing blocking your line of sight. Like this one, it's like you know, you might have to deploy here, and they might have units hidden here, and you might not be able to, you know, to get sight on a good target. But then you're within their natural expansion, maybe. Yeah, if they're not careful, if the opponent isn't careful, you just bring on you bring on the outflanking Baneblade. And if your opponent screens you out, which they are very, very likely to do, well, you can bring it on all sorts of places. Yeah. I think your opponent will have to screen it out. If your opponent doesn't screen it out, they're in deep trouble. And even if they do screen it out, you don't care, because you just then bring it on as like a normal Baneblade and just start from turn 2 onwards. People are already going to be in the middle of the board. They're going to be like having shot, expose themselves, all this kind of stuff. So you just bring it on and just use it as like, okay, well, you spent all you watered down your initial push by screening out your backfield. That's fine. I'll just bring it on as I'll bring it on in my own fucking deployment zone and start blasting you with it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Lich Fan. Yeah, the amount of screening they'd have to do is already a win. Exactly. What we got next? Adamantine Behemoth. Barricades, trenches, bunkers, and ruins. These obstacles are ground to dust by the obdurate advance of Ashmalatarum armor. Your movement phase or your charge phase, one Ashmalatarum vehicle unit from your army that has not been selected to move or charge phase. Until the end of that phase, each time your unit makes a normal, advance, or charge move, it can move horizontally through terrain features. That's like crash through. This makes me think that they won't let us combine this and hammer, because then we'd have 2 crash through style stratagems, and then we could diddle fuck people with 2 Kazakin bombs in one turn, which would be bad for them. Shattering Salvo, 1 command point, or you could screw people with double Rogel Dawns and all that kind of stuff, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I don't think we'll be able to combine the 2. I bet they'll both be 2-point detachments or something, at least. Shattering Salvo, when you're shooting phase, just after an Ashmatarm Titanic unit from your army is shot, target that Ashmatarm Titanic unit. Effects: let one enemy unit hit by 1 or more of those attacks. Until the end of the phase, that enemy unit cannot have the benefit of cover. You see, this one looks like it might be good, but I actually think it might be shit. Because you have to... what you want to do is set the Baneblade up to ignore cover, not have the Baneblade setting everyone else up to ignore cover. Like, you want to be like firing the Hellhound and then firing the Baneblade. Yeah, exactly. If you aren't doing that, you ain't shooting right. Exactly. This one is bad. This one should simply be your Baneblade gets to ignore cover. Like one Ashmatarm Titanic unit, that unit ignores cover. That's the way it should have been done. The way it is right now, it's useless. Withering Firepower. When your shooting phase, just after an Ashmatarm vehicle unit from your army is shot, so it's any vehicle, so it's much more flexible. Target the Ashmatarm vehicle unit. Select one enemy unit hit by 1 or more of those attacks. That enemy unit must take a battleshot test or trap 1 for the test. That's pretty shite. That's pretty shite. Yeah. But unless Battleshock has radically changed, I don't put much stock and trade in that. Accuracy under pressure. Your shooting phase, 1 Ashmatarm unit from your army that has not been set to shoot this phase. Effect: until the end of the phase, each time a model unit makes attack, you can reroll the hit roll. Insanely good. Accuracy under pressure is insanely powerful. So this one is a meme. This one is a meme. This one is bad. This one is bad. This one is potentially amazing. This one is amazing. And this one is amazing. So 3 good ones. 3 very good ones. 1 memey one. 2 bad ones. Yeah, it's any vehicle. So 4 rolls to hit is really good. Yeah, you could use that on using that on I mean just using that on a Baneblade, guys. Fucking hell. You hit them with the Hellhound first, strip the cover, bang, 2 command points. You know how when I was doing my first impressions of 10th edition before, and I was talking about how the middle objective is just death. Imagine having like a Baneblade just parked here, and anytime someone moved on to the middle objective, you just blow them away. Because it doesn't say you have to like focus all your attacks on one unit. So you can just go 4 rolls to hit, and now I'm going to split my attacks onto whatever needs taken out. A flamer from a Titanic unit makes Shattering Salvo auto-activate. I mean, yes, but why would you be putting flamer? The thing is, why would you be putting flamers on this, on a Titanic, when accuracy under pressure just allows you to get more out of your heavy bolters? I mean, I just don't think this one's particularly good. I think you don't want to be using your Baneblade as a Hellhound. You want your Hellhound to support your Baneblade. Maybe it's a good to have in the bank if your Hellhound dies. It's a good backup stratagem, but it's not a go-to. People are probably going to take your Hellhounds out pretty quickly, so it's good to have it as a backup. To hit multiple units with different flamers. It's only one enemy unit. Sorry, mate. You can't. If you could select multiple units from it, it would be. I tell you what, man. If you could select multiple units, it would be really good. You could like remove cover from that one, that one, that one, that one. That would be awesome. But you can't. It's just one enemy unit. Okay, that's gash. That yeah, no, it is bad. I thought for a second, mate. I thought you were onto something. I was on your team. I thought you were on something, but then it just didn't pan out, unfortunately. So overall, my first impressions of this are obviously that it's pretty good. Not S tier, but if you're someone that likes guard tanks and you're someone that likes Baneblades, I think this is a detachment that you're going to use. And yeah, you'll win some games. Yeah, you'll lose some games. But I think you'll be able to, as a big tank lover, you'll probably feel right at home using this. I don't know if it beats Grizzled or Combined Arms. I genuinely don't. But I'm not looking at this and going, it's terrible, it's trash, it's bollocks. I'm looking at this and going, this looks at the very least reasonably looks reasonably powerful and fun to use. There you go. All right.
You heard me?
Let's have a quick look at the super chats. And then let's have a quick look at the super chats and then go through the go through the other detachment. This one might be super powerful, because remember when I said Hammer of the Emperor wasn't very good and it turned out to be amazing? This one might be like that, but at the very least it's reasonably powerful. What have we got next? We've got some super chats. MB Bros, thank you for renewing your channel membership, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. I also want to say a big thank you to MB Bros for the 30-month member flex. X-Force, baby. Yes. Thank you so much, man. Drop some stuff in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Good evening, MG. I'm sorry to report I have been able to do very little hobby in this last month. I've been working on customizing my skeletons, giving them some swords from the Perry Miniatures Knights. I've been working on my next army list for the old world. It's going to be a Norn army. Please let me know if it's too much power for a casual game. Captain of the Empire, Engineer, General of the Empire, Master Mage, 30 non-state troops with, no, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Man, I'll be honest, bro, that's a pretty soft known list. That's the perfect known list for yeah, that's the perfect known list for a casual game. I would just check that you can take mages. I have a feeling you can't take mages in a known list. I'd have to double check, but I have a feeling you can't take them. I feel like there's no magic in known, but I could be wrong on that. I don't know it well enough. Other than that, no, you look fine, yeah, as it does of power. I'm planning on picking up some units from Warlord and paying military to cut down the cost. I plan on buying the Imperialist Infantry Regiment box set from Warlord Games. It's a 24-man handgunners, so I would need 2. But I need to get my hands on some halberdiers, but I'm not sure the best kit for them. Preferably, I wish I could get my hands on some armored ones, but then I plan to get my hands on some cannons using the ACW American Civil War 90 American Civil War Artillery, 1861 to 65 Imperial Miniatures. I'll probably buy a legit Hellblaster Steam Tank. I also have a friend talking with Star Wars Legion, so we'll see what happens there. Pictures of what I've been working on. Hey, man, it looks cool. Dude, it looks like you've been absolutely smashing at the hobby front. Looks like you've been absolutely building the shit out of these skeletons, which is awesome, man. Cool. I like the weapon swaps you've done on them. Nice. Yeah, man, it looks good. It looks really good. I tell you what, bro. 1 minute. I think you should buy this for your empire. So this is the Lanchdeck Starter Army from Warlord Games. It comes with 96 plastic pikemen, 24 plastic Zweihanders, 24 crossbows or handguns. And then you get 4 metal officers, which you could use for your characters. And then you get this guy, which you could definitely use as an engineer with Hochland long rifle. Now, I know what you're thinking, but they haven't got halberds. They've got pikes. If you're just playing, are you just playing with your mates? I don't think there'd be any problem. Like, if you're just playing with friends, then they know that your infantry have got halberds, not pikes or spears. Yeah. So, and that gets you all of the infantry that you'd need, plus it would get you your some great swords as well. Yeah, you can even kit bash them into halberds if you had the time or inclination. You could do, but honestly, I think just use them as big fuck off pike boys. Yeah. You could maybe turn them into halberds, but it probably... I think if you're just playing amongst friends... Like, if I was playing against... Let's say I was playing against Simon, and he busted out this army and went, yeah, they've all got halberds. I'd be like, okay. I would have no issue with that being on Battle Report either. Yeah. So that might work quite nicely for you. There you are, man. But no, dude, MP Pros, looks like you've been... done all right, you know, getting a bit done. All gravy, man. All gravy. What do we got next? Red Scout, thank you for the super chat. POV, Mordian using Imposal Arrival, turn 2. All right, that's a good one. I'll give you that. That is a good one. Brilliant. All right. What do we got next? Lower Decks, thank you, Super Chat Man. Sir, the Overseer was late to the mines. He gave some excuses about being busy. We are in a shambles. How does the Overseer restore morale and trust? I think the beatings will continue until morale improves. Is the typical way. Yeah. The management incompetence will continue until morale improves. Is typically what I've seen in these situations. All right. All right, Lower Decks. Let's have a look at the next detachment. The pocket Beyblade will continue until GW nerfs us. Exactly. We've had one new guard detachment, yes. But what about second new guard detachment? Because we looked at the steel hammer detachment, but now it is time for the armored infantry, the infantry corps. So if a day in the corps, it's like a day on the farm. If we meal a banquet, if we pay take a fortune, if formation a parade, I love the corps. So this is one of the 2 new detachments that has been released as part of the Armageddon campaign book. And I think when we saw the preview of this one earlier, I thought this one looked very good. I haven't seen the full thing yet, so I'm kind of excited to see how this one ends up looking. So you kind of get, this kind of looks sort of a blind first impressions. Obviously, I'm going to be doing a sort of first impressions a sort of stream highlight now. But then later, you know, when 11th edition like fully lands and when we have like all the right points, including like detachment points, all that kind of stuff, I'll be doing a proper deep dive of this kind of stuff. So first impressions now, big review when 11th edition lands properly. All right, so let's get our flavor on and read some flavor text. The rattle of tracks and the hammering of gunfire heralds the advance of armored infantry. These forces are ideally suited to aggressively seizing strategic objectives, reinforcing buckling imperial lines, responding to enemy attacks, or capitalizing on strategic gains. The combination of well-trained and equipped infantry with armored transports is tried and tested. Transport vehicles lend their passengers speed and operational range far in excess of infantry operating on foot, provide protection on the way into battle, and offer fire support once the infantry have disembarked. In return, the troops can dig in, hold ground, and protect their transports from the enemy. Most often, the Ashmilitarum deploys its armoured infantry elements at company strength. They either work hand in mailed gauntlet with tank formations, or as mass assault elements which, when properly supported, can grind even the most elite foes into the dirt and secure the field for the armies of mankind. Nice. I do wonder if this hints to the fact that maybe this won't be a 3-point detachment in 11th. Like maybe it's just referring to the flexibility of the detachment rule. Maybe it's referring to the fact that you could combine, you know, maybe this one of the 2 new ones might be a 1-pointer. This might be a 2-pointer. Maybe. I'll have to see. I hope that means that we might be able to combine it with something. It would be kind of cool. So, the detachment rule. Squadron command. Add squadron to the list of units each officer unit for your army can issue. Orders to add the order below to those listed in the voice command ability. So this is quite useful because it's useful in a number of ways. Firstly, it hugely opens up points savings for your supreme command blobs. Why take Lord Solar Leontus when you could save a bunch of points and have Creed basically do the same thing? Not only Creed, but like Creed and the command squad she's part of. You can also do it with Cady and Castellans. Now, remember, this is not Grizzle Company, so there's going to be some officers that only do 1 order, for example. But this is quite helpful. Another one that could be quite useful with this is the Creed command squad. If you've got a vehicle that you think's going to die, you could pop your once per game bonus order from the Creed command squad, put it on a vehicle, and then send that forward. Maybe you've got some sort of crazy hellhound situation or move blocking hippogriff. Yeah. Skipping tank commanders entirely sounds amazing, to be honest. Tank commanders are good, and they do get ballistic skill 3+, so I believe. So we shouldn't completely... Do they get ballistic... Wait, do tank commanders have ballistic skill 3+ natively, or am I being stupid? It's 4+ natively, isn't it? And they just order themselves down to 3+, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it's... Yeah, sorry, I was getting mixed up then. I was 8th edition popping into my head. So, yeah, I mean, just skipping out on the tank commanders and just having 3 Lehman Russ battle tanks and 3 Lehman Russ eradicators could be really tasty. I mean, if you're taking... It is worth pointing out that if you took 3 Lehman Russ battle tanks and 3 Lehman Russ eradicators and then took 3 Cadian Castellans, you would save 30 whole points. It's not nothing. Overtaking 3 tank commanders is what I'm saying. Or eradicate. It could be eradicators or executioners. You know, it's yeah. You get my point. It's pretty useful. And if those guys are in sort of some command blob situation, it definitely means that you aren't having to expose them like you are your tank commanders. Because one of the big things is if you expose a tank commander, people will try and kill it because they know that you're, even if it's a Leaving Rust one, because they know that it's a source of your orders. So yeah, so that's one way you can use it. Another way you could use it is by making command chimeras. Put a Cadian Castellan in a chimera of infantry, and now he can order 2 Leaving Russes and take advantage of the mobile command vehicle rule of the chimeras. Lots of ways you could use this. Lots of ways. Now, you also get the extra order on my signal. This order can only be issued to armored skirmisher units, see below. Each time an enemy unit ends a normal or advanced move within 9 inches of this unit can make a normal move up to d6 inches. Each unit can only move in this way once per turn. So armored skirmishers are basically anything that's got 13 wounds or lower, and not including artillery. I'm not quite sure the best way of using this. I feel like the best way of using this is on Hellhounds. Because Hellhounds don't really need, like, take aim. And they don't really need move a lot of the time because they've got an 18-inch range on the Inferno cannon, which is more than enough. So it sort of feels like you give this out to Hellhounds. They drive forward, they burn. And then if someone gets close, they're like, oh, I'll just reactive move away. Could be quite helpful. Especially, you could basically make some sort of flame, sort of hellhounds, hell grifts, hippo hounds. Basically, what I'm saying is you've got the hippogriffs that can shoot and scoot, and then these guys could potentially do some shooting and scooting as well. But it would be less effective, I suppose, because the enemy's got to get within 9 inches. Another way you could use this is to really fuck with people with armored sentinels and scout sentinels. Because you could give those units heavy flamers and then be like, oh, the enemy gets within 9, and then you just go, okay, I'm going to move towards you. You don't have to use this defensively. You can use it aggressively. Yeah. And I agree with Lich Finder General here. You could definitely use this to steal some objectives. Someone goes, oh, I'm going to toe on like 2 OC onto that objective. And you just go, okay, I've got 3 OC in it now. Loads of ways you could really piss people off with this. Also on moves to get an angle. Like, you're on an objective, and someone's like, I'm going to move to, like, see you on that objective, and you go, okay, and then you move off the objective behind it, because objectives are terrain now in 11th, and you could hide at a line of sight and go, it's a bit of a gotcha. I wish you'd tell them you could do it, but, yeah. So there's all sorts of ways you can use this offensively and defensively, but the best way I see you using it is on units that auto-hit, so that you're not trying to get someone to hit on 5s without take aim. Yeah. So it's all good, is what I'm saying. It's very flexible. This is why I said, like, this flavor text might refer just to the flexibility of this. It's all flexible. You could build a perfectly valid armored infantry list without even leaning into the armored skirmisher thing. It's worth mentioning. I'll tell you another one that's on the armored skirmisher that's worth mentioning. Centaurs. Centaurs, with all of their bonus OC, someone could move on to an objective, and you could go, oh, I'll move on there now. Oh, look, I've got more OC on there than you. Even, that could be a pretty powerful way of using it. Yeah. Let's have a look here. Exemplary Officer. This is the enhancements. Infantry Officer model only. Each time the bearer issues an order to its own unit, you can select up to 2 other platoon units within 3 inches of the bearer's unit. That order is also issued to each of those. Ooh, weird. Like, it's good, but it's a very short range. Oh, no, 3 inches of the bearer's unit. I thought it was 3 inches of the officer. No, it's 3 inches of the bearer's unit. So you could potentially cover some ground with this if you had a blob of infantry. I mean, that would be... I mean, you could get 60 Kriegers working off that. Yeah. That's not bad. 3 blobs of 20, the one in the middle with the command squad. Yep, just a single command squad. Or maybe a Cade and Castellan, that's a little bit cheaper. Yeah. Platoon units is basically just your battleline infantry and your heavy weapon squads. I don't think heavy weapon squads are going to massively benefit from this, truth be told. But yeah, I think you could basically, this is the way I see this is you basically get 60 infantry. I mean, technically you could get 120 infantry to benefit from this. Technically. Although I think that would be hard to do. You have a Cadian Castellan who can do 2 orders. So he orders his blobs in the middle. Everyone sort of strings onto his blob. He does 2 orders. He orders everyone. It's each time the bearer issues an order. Oh, no. To its own unit. No, you couldn't do it then. Yeah, you couldn't do it. The only way you could do it would be Creed plus... Well, Creed... Oh, no. It's coming back. It's coming back. Creed in a Supreme Command blob. No, because then the platoon commander can only do 1 order. Yeah, no. I mean, the only way you could do it is if you put Creed and a Castellan in with this in the same unit, and then it's like, why? Why? Yeah. You could reorder your own unit, right? Maybe. But each time you order it, the order just gets replaced. There's a bit going on. There's a bit going on with this one. Let's check out the wording. I think you can just reorder your own unit. If your army faction acts return officer models with this ability to issue orders, the officer state sheet will specify how many orders they can issue by round and which units are able to receive those orders. Each time an officer model issues an order, select one of the orders below. Then select one eligible friendly unit in the section to the officer model to issue to. Officer models can issue orders in your command phase and at the end of a phase in which they disembark from a transport or set the battlefield. Just like your next command phase, the unit you select is affected by the order. Unless otherwise stated, a unit can only be affected by 1 order at a time. Any order subsequently issued to that unit replaces the current one. Orders cannot be issued to battleship units, and if a unit being affected by order becomes battleship, the order ceases to affect that unit. So no, it doesn't work. No, you are correct. That's it. The Castellan just orders his own unit twice. He goes, take aim, spread it onto 2 of the blobs, take aim, spread it onto like 3 of the blobs if you wanted. Oh no, is it 2? 2 other platoon units. So he could affect 120. He can affect 100 infantry. It's 2 each time plus his own. Yeah. That's pretty good. That's what we call order efficiency. Baby. My God. I don't think you can do it on Sentinels. I don't think they've got platoon, do they? I can't remember. I can find out though. I know what it says. Moment, I went past it. They do not have platoon. I tell you what does have platoon, though. Maybe. Oh, no. I thought Rough Riders might have it. No, it's literally... Do Fobs have it? No, Fobs don't have it either. It's literally just... Do these guys have it? Quick Heavy Weapon teams don't. Catch and Heavy Weapon teams don't. What? Am I looking at the wrong thing? I thought it would say platoon down here. I swear Kane Heavy Weapon teams used to have platoon. Oh no, they just affect platoon units. So they're just benefit platoon units. It's literally just your battle line. Yeah, it's just your battle line. Okay. You win this round, GW. And by you win, I mean I win because I will be taking... That's what I mean. This attachment's very flexible. This attachment is very flexible. Now we're looking at pure infantry. Let's have a look at the next one. Master Maneuverist. Infantry officer model only. At the end of your opponent's fight phase, if the bearer's unit is not within engagement range of one or more enemy units, and every model in that unit is 3 inches of an Ashton transport from your army, it can embark within that transport. Okay, so yeah, you just get back inside. That's fine. And it's at the end of the opponent's fight phase. They have a chance of fucking you before you get back in. Yeah, it's pretty good. I don't think Kazakhstan and Scions have it, Talzan. They don't have platoon. I checked when I was going through them. So Master Maneuvers is nice, but I guess you kind of have to like clear the area and then get back in. And if the opponent goes over there and kills you, you might not be able to get back inside your transport. Yeah. Omniscient Unguents. Ashratar Tech Priest Engineer model only. While a friendly armored skirmish unit is in 3 inches of the bearer, that unit has the 5-up Feel No Pain ability. That does affect Hellhounds. It's Aura. That does affect Hellhounds. Five of Pain is legit. It's very, very legit. I think this is one of the more powerful ones. Yeah, I think this is one of the more powerful ones. I don't think you push the engine that far. I mean, you're what? I mean, it's not that bad, man. You're getting the within 18 and not even that. You're getting the Hellhounds within 18 inches of the enemy, and then the engine is like behind them. So that's like, you know, taking into account the length of the Hellhound, that's like 21, 22 inches away. It's not too... I think you'll be all right. Either that or 6 armored sentinels just as a long-range roving master blaster block. Yeah. Hellhounds don't benefit from this? Why not? They're armored skirmisher. I think you're reading it the wrong way around, Ashmatar. Train man. You're reading it the wrong way around. It's 13 wounds or... It's 12 wounds or lower are armored skirmishers. So, Ashdown squadron units from your army have the armored skirmish keyword, excluding artillery units containing 1 or more wound... Artillery units... And units containing 1 or more models with wounds character of 13 or higher. Yeah. It's the other way. Yes, don't worry, man. I did exactly the same thing the first time I read it. It's all good. It's all good, man. Don't worry. So yeah, I think this... I mean, Matt, dude, I wish I could put a fire at Feel No Pain on like multiple Lehman Russes and stuff. That would be amazing, right? That would be awesome. Or Rogel Dawns, right? Yeah, that would be awesome. So no, I think this one's... I think this one is good. I think because it only affects armored skirmishers, it's like, do you take it on armor sentinels just to try and like make a sort of like can wall situation going on, or do you just take it? It's probably one of those where it looks. I'm not sure. It looks better. I feel like it looks better on paper than it is in reality, because you got to think like what it's affecting. I think you're probably looking at like realistic like 4 armored sentinels, and that's like 260 points plus the tech priest, 305 points, maybe solid, maybe. Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. Grand Strategist. This is a redeploy one, which is a bit confusing because we also have a Grand Strategist in the Combined Arms attachment, which does something completely different. So I wonder if this is a hint that the Combined Arms one is going to get an update, or is this like Games Workshop is definitely confusing things a little bit because we've got a heavy las cannon on a hippogriff that isn't a heavy las cannon. That heavy las cannon is different to the heavy las cannon on the fob, and then this Grand Strategist is different to the Grand Strategist on in Combined Arms attachment. And then we're getting the Castigator Gatling Cannon, which has exactly the same stats, but it's different to the Chiron Gatling Cannon. Right? So, GW is definitely, I don't know if they're just getting lazy or they're making mistakes, but I have to say, I don't want Grand Strategist and Combined Arms to change. It's a really good enhancement. If they change it to this, it would be shit. And I don't want them to have 2 enhancements of the same fucking name that do different things. Yeah. Why is it an early edition codex refresh coming with major stat line changes? Yeah, Aldeus. Yeah. But what would that make the regular las cannon? As for stratagems, order the advance. Start of your movement phase, 1 Ashratam officer unit from your army. Select 1 or more friendly Ashratam units within sections of your unit. Until the end of the phase, you can reroll advance rolls made for those units. Wow. That affects a lot of units. Any unit? 1 or more Ashratam units? Any unit? That'd be quite good on Tauroxes for the Kazakin, potentially. That could be very nice for hippogriffs. That could be quite nice if you're wanting to chuck a bunch of OC onto enemy objectives and stuff to fuck with whatever primary mission they're trying to do. Yeah. That's potentially very nice if you... I mean, it's very nice even if you just want to put it on one unit that needs particularly good advance. Yeah, it's very nice. Mobile Firebase. What have we got here? A Mobile Firebase. 1 command point. Your movement phase, just after an armored skirmish unit from your army advances or falls back, that armored skirmish unit, until the end of the turn, your unit is eligible to shoot in a turn which advanced or fall back. Oh, I mean that pairs very nicely with that, doesn't it? Take an armored skirmisher, give it reroll advance rolls, allow it to advance and shoot. I mean, that's really nice on... That could be really nice on a bunch of hippogriffs, and then you could do it on a sentinel there. Not sentinel, a hellhound there. That's very nice. Yeah. Burst of speed, end of your movement phase. 1 Ashratam unit from your army that did not remain stationary or arrive from its turn. Unit can make a normal move up to D6. Wow. I mean, that's Those hippogriffs are going fast now, aren't they? So your hippogriff moves 12. Move. So it's move 15. Advance roll with a reroll. It can still shoot because it's got an assault gun. And the d6 on top of that. So you're moving 15 plus 2d6 with one reroll on one of those d6s. Yeah. Very, very strong. Also, it says Ashwatam unit, not squadron. So you could use that on infantry technically. If you just need to get onto that enemy objective, or to get, you look at what your secondaries are and you're like, I just need to be able to get a good advance roll and just a little bit further. How many times, like, you need a 2-inch on your advance, you roll a 1, re-roll it into a 1. Well, now guess what? Burst of speed, you're guaranteed to get it. Yeah. Engineers to grenade. Early grenade. Great shout, Mr. Crashmaster. Yeah. Great shout. Are Cyclops demolition vehicles technically armored skirmishers? Have we got V-Bid Wally again? Have we got 2 detachments with V-Bid Wally? R2D3 mortal wounds is back again? Because he only needs to get within range, right? Where are these Cyclops rules, man? They'll be in here. Right, 1 minute. Right. It's not squadron, but it is a vehicle. Each time this model or an enemy ends its move, if it's more than 3 inches of one or more enemy units, select one of those enemy units. This model is destroyed, but then instead of rolling for deadly demise ability, roll d6. So 2 to 5, the enemy units was d3 mortal wounds. On a 6, the enemy units was d6 mortal wounds. Okay, so let me go back to, like, what was it, page like 4? Let's have a look at this. So that does affect Ashwatam units. That does affect your Cyclopses. And that does affect your Cyclopses as well. Now, I think there's probably better uses for it. But the fact that you can absolutely have R2D3 mortal wounds. Oh my god. That's so good. Oh my god. Amazing. Just keep. I mean, the thing is. Oh, wait. Wait. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. Oh, no. He's not an armored skirmisher. He's not an armored skirmisher. Because he's not a squadron unit. Because the reason why that would have been so helpful is because you could have ordered him on my signal. And then he could have, when the enemy moves a 9, he could do a reactive move and then, like, move up to them and blow up. So he still works. Don't get it twisted. He still works. He can still benefit from Order the Advance. And he can still benefit from Burst of Speed. Don't get me wrong. He just isn't an armored skirmisher. So he can't benefit from the reactive move order. Yeah. There you go. So we still got V-Bid Wally. He's just not an armored skirmisher. Yeah. Alright. Supporting ordnance. 1 command point. Your shooting phase. One armored skirmish unit from your army that has not been selected to shoot this phase. Until the end of the phase, each time a model in your unit makes attack that targets a visible monster or vehicle unit, you can reroll the hit roll. That's good on armored sentinels. Armored sentinels shooting what they want to kill will now have rerolls to hit and rerolls to wound. That's really good on the hunter killer missiles. I mean, that could be really good on, double las cannon, double hunter killer missile. You could do that on, if you took like a couple of armored sentinel squadrons, you could really make good use of that. Another way of using this is also on like hippogriffs as well. Hippogriffs could potentially get quite easily into melter range and then hit, that's 6 melter shots. Rerolling the hit roll is nice. And you could get, you can't put more than one stratagem on a unit though. So you couldn't combine supporting ordnance with combined fire, unfortunately. Your shooting phase just after an arm. So combined fire. Your shooting phase just after an armored skirmish unit from your army is shot. That armored skirmish unit. Select one of your unit hit by one or more of those attacks until the end of the phase. That enemy unit can have the benefit of cover. And each time an armored skirmish unit from your army makes an attack that targets that unit, improve the strength of 2. Honestly, you could combine them. You could. So because what you do is you go, okay, these guys like, yeah. So you could go supporting. There's a couple of ways you could combine it. You could just have like combined fire. You could just have like combined fire without, like, let's say like a scout sentinel, the flamer just goes combined fire, right? And then you've got a unit of hippogriffs that are like, okay, well, we can now got strength 11 on our melters with rerolls to hit. So, and the enemy's not getting the benefit of cover, and we could have take aim. So we're looking at hitting on 3s, 4 rerolls to wound, 4 rolls to hit. Sorry, in melter range at strength 11. That looks pretty good. There's a few different ways you could use it. Yeah, supporting ordnance. I have to say, every stratagem in this attachment is good. We had like 3 good ones in Steel Hammer. Every good one. Everyone is good in this one. Opening salvo. Your shooting phase. One astral unit from your army that doesn't bark from transport this turn has not been set to shoot this phase. Until the end of the phase, each time a model in your unit makes an attack, add 1 to the wound roll. I mean, that's one that we saw the preview, and I said then, and I'll say it again now. +1 to wound is one of the most powerful abilities you can have in the game. Yeah, it's phenomenally good. Phenomenally good. Yeah. Yeah, it's very, very strong. There's all sorts of ways you can use that with Kazakin, Scions, even basic infantry, even Ogrins. Technically, this would make Ogrin... Well, to be fair, as Ogrins, you're only getting like 3 of them. Unless they're getting out of a Stormlord. Although Stormlord meta is apparently incoming with all these things that are benefiting the Stormlord. Yeah. But yeah, I just think I think the simple answer is a unit of Kazakin just jump out and just blast, and blast again. I have wondered if Mechanized Assault slept on because of the +1 to wound. I know that's the guys over at Fireside Podcast said that they really liked Mechanized Assault, but they eventually moved away from it because I think they realized that they were making it work because they're really good players, but actually they could do even better with a different detachment. Like if you're a really good player, you could make even a bad detachment work, but if you're a really good player, why not make a good detachment work even better? Right? Yeah. It would be cool if we had this plus, if there's 2 that could combine with this one, it would be this and Hammer the Emperor or this and Mech Assault. Yeah. Overall, going through this, I think Squadron Command is really good because of how many points it could save you. I think all of the enhancements here are reasonably good, although I'm not a fan of Grand Strategies because I don't really care about redeploys all that much. Might change 11th, obviously. And I think all of these stratagems are decent. Out of the 2, I do feel like Armored Infantry is the more universal detachment. It's the one that you could plug a lot of different play styles into this detachment. I mean, you could run you could run a hybrid guard list, a mechanized guard list, an armored guard list, a light armor list. Like there's loads you could do with this. So this one is definitely this one I think I would put this in the same camp, not necessarily in terms of power, but in terms of like flexibility. I put it in the same camp as like Grizzled and Combined Arms, to be honest. Probably, I mean, I've not had a chance to play with it yet, but I'd probably still put like Grizzled, then Combined, then this one in the flexible detachment. And then I put the Steel Hammer one over in the fun yet niche, but it's semi niche, that one. It's a bit like it's not as niche as like Recon or Mech Assault. You know, it's still a little niche, a Steel Hammer. So yeah, this is overall, I think this is pretty good. I look forward to seeing how these land when we have the full 11th edition information. Based on my little pseudo 11th edition game that I played, both of these look like they could be pretty decent in the new edition. Yeah. This one's got a lot of maneuverability and movement wins games. And a lot of points efficiency. And points efficiency is nice. I guess the only thing that's really holding this one back is that it doesn't do any extra damage. When you look at like Combined Arms and Grizzled, both of those are damage multipliers. This one is just a point saver. Maybe that's not good enough. Like, when you fire your Grizzled Company, you're looking for those ones, you reroll them. When you fire Combined Arms, you're looking for those lethal hits. That's great. You fire this one, there's nothing you're looking for. It's just, you might get to squeeze an extra tank in the list. Yeah. So there's a few there's a few different ways of looking at it. Yeah, it could add up. It could. It's not a bad detachment. But I am putting it below Combined and Grizzled at this stage. But obviously, leaving after this first impression, that's where I'm putting it. But I'll give it a chance. I'll play with it a couple of times, and then I'll make my mind up after that. Yeah, first impressions, good but not great. That's my take. Okay, so I think we've got a super chat or two coming in here. But Mountain, thank you for super chat, man. First bots off the line in stream discussion. Considering they were metal, resin, and plastic, these bots were pretty fun to build. Now I impatiently wait for my plastic bots to arrive. So when it had just the first bit of metal on it, it was very front heavy. But after you got the second bit of metal on it, it ended up balancing out. Yeah, nice. Yeah, metal models and metal and resin models really aren't that bad to build. I think there's a lot of bollocks chatted online where people are like, "Oh, it's metal, I won't touch it." They're fine. Like metal models. Do I prefer models in plastic? Yes, but only if the sprues are well designed. Some of the Warlord metal and resin models I prefer building over the GW plastic ones because of how ass GW's plastic sprue design is. Yeah. Yeah. Oopie poopie, metal get away from me. Exactly, Townsend. What have we got next? Last Dragon, thank you for super chat, man. New detachment ideas, hobby update, and memes in stream discussion. So what I'm hearing with the Hammer 2.0, I can get 2 Ogren Bang Busters that can order themselves. Steel Hammer, 1365 points. Doom Hammer plus 6 Ogren. Stormlord plus 12 Ogren. 2 Tech Priests. The rest you play with, maybe on a Hellhound or 2 for strip cover. Then we got the new auto attachment, Speedwire, that gives trucks and cult models turbo boosters that when you use them give a 24-inch auto advantage where they must move in a straight line, no pivot, no turning. All guns get assault. They cannot charge even if they have an ability that says otherwise. So what I'm hearing is we've got Spaceballs in 40k before GTA 6 by going ludicrous speed. Been stepping up my painting game, my custodians. I must say Drax is my best painted mini by me I own. I did attempt it with highlights, but I don't know if I didn't. I don't know. It didn't go right. Lastly, maybe a meme list where you run Max Commissars, Yarex Graves, call What's a Battle Shock or Bullet to the Head. Nice. Yeah, the auto attachment where they're like they blast forward, but then they can't charge you is interesting. I mean, there's a very, very strong chance that they just blast forward 36 bikes, shoot you, and there's like you just the smoke clears and you just haven't taken that much damage. But I don't think they'd use it that way. I think the way they would use it is to jail you. But then how much jailing can they do if they can't turn any of the models? It's tricky. Yeah. It's tricky. Yeah. Let's have a look here. This is getting out of hand, and now there's two of them. That's right. Guard's got two super heavy detachments now. Ludicrous speed, go! Calgar and Hammerfall Bunker. Marnia's Calgar and Defiler. Avatar of Calgar. Calgar Homer. Calgar with jump pack. Oh, man. Hey, that model looks really good, man. Yeah, that's come out like an absolute beaut. Yeah, you've absolutely nailed the red of the cape. Awesome, man. You did a good job, bro. Hey, the custodians are coming along, man. They're coming along. They're doing all right. Yeah. Nice. Looking good, man. Overall, looking very good. I think you should be proud of the work, and I'm loving the memes. Mikhail, thank you for super chat, bro. Hey, MG, what is a tournament-friendly way to say blob? What's a tournament-friendly way to say this blob is Katachan and this blob is Cadians if I build them all as Ice Warriors? Honestly, the best way to do it is just by loadout. So you point to the guys and say the ones I've got all flamers in, they're Katachans. The ones that I've got all, plasma guns and melter guns, they're Cadians kind of thing. The other way of doing it is you can get little things that clip onto your bases, like little base rings. But you can 3D print them, I think. Let me have a look. Yeah, you could let me have a look here. You'd have to check the if the base sizes were right. But you can see here, like, as an example, you can get 24 rubber base rings in 6 different colors. It says they fit over bases of Maladum and core space miniatures, but I have no idea what size that is. But that is from, you could probably find that out if you went over to the Battle Systems website. Battle Systems is the company that make core space and all that kind of stuff. But the point is, like, I literally just Googled Warhammer base rings and it came up with this as like one example. And so you get the different colored base rings. I found one here from Etsy. 25 millimeter. I think someone's selling 25 for like a $5 on Etsy. So yeah, there you go. So there's a few different ways you can do it. But basically, little base ring things you can have to take all the ones with red base rings are Catachans, all the ones with green base rings are Cadians. That's another way you can do it. Each 20 guardsmen share a single color on one shoulder, Colden. Yeah, I wouldn't do that because as additions change, you'll want to like mix and match the squads. You don't want to be like trying to make sure all of red squads together. That'd be that would be a nightmare. What happens if one day you want to run that metal gunner as a plasma, that metal gunner as a Krieger versus a Cadian? Yeah, I've tried the whole. I've said that from personal experience. I've tried the whole paint the shoulder pads. It just doesn't work. Yeah, yeah. Base converters are the way to do it, man, for sure. For long term, base converters are the way to do it. Yeah. All right. Fuck it out. I think we've covered everything. Should we talk about the points of the new models? I guess that's one last thing to talk about, right? And then we can talk about the points of the new models and what we think that means for their feasibility and their usability. So, I don't have a drink, but I think I'll be okay. Let's have a look. I think we'll do that and then we can wrap the stream up, can't we, at that point? Mackey's run. I haven't worked out today because I can't do a Mackey's run. Yeah. And I can't work out today because my arms are still dying after the last the last Giga Chad. All right. Let's have a look here. Gentlemen, we have got the points. So Games Workshop has finally given us the points costs for all of our new models. That's the Centaur RSV, the Hippogriff, Yarrick, Graves in the minivan, and Graves on foot. It's a mixed bag. Some of them I think are decent. Some of them I think are very good. And there's definitely some which are going to leave some guard players a bit disappointed. But the good news is that points are points. So they'll go up and down. If anything comes out that looks a bit rubbish, eventually it'll get tweaked in a balance patch somewhere. Although Drea never got tweaked, but I think DW just hates that guy. but even if something comes out that's a bit balked, I wouldn't completely dismiss it one way or another, either in a good way or a bad way. But we can definitely take a gander at the points that have come out and say whether we think they're good, they're bad, or they're ugly. So starting off, I think we should. We'll start off with. I don't like starting off with bad news, but we should rip the band-aid off. I think the Centaur. So we can see down here, Centaur RSV. 85 points. Fiddlesticks. That's not good. I think for a lot of guard players, that is going to be a hard sell. That's going to be a difficult one. Now, don't get me wrong. I think the Centaur is very good. I think its ability to go mental in combined arms. I think its ability to work well in the various new detachments that we've got. I do think the Centaur is a very good unit. However, the Centaur is only as good as the unit that goes inside it. And so it's kind of tricky when you price it so highly like that because I don't know, man. The reason why it's tricky is because if you want to put something that's like a bit of a damage dealer in there, like some Kazakin, and have them, shoot out the top of it, then that's going to come at 195 points. And then you're saying to yourself, well, why not just get a proper tank? Like maybe the Math Hammer will will play out in favor of the Centaur RSV. But if we're getting that to use it as basically a flak wagon, why not get a proper tank? I mean, I know there are a lot of people that were thinking, well, I could put 2 heavy weapon teams inside this, all of the autocannons, right? Well, now, if you want to put all your autocannons in there, that's going to be 215 points for 2 heavy weapon teams. Heavy weapon squads with autocannons. 215 points? I think you're better off with the Lemurs Exterminator. So I think the days of the Centaur being a big old damage dealer probably are now numbered. So then it comes. So basically, I mean, I still think you. I mean, why would you put a Krieg heavy weapon squad in here now? That's like 160 points. 160 points. Or you could just take, a Hellhound and save 35 points. That more? Yeah, 35. Yeah, it's a toughie. It's a toughie. So now I think you're probably looking at the Centaur in terms of putting basic infantry inside it. So you think we're looking like Cat-and Jungle Fighters, Cadians, Kriegers, that kind of stuff. And then, or maybe even Ogren. It might become the Ogren's best friend. The Ogrins in this, I think, still work. And I think if you're looking for a damage dealer, Ogren's the way to do it. Because basically the Centaur allows the Ogrins to get more maneuverable. And it allows the Ogrins to receive orders, like take aim, essentially. Because you put it on the transport, but the firing deck lets all the Ogrins shoot out. But it's technically the transport that's firing the guns. So it's still good for Ogrins. I mean, hell, it's still good for Ogrins. But then you ask yourself the question, well, why not just use a Chimera? Because if you go, okay, well, I take the Ogrins in a Centaur, it's the same points, and I get my at close range, I get my 18 pseudo heavy bolter shots, and it's like, okay, but what if I take the Chimera? Same points costs, and I get the same amount of DACA because I get 2 Ogrins shooting out the top, so that's 12 shots at close range, and then the Chimera itself is bringing the 2 heavy bolters, so that's another 6 shots, but also those have got sustained, so actually technically slightly better firepower. Chimera's got a stubber, Centaur's got a stubber, Chimera's got under killer, and it's got all the lads gonna raise. So actually, I don't think it's worth putting the Ogrins in the Centaur. So it really is just, do you want it? The only reason to take the Centaur is if you want to have an OC5 transport, because OC2, isn't it? Stick 10 blokes in the back. OC5, that's the only reason to take it now. It is a high objective control transport which can spaff out a bit of firepower. Truth be told, it's a lot of it's is that worth it over a Chimera? Here's the question. Because some of you will go, oh yeah, no, totally, because of like doing like primary objective stuff. We're not in 10th edition anymore. What if you just have a mission for your force disposition that doesn't really require you to hold all that many objectives? What if you're going purge or you're going disruption? You're not going take and hold. Well, you only need to hold on to one objective, but you don't need to bother worry about taking the ones in the middle. That's for loser take and hold armies. So you just don't need the Centaur for that. So yeah, maybe the Centaur will have a half decent role inside a take and hold force disposition in certain missions, but it's getting nicher and nicher and more niche. And then we've got the Chimera. which is just, as always, ubiquitous. I think a lot of guard players will end up getting the Centaur. My hot take on it is that I think if you're a guard player and you miss out on the pre-order, it's nothing to worry about. I think if you're a guard player and you've got a bunch of chimeras already, you'll be totally fine. You just pick those Centaurs up when you get a chance. 3, 6 months, maybe a year down the line, like that. That's when you pick them up. You don't worry about it right now. Yeah. Yeah. So I think, I think as a fan of the Chimera, you guys know I love me Chimeras. I've been Team Chimera when everyone else started, going over the Taurox and, blowing smoke up its ass and all that kind of stuff. I stuck with Team Chimera, and I feel somewhat vindicated. Yeah. So yeah, I think the Chimera at 85 points, I do think the Chimera is the superior unit because it brings its own firepower. And the only thing it misses out on is the extra OC. And with the right force disposition, that just doesn't matter. Doesn't matter even slightly. Yeah. So unfortunately, the Centaur, I don't think it's terrible. It just it needs to be 20 points cheaper. Like, obviously it does. They said they weren't replacing the Chimera. I guess they weren't lying. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think the Chimera is still a great choice. It's the best choice. The Centaur versus the Taurox. I think the Taurox is better than the Centaur. If the Centaur and the Taurox were the same points, I'd say they were equal. I think the Taurox, being 10 points cheaper, is superior to the Centaur. I mean, also, you've got to take into account the fucking durability of this whole thing. I mean, guys, the Centaur is less durable than the Taurox and does basically the same job and costs 10 points more. It's a hard sell. It's a damn hard sell. So, moving on to more positive things, Commissar Graves might be an auto include. That's Commissar Graves in the minivan at 110 points. What? I thought she'd be 175, but maybe I was overcooking it. I just saw a vehicle and was like, well, that's gonna be expensive, right? Graves, Dragula. Took in my Dragula. I love that. Yeah. Graves is, Commissar Graves at 110 points is very good for one simple reason. She comes with an inbuilt 4+ invulnerable save. That makes her very potentially annoying because you could just keep spiking 4-ups. Like, you need proper anti-tank, proper-ish anti-tank to deal with her because she's a vehicle. You can't spaff bolt arounds into her. So that way you're shooting lower volume attacks into her. That 4-up becomes more and more relevant. So yeah, I think that 110 points for a 4 invulnerable save, distraction counter effects. I think she's an ultimate distraction counter effects. You just yeet her down the board, and you, if the enemy doesn't deal with her, then she just starts plowing. At 110 points, I'd chuck Graves into pretty much every army. Truth be told. Yeah, 110 points is Chef's Kiss. Very, 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 very nice. The thing is, I think she's worth 110 points because they did nerf the Mega Plow just down to regular Plow. Because the Mega Plow, when we thought it was going to do a bajillion mortal wounds, was pretty sick. But now it's just the regular Plow. I think 110 points is pretty reasonable. But don't forget, that's 110 points, and then the 4+ vulnerable save charges in. It's got a good chance of doing more 4 to 6 mortal wounds. And then it's going to hit you with a bunch of lance attacks. What happened to the plow? So it's no longer a 2+. It does the mortal wounds, and then you get the more of them on the 4 and the 5 and the 6. Now it's 2 to 3 D3 mortal wounds. So they basically corrected it so it didn't go ape, which is a shame. It's a shame, but yeah. But yeah, so Graves is at 110 points, a pretty reasonable distraction kind of effect. You can't complain too much about it. Commissar Graves on foot is exactly the points cost that I was hoping for. Graves plus command squad is 130 points. Plus Nork Dead Dog, 190 points. Hello, 4th Bulgrin squad. Hello, 4th Bulgrin squad. Or if you take Nork Dead Dog, you take the regular Ogun Bodyguard, it's 170 points. Hello, Timu Bulgrin squad. So you take Graves, she could join a command squad on her own, and then you could add an Ogun Bodyguard to that squad. That gives the command squad and Graves toughness 6 because of how Ogre Bodyguards work. And then you give the Ogre Bodyguard a 4 invulnerable save, shield, and a Bulgrin Maul. The Cadian command squad's got 6 powerful attacks. Graves has got 5 powerful attacks, and the Ogre Bodyguard has got, I think it's 6 power maul attacks. And it comes in at 170 points. And you can kill off basically the three knobheads first. Like, I know you kill the banner guy off first, and then you kill the medic guy off, and then you kill the Master Vox. Or what? You kill Master Vox, then banner, then medic, and that leaves you with the Parthis guy. Well, to be fair, you could kill Parthis guy off, and then you could bring him back with the medic. So yeah, you probably go that route. But you can basically sort of remove sort of 4 models before 3 or 4 models before losing any of the damage output that you care about. So at 65 points, that's very reasonable. And if you want to, there's basically 2 ways of running it. You do it in a defensive manner with the Ogun Bodyguard and the 4th invulnerable save, or you do it in an offensive manner with Nork Dead Dog and his Ooge Knife and his Edbutt. But you pay 20 points more for that. The only question is the Dreadnought better than Commissar Graves in the minivan? Commissar Graves in the minivan is 110 points. The Dreadnought is 170 minimum. I mean, 1 is a lot of power fist attacks. A lot. I mean, we're talking 11 power fist attacks hitting on 5 hitting on 2s, 6 hitting on 3s in Grizzled Company, all rerolling 1s with fixed bayonets. You got the Ogrin who's going to be hitting with, I think, is it 6 power maul attacks from the Ogrin with hitting on 2s, rerolling. No, you can't order the unit because it hasn't. You can't order the unit. Graves can't order the unit. So no, you would just be basically hitting on 2s with Graves, 4s with the Power Fist, 3s with the Open Bodyguard. I don't know. So yeah, I think the Dreadnought does exist, but I think at 110 points, I'd probably take Commissar Graves in minivan. Probably. It's probably just as bloody durable. Yeah. Then we get to the other Commissar Yarrick. 150 points. Now, I have seen some people terribly vexed about this number. 150 points is the upper end of what I wanted to pay for Yarrick. It is kind of like, I think he probably should have been 130. But he is a Primarch level character in terms of his abilities. I will say this. I feel like at 150 points, he probably is going in. The thing is, at 150 points, if you try and do a lot of the counter strategist stuff, he ends up being relatively exposed and then dying. So I think that at 150 points, what ends up happening with Yarick is he's not leading the charge. I think what ends up happening with Yarick is you put him in grizzled company, you take advantage of Snap to it with decisive command, so he can like splash orders out to like loads of units. You use him as a force multiplier for a turn or two, about 2 turns, and then turn 3, he comes out, wastes with his like Scion bodyguard, comes out, absolutely bloody wastes someone, and then when the enemy tries to counter him, he wastes them again. Yeah. Yeah. At 150 points, Yarick is pricey. And I think that means you've got to try and get more than 1 turn worth of juice out of him. I think you've got to try and get 3 turns out of him, at least. Makes it... It is expensive. But he's expensive, but I don't think he's at the top end of what you want to pay for him, but I don't think he's unusably expensive. I've touched fees primal level, and I think it's too pricey. What do the Lion and Gilliman cost again? Okay, that's a totally false equivalency. I touched fee, and you should be ashamed of yourself. You should feel bad. You should do, because the Lion is fucking unkillable with a 3+ invulnerable save, and also can solo basically anything in combat. Likewise, Gilliman is doing Primarch level abilities and also battering the shit out of people. Now, he's got a Primarch level ability. He's not got a Primarch level stat line or damage output. It's not a false ability. He's not Primarch level then. Primarch level abilities. Listen. It's not my fault you didn't listen. Don't blame me for your lack of hearing skills. Oh my god. Cosmic, should I ban this one? Not yet. Not yet. We're just busting balls. All right, what have we got here? Okay, then we've got the next one. I think the Hippogriff's too much. I think the Hippogriff was worth 60 points. I think the Hippogriff's worth 6 points. I don't think it's worth 70. Yeah, maybe 70 for 1, 20 for 2. Yeah, I think so. The thing is, it's so damn fragile. It's not that great at move blocking. Because people just move around. People can just move through the terrain these days. And it does have, like, fuck all in terms of firepower. It's reasonably good inside the armored infantry detachment. And maybe Hammer of the Emperor detachment. But it just seems like if I wanted a fast scouty sort of movie disruption unit, I'd go for Scout Sentinel and save 15 points. If I wanted a damage dealer, I'd just get a main tank that's going to come with a lot more firepower. They did not fix the guns, Ibram Gaunt. Yeah, take 6 for 420 points and parking lot your opponent. I don't think it's going to parking lot dick. I mean, it might a bit. It might a bit, but again, people are just... The problem is that people are saying stuff like that without thinking about the missions. Okay, I'm going, yeah, because it's different missions now. We're not playing bloody everyone's trying to do objectives. What if you parking lot someone and they're like, well, I only need to hold one objective because I'm running either disruption or purge. So you've not stopped me from doing anything I want to do. I'm just going to, move on to my natural expansion, kill you all, score all the points I wanted to anyway. That's the thing. Mission composition is going to make such a difference. So yeah, I think the Hippogriff is costed somewhat appropriately for armored infantry. I think for a lot of other players, you might pop one in your list for 70 points for a little cheeky boy. But I don't know if you'll you know what? I think 70 to 140 points is worth it in armored infantry. I think, hey, what if I take a Vanquisher, or I could take double Hippogriff and end up with 6 melter gun shots at strength 11, ignoring cover, like 4 rolls to hit because of armored infantry and the stratagems and stuff from that detachment. Hey, that's pretty worth it. That's definitely worth it. But that's one combo inside of one detachment. It's pointed like you're going to do that combo every time. And it's kind of like how Scions are pointed for Bridgehead. This is pointed for armored infantry. It's, yeah. So I think this does kind of confirm one of the things that I've been saying for a little while, that we do need different points for different detachments, but GW's clearly not doing that with 11th because they're releasing 70 new and improved detachments, so that would be impossible for them to do that. But we do probably need different points for every detachment. Yeah. Because otherwise it's getting a little, yeah. It's getting a little fucky. They should let Valkyries carry Hippogriffs into battle like Storm Ravens and Dreadnoughts. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. So overall, if I go through this, I give the Centaur RSV like a 5.5 out of 10. I give Commissar Graves on minivan like, I give that a 9 out of 10 for 110 points. I give Commissar Graves on foot like a 7 out of 10, 7.5 out of 10. I give Commissar Yarrick a default 11 out of 10 because he's fucking Yarrick. Being serious, I give Yarrick like an 8 out of 10. And the Hippogriff, I give like maybe like a 6.5 out of 10. 6.5 out of 10, generally speaking. Probably happy to give it like an 8 out of 10 in armored infantry. Yeah. Yeah. That's probably what I would say. Overall, that's my sort of hot takes on all the new units and their points. With basically the reasoning behind that being the Centaur just loses out to the Taurox and the Chimera. Commissar Graves is just fantastic and brings something unique to the Guard with the distraction card effects aspect. Commissar Graves on foot can make a Dreadnought, but probably a bit expensive. Commissar Yarrick is very good, but a bit pricey. But in Grizzled, you can really get a lot of use out of him. And the Hippogriff just feels very detachment dependent. In the right detachment, the Hippogriff is a solid unit. 7.5 solid unit. Maybe even higher. Outside of armored infantry, it's probably a bit of a hard sell. Yeah. Yeah. There we are. That's just like my opinion, man. All right. Let's do the last super chats, and then I've got to go to bed because I have a meeting with Warlord tomorrow. I actually have a bunch of leaks for K47, but I'm too tired to give them to you. I've got to go to bed. I'm just saying, like, I might have seen what the next specialist platoon is going to be. I don't know if I'm allowed to tell you about it, though. I don't know if I'm allowed to tell you about it. To be fair, I haven't been told I can't tell you about it. I'm just going to look at the rules now. That's cool.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping
One
the
minute.
streets safe while keeping it real.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Indeed.
That's cool. Oh, wow. I know, I'm doing it again. Whoa, whoa, what morning? Tell us. I'm sorry.
Another glorious day in the Corps. Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck.
Oh, shit, man. That's amazing.
I love the Corps.
Oh, wow. Oh, shit. Ooh. Ooh. I'm seeing things. My pee-pee's hard.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man
Oh,
keeping the streets
wow.
safe while keeping it real.
Cool. What's this? I don't think I was meant to see this. I definitely don't think I was meant to see this. Oh, shit. Do you remember when we were looking at Festung Europa? And the guy from Warlord dropped in and said that when we were looking at the picture with the zombie bears and the zombie, like Shrek Wolf and the zombie Style Trooper, and the guy from Warlord dropped in and was like, there's two mechs in the picture. And we were like, what? That's not just artistic license? I might have seen something. My God. Let me have a look at this bad boy. Fucking hell. It's a beast. That looks cool, man. That looks very, very cool. I can't show shit. I definitely can't show you any of this. Basically, I've seen a bunch of new stuff for K47, and everyone is going to be very happy. Everyone is going to be very, very, very happy. Someone get the reflection of his eyes. Anyway, everyone's going to be very, very... yeah, if you're... Look. I'm pretty excited about the new K47 stuff, is all I'm going to say. Stop teasing about it. Look, all I'm going to say is that some of the complaints about the British and their little mechanical helpers might be being addressed. That's all I'm going to say. All I'm going to say. Yep. That's now the different reflection, by the way. It's not going to help you. Also, I'll just do this. All right. What do we got next to the super chats? Mark and friends, thank you for super chat, man. What would be a Praetorian Guard themed army be? Oh, I mean, lots of infantry. A Praetorian themed army would be very similar to like a Krieg themed army. Lots of infantry, artillery, and cavalry. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Cosmic, thank you for super chat. Tim, you have our Graves proxy already. Send me to the black ships. I do. I have Graves on foot. I'm probably somewhat reasonable Gravesmobile as well. It's true, Cosmic. GW literally copied you. As there's experiment, thank you, super chat. Okay, here, what did I miss? I played my first game of 11th. In summary, it's getting hyper lethal, and the missions are a little balked, which is the bad side of it. The good side of it is that the terrain rules are actually way more fun than I first thought, and I can't remember. There's gonna be another one. Oh, and Cadians are actually really good, and Rogal Dawns are really good. There you are. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. I just want to remind everyone that GW made the 2 data sheets for my characters, Commissar Graves, and you may all thank me for this. I mean, it's true. They literally... Cosmic, we have proof. Where is he? The Graves reveal is right here. They copied your model, Cosmic. You sent me a tank with a Commissar on top. You literally called him Commissar Graves. And then you made it so I could take him off the Chimera, off the Lean Rust, and I could put him on the on a base on foot. You literally did it. They copied your homework. It even has a plow. It even has a plow. They literally copied you, Cosmic. The GW Spy is real. Halen Jedi, thank you for the super chat, man. Speaking of Warlord, check stream discussion. Hey, cool, man. Very, very, very cool. Loving the Nax era. And you've got the Vogel spinner as well. Nice. Dude, you've done a sick job on that build. It looks proper dynamic, you know. It looks like it's in the process of like harvesting the shit out of people. Yeah, that's cool, man. After that, I want to say a big thank you to Skeletal Commissar. Thank you for super chat, man. Next time I need your help with the guard. Next time I need your help with the guard Dex Exile Edition. I've been put in charge, but don't want to miss any important things people would want. Dude, that's fair enough. I mean, I just don't. I know. like North did sort of reach out and ask if I wanted to do it, and I just don't have the time. And I don't, yeah, I just do not have the time for it, unfortunately. I would just say this, Skeletal Commissar, just if you ever need to bounce any ideas off me, just join the stream and just bounce ideas off me. Yeah. I'm happy. Me and the community will do our best to point in the right direction. Yeah, good luck with it. Hope it goes well, man. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, man. Corn MG in stream discussion. Shill the full backer. The full backer. All right, let's have a look. I'm busted, dude. I'm busted. I'm busting a rift. I'm busted. All right. There you go. Yeah. There we go, man. Nice. Let's have a look. All right, let's have a look here. Aldeus, dude, I just caught a video from a Kitbash channel I really like, and he's calling it quits. I feel like Reddit is somehow responsible for it based on what I heard. That would not surprise me. Send me the link, man. I'll take a look. I mean, I know it's late and I was going to go to bed, but I can happily beef on Reddit any opportunity. Cosmic, sorry, I missed it. Yes, the fallbacker is here. And then seeing that makes me bust a rift. There you are. Yeah. More, did you see my fine photo I posted for you yesterday? I thought you were very pretty. I didn't, man. Repost it now and I'll take a look. Yeah. I mean, never forget that, I mean, it's a bit of a heavy topic. Reddit has done some truly horrific stuff recently. In terms of, like, what they've done to, like, I mean, I'm not, you know what? I'm not even going to get into it because it's way, 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 way too heavy. Yeah. It's not for tonight's stream. Save it for tomorrow, you know. Save it for tomorrow. Aldea's stream discussion. Let's take a look, man. Let's have a look.
Hey everyone, yeah.
Let's have a look. All right. Okay. So it's Fog of Gore is the channel. I've not heard of this one before. And it says Fog of Gore is no more. Thank you for all the support of the years. It's been great, but it's time to quit. Let's have a look.
Yep, this video is going to suck. I'm going to stop making videos completely with this channel. And there's a bunch of reasons that are all coming together that make me just not want to do this anymore. And I'll go through them, but if you have questions, there's the comment section, there's the Discord. Feel free to reach out and ask for clarification and so on. But one of the main things is that kind of the start of the year, I decided I was going to make a little bit more effort, try to make bigger and wilder and crazier kit bashes, and also improve.
The start of the year is only fucking 3.5 months ago, man. So it's crazy someone would go from being jazzed up, ready to do more shit to like crashing out, like not wanting to do it anymore. That's interesting.
Improve the quality of the videos. And I think I've achieved that. I think I'm making some of the best kit bashes yet, and I think I'm making some of the best videos yet. I also get comments from people saying, wow, this is some of the best stuff we've done. And yet, every video is the worst performing video of the year. And how is it possible that every video is the worst performing? Well, I publish a video one weekend, and then the next week I publish another video, and then that does worse than the worst performing video up till then. Until the next week, when I publish another video, and then that's the worst performing video of the year. And so on.
Let's have a look. So when you put a video out on YouTube as a content creator on your studio, it gives you like a top 10 for the last of your last 10 videos. How has this one performed? So basically, every time he's putting a video out, it's saying this video is doing 10 of 10. Now, obviously, it's rolling. sometimes it can lead you to a bit of a false sense of security. It's like, hey, this is my last video. It's like, it's doing like, it's doing like 3 out of 10. Like it's third of the last 10 that I've done. But then if the last bunch have been a bag of shit, like it doesn't always work out. But generally speaking, if you keep getting your videos being like in the top 4, top 3, top 2, top 1 of every 10 videos you're doing, it means that your videos are doing better and better each time. So he's in the bottom half, if not literally every video is the last 10. It's the 10th of the last 10. Let's have a look at the views he's pulling in. Okay, so yeah, I can see what he's saying. Like if you look at the trend, it's like 10K, 14K. So, it's up and down a bit, but then 8, 10, 7, 28. Look at that. He does a video about the fucking guard. He gets his most views ever. 6, 5, 4, 4, 4. Yeah, so he is trending downwards. Like he was, I mean, to be fair, there's a little, I don't know, man. There's a little fluctuation here. I think if you look at the videos he's doing, it just literally, it's almost an example of like which communities are bigger and which communities are smaller. Yeah. Like I think that example of him doing that guard one really goes to show like how popular guard is. But then doing something on word bearers is better. It is pretty niche, to be honest. But anyway, yeah, generally speaking, he is trending downwards, and I can see that.
On and so forth, with just 1 or 2 big spikes in between of videos that actually worked out really well.
That's what we saw.
And I feel that if you're doing stuff like this, making cool stuff that you like making, and you present it to people and people don't watch your videos, then you got 2 options. Either you start making stuff that people want to watch, or you just continue doing what you like and you don't present it to other people anymore. And I'm going for the second option. I'm going to continue kit bashing. There's no way I'm going to stop this. I love Warhammer. I love making kit bashing. I love coming up with crazy ideas and weird lore and homebrew chapters and all that stuff. But there's just no point to making videos about it anymore. And another reason of this is that I now feel
I can get that, like, you should, when you, I say this when I do like painting live streams, it doubles the amount of time it takes to paint a model. I say it's about doing battle reports, it doubles the amount of time. And my way of doing things is relatively low effort in terms of like editing and stuff like that. And that's not to take away from like Evan, don't get me wrong. What I mean is like, if it's a live stream and it's taking me twice as long to do it on a live stream, well, imagine if you were doing like one of these proper like painting videos or something. It could take you multiple days to paint, convert a single model. That's a huge amount of effort. And after a while, you just want to be, after a while, you're like, I just want to fucking build and paint something without it taking me 3 days. Or I just want to play a game without it taking me like 3 days. Yeah, like, without taking me all day. Yeah, like, I do understand where he's coming from that point of view.
like I have this sort of
There's a reason why I do the yield thing.
I now feel like I have this chapters and all that stuff, but there's just like, and you don't start making stuff that people want to watch, or you just continue doing what you like and you don't present it to other people anymore. And I'm going for the second option. I'm going to continue kit bashing. There's no way I'm going to stop this. I love Warhammer. I love making kit bashing. I love coming up with crazy ideas and weird lore and homebrew chapters and all that stuff. But there's just no point to making videos about it anymore. And another reason of this is that I now feel like I have this sort of chorus of douchebags behind me looking over my shoulder while I'm kit bashing. It's
interesting.
Just a problem with the comment section on YouTube. I just put out a video of the Space Wolf successor chapter, these guys over here. I really like them. I think they're really cool. I think it's a good video. I think it's fun lore. I think it was a really cool project, having you guys filling the polls and then sort of working with that. But I already got a couple of comments that just say I got something wrong about Space Wolf lore. And they don't mention the kit bash. They don't mention the painting. They don't mention the story I'm telling or anything at all. It's just, well, actually, and I find that weird. I don't want to be in contact with people like that. I have the same when I paint rust on Space Marine armor on
Right. Well, let's go and see what the comments are on that one. So it was a Space Wolf video, right? Maybe it was this one. I can't see any other like Space Wolf videos, so it must have been this one. Okay. Yeah, it was this one.
Today I'm working on a space.
Right, let's have a look. So happy to be included in the project. Still gonna be cool. Hell yeah. I can't see. Space Wolf / Scouts are the veterans, not the neophytes, unless they change the law. Not a fan of the chapter, so I'm not 100% sure. But they used to be. They wait in order to young to old, fast attack. I apologize. I mean, I don't know. I don't see anything. Maybe delete. He might have deleted the comments. There's a very good chance that he might have deleted the comments or hidden them from the channel. Yeah, I think he must have hidden them from the channel.
Ceramite. I can guarantee you there's somebody in the comments going, Ceramite doesn't rust. I think it's also really overrepresented in the Warhammer community, online sort of Warhammer community, that people like to be 100% correct and 0% relevant. If I paint rust on an armor, it's not because I think the armor rusts, it's because I think it looks cool. And somebody telling me that, hey, Ceramite doesn't rust, I just don't get it. See, I've never liked social media. I don't have any personal social media. I'm not on TikTok or Twitter or Instagram or Facebook or anything like that. The only way that I'm
Based. I deleted all my social media semi recently. The only one I have left now is Messenger, and the only reason I have Messenger is because that's the way that Salty Simon messages me. And the only reason I have Instagram is that's the way that Mrs. Mordy messages me. Other than that, I don't use social media. I uninstalled Instagram, all of that shit. Yeah. Yeah, getting off social media is like, honestly, like, I used to spend hours just like doom scrolling, like Instagram reels and shit, and I just don't do that anymore. Yeah. I'll say this. This is what I was talking about the other day. When I said that, now he's talking about the other side of it, but I said that the 40k community is becoming more extreme. And when I mean it more extreme, it's like, you know, if there's like a hair out of line, some community or another will absolutely like dogpile on you. 100, like literally 100%. Like, and this is why, like this is why, like you'll have, when 5 years ago, if that, yeah, I mean, basically 3 to 5 years ago, if you ever looked at like your lore channels for like Warhammer, everyone was just in their own bubble, doing their own thing, in their own lane, and you just picked the lore channel that you liked, and just because of like the presentation or anything like that, like that's just, if you wanted like a chill one, you'd go for like a chill one. If you wanted like a more like serious one, you go for a more serious one. And now you do have like this thing where you've got like people who are like, this lore, I am a lore channel that is lore purist, and if you get lore wrong, I'm gonna like let you know about it. And yeah, but so that's on one side. And then you've got on the other side, obviously you've got that's one example, I should say. And then you've got other examples of, people who are looking literally, it's people just tearing strips off each other left, right, and center. Yeah. Like, and I definitely think that I understand where he's coming from, and I definitely have noticed it myself. There's a lot. The Warhammer community has become a lot more the online, not in real life, in the online space. The online Warhammer community has become a lot more, for lack of a better term, aggressive. Yeah. Yeah. Has become a lot more aggressive. 100%.
On social media is with this channel, and it's exactly for this kind of reason. So I also get really mean comments from people who say my kit bash is terrible or the paint job is dog shit, and yes, those are literal quotes, but those are pretty easy to ignore because you're just being an asshole, and I can shadow ban you, and you might think your comment is still there, but nobody gets to see your stuff. But it's
there you go. So I told you it was hiding in the comments.
The weird people who feel they constantly need to correct you. And it makes kit bashing a whole lot less fun because I'm doing stuff, I'm painting stuff, and I can already hear the comments. Another reason is just pure money.
So yeah, basically, he just wants to be able to express his creativity, and he's sick of basically people being like, your creative vision is wrong. Yeah.
A year ago, I made about 500 euros a month with this channel. Now I'm making about 200 euros a month. And I don't...
What's the difference?
Pure money. A year ago, I made about 500 euros a month with this channel. Now I'm making about 200 euros a month. And I don't like making videos, which is another important reason that I'm going to stop. I just don't like the editing. I don't like trying another take. This is why I have this setup. I have 2 cameras so that I can just record stuff, talk to the camera while I'm working, and then all you have to do is sort of cut the stuff together.
Yeah.
Most other kit bashing channels do way more effort than I do for making their videos. They first record all of their kit bashing, then they sit down, go through the footage, write the script, record the voiceover, match that with the footage that they have, and it's way more work. And I've never worked like that because I hate editing, and that's why
I can respect this guy. Yeah. The thing is, like, what this guy needs to do is just become a yield guy. I'm a yield guy. How many times have you heard me say it? I'm a yield guy. And what this guy needs to do is he just needs to start putting out some low effort talking head content, reacting to other people's videos.
I have an editor, but an editor costs money. And so by now, this hobby, the YouTube hobby, is costing me about 500 euros a month. And that's just too much.
What?
And with the channel going down in views, down in revenue.
So basically, he's making all these videos, and all it's doing is costing him money. That's
too expensive. And it's fine if hobbies cost money. Warhammer costs money. My other hobby is scuba diving, which is also ridiculously expensive. That's all fine, but it needs to kind of go somewhere and lead somewhere. And I was hoping that I could make this channel pay for itself at least. That's also why I'm selling my kit bashes, and I'm trying to get sponsorships and so on. But it's just not working out. Now, there's a bunch of all kinds of little reasons that come together, and in sort of one thing is that you have to be an influencer first on YouTube and sort of creative second. And I don't want to be an influencer. I think the best example in the Warhammer community are channels like Squidmar and Major Kill, where
hard disagree.
They're not really doing Warhammer stuff. They're doing 10 Warhammer scams from Temu, and they get millions of views. And that's what I kind of meant in the beginning, where if you're making stuff and nobody wants to watch it, then you can change into making stuff that everybody's watching. And that's kind of what they did. And I'm going the other direction, where I'm going to go do something else. And there's
I can actually respect that. Basically, this guy has a way he likes to do things. That way isn't working. But rather than like compromising like who he is and how he enjoys to make his content and stuff, he's just like, I'm just going to make the kit bashes. Like, he's not going to stop kit bashing. He's just not doing YouTube anymore. And that's fair enough.
Video from Professor DM. He's a Dungeons and Dragons YouTuber. And it is spot on about the process of making a video and this whole thing of being an influencer first. Making clickbait thumbnails and clickbait titles because that's what works. And I already feel kind of bad about my thumbnails. I used to have thumbnails where I took nice photos of the finished kit bash and put that on YouTube. And I've experimented with lots of thumbnails and titles and so on. And the best one is where I blur the resulting kit bash and I put that arrow like everybody else does in the sort of kit bash.
Gotta have the red arrow. If you don't have the arrow pointing to the really obvious thing, how will the viewers know what to look for?
Community. Because that works. Because if I do that, I get lots more views, but also more likes and more comments. And the likes and comments show that people don't just click on the video and then feel screwed and they leave. It's not just clickbait. People actually like the video. They enjoy watching the video and they comment on it.
Red arrow matter. Red arrow
I
matter.
want to work like that. So, first of all, I want to thank everybody for all the support. The channel is more than 5 years old. And I want to thank all my patrons and channel members and everybody who's been here through the years. I want to apologize to my patrons and channel members as well, because some of you have just joined and you've paid, and now I'm making this video, then I'm going to stop making videos, which is really shitty. I feel really bad about it. There's 2 more videos coming. I hope that relieves some of the problem, but if you have a serious issue with paying and then not getting anything, please let me know. I'm happy to refund you anything. I don't know how refunds work on YouTube or on Patreon, but I'm going to go cancel the memberships right as I upload this video on YouTube, and I'm going to cancel my Patreon as well, so at least you're not getting billed again. The Discord. I really like my Discord. I'm not that active because, like I said, I just don't really like social media. I don't like chatting with people online, but I really love the community we have. But I also think that my Discord is incredibly self-sabotaging. Let me explain. If you go onto YouTube and you see my thumbnail and you don't click on the video to go and watch the video, and you're a subscriber of mine, then YouTube is going to stop showing that thumbnail to all my other subscribers as well. This is exactly what Professor DM explains in this video. You got to go and watch that. But if I upload a new video on YouTube, I also make an announcement in the Discord, and you can watch the video in the Discord. And tell me
don't do
if
that
you're
then.
a subscriber and you're in my Discord and you watch my video on the Discord, and then you open your YouTube app and you see my thumbnail because YouTube knows you like my stuff. Are you then going to watch my video again? Are you going to leave a like? Are you going to leave a comment?
How about you don't link it in your Discord?
And so it's this weird thing where you have sort of your hardcore followers, the people who love your stuff the most, that want to hang out with you, interact with you, and that I really like as well. And they're in your Discord, but they're not watching your videos on YouTube. And they're subscribed, and if they go to YouTube, they've already watched your video, so they're not watching it again, and then other subscribers don't get served your video. And in my Discord, I try to promote lots of other kit bashes as well. I have like a list of like 25, 30 other channels that we're constantly posting videos of. And I wonder if I'm sabotaging their channels or not. Now, I have also a little community of YouTube creators on my Discord. We have a private channel over there where we can hang out and chat. I'd love to talk to you guys about what to do about this, because I also wouldn't mind to turn my Discord into sort of a generic kit bashing Discord where we just kit bash and promote all kit bashing channels. I know all these channels have their own little Discord with like 100, 200, 300 members. What if we all got together in one big Discord and just promote all kit bashing videos without you guys watching them in the Discord and then not watching them on YouTube? Because I think that might be one of the problems here. Now, to go back to that video of Professor DM, he explains how the YouTube algorithm is a game that you have to play. You have to make clickbait titles, you have to make clickbait thumbnails, because that's what works. He says, don't hate the player, hate the game. And I'm wondering, why would I play a game that I hate?
So, my take on this is, I don't know. I think he's overthinking it, man. The YouTube algorithm is like just mysterious. Like, my take is basic. If I was to sum up basically what's happened is he's not making enough money. In fact, it's costing him money. He's struggling with the amount of negativity he's getting. The negativity he's getting is basically from the equivalent of Warhammer Rivet counters. And I think that's probably the main reason why, like, he doesn't want to do it anymore. And I think he just doesn't want to be. Yeah, I think he's basically just got to the end of his content creator journey. Yeah, that's basically it. I have no ill feelings towards the guy, and I definitely understand some of the stuff that he's going on at. But yeah, it seems. It definitely seems like there's probably a few things he could. The thing is, there's a few things he could do to probably like if I was him, this is what I'd do. Right, this is what I would do. Firstly, you're never going to. Firstly, you need to put out more content than one video a week. Secondly, you need to do more than try and survive off Patreon and ad revenue. I mean, truth be told, live streaming, it's where it's at. I couldn't do this job full time without live streaming. The thing is, I quite like live streaming, and this guy just, it might be nothing could be, he might think nothing else is worse. Yeah. So yeah, like, it's just, I think that's probably what it comes down to. Like, it's just, he just needs to become, he needs to embrace. You can't sort of be a yield guy and then not really have the yield. And he's a yield guy. Like I said, he hates the editing. So he's like, he's a yield guy without the yield. That's what it sounds like to me. But at the end of the day, like, you know, if he's just not in, that's not even a criticism. If he's just not enjoying it, he shouldn't do it. Like, I enjoy this wholeheartedly. I really enjoy it. I do disagree with the you have to like play the game, and you have to like you know, play the algorithm. Like, honestly, I think people get way too into that. Just make content, put it out there. Good content about relevant topics does well. One of the biggest mistakes that this is advice for anyone who's thinking about becoming a content creator. One of the biggest mistakes that any sort of nerdy budding content creator makes is they'll go, let me give you an example, because I made this mistake. I'm going to start a YouTube channel, and I'm not going to cover all of the latest games. I'm going to be different. I'm going to cover like some retro game. Like, oh, I'm going to like replay through like the original like Command and Conquer and all this kind of stuff. And that would be really different. That would be really cool. Without realizing that literally everybody has done that. Everyone. Like that's like, you're not coming up with a new idea there. You think you've come up with a new idea there. You haven't. Ask me how I know. That's exactly what I did. When I was first doing content creation, I was making like gaming content, and I'd get like, if I was lucky, I'd get 100 views on a video. And I was like, I did that for like a year, and I was doing all sorts of old retro games and everything, and like it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter, like, because it's just the market is just like completely saturated in that kind of shit. Like, and no one gave a fuck. There was no demand for what I was making. No one gave a fuck. Right? So, Let's Play Star Wars KOTOR. Like, I did a Star Wars KOTOR Let's Play. Yeah. That's it. So, the thing is, like, if you're a budding content creator, it's just, if you're a budding content creator, you don't have to like play the game and all this kind of stuff. Like, it's about just understanding that good content does well. It's that simple. Like, if I put and it's also about understanding it's about understanding that different content performs differently. So like if I do this is something I've talked about the time before. Like if I do a 40k video, it basically burns bright for a week or two, and then maybe a month tops, and then dies. Like I actually went back. I was going to make a whole video about this, and I didn't think anyone would give a shit because it's something I was interested in. But most people like they don't care about how it works behind the scenes. They just care about the videos. They just want to see the content. They don't care about any of that other shit. But I was going to do a video explaining the difference between. I was going to say other content creators are missing a trick by only doing 40k. Other wargaming content creators, because you see a lot of people that go, oh, I can't cover that game. I can only cover 40k because 40k is where the views are at. And it's like, the funny thing about 40k content, and we're going a little bit off topic here. The funny thing about 40k content is that you think it's making you more money, but it's actually, in many cases, not making you any more money than other game systems. The 40k content will make you an initial amount of money early on because you'll get those initial views in, but then it dies. But if I cover something like Conflict 47 and Bot Action, my last Bot Action battle report outperformed the last 2 40k battle reports that I did. The last Conflict 47 battle report, not the last one, the Conflict 47 battle report that I did with the intro one and the one with the Red Baron returns have both now passed the last 40k stuff that I've done. Because that content is basically like evergreen. So it just keeps ticking up. It just keeps ticking up. It just keeps ticking up. Ticks up on views. Ticks up on duration. All that shit. So actually what I've realized is that, and this is what I mean, like you've got to understand that different content will perform in different ways. It's not about playing a game, you know, clickbait titles and thumbnails. Yeah, there's a bit of that going on. You know, there's a bit of that going on. But honestly, some of the biggest videos out there don't use any clickbait whatsoever. They're just talking about a really interesting topic. Pixie, I can confirm I'm watching for some old Bot Action videos, and I would never watch an old 40k video. 100%. I mean, it sounds. You know, I'm always transparent with you guys. As a content creator, I have, you know, especially during the drought at the end of 10th edition, I was seriously tempted to go over to basically just not covering 40k stuff anymore. And the reason for it was, and obviously I love 40k, and I'm glad that 11th edition is working out to be quite interesting. So don't want anyone get it twisted. But the reason for it was because I was getting so burned out of 40k content. Because 40k is like, if you're not first, you're last. Like if I think about this, at the beginning of this week, GW previewed the 2 new detachments. I covered them on the day that they came out. I was going to have the stream highlights for those videos come out Thursday, Friday. Those 2 stream highlights are now invalidated because the full detachments are out now. Now, it's not the end of the world, but it gives you an example. Like 40k content expires. But I've got a Bolt Action battle report in the bank that's been there for like 2 weeks. It's not going to come out for another month. It's going to, well, another 2 weeks. It's not going to. There's no 40k video that I can make that won't last, that I can sit on for a month. Basically none. Yeah. That's it. And even if you're like, that's not even covering news stuff. It's like if I do a unit review, and then 3 months later GW changes the points on that video is now invalidated in some ways. Or not completely invalidated, but that video is now less relevant. Do you see what I mean? Whereas if I do a video on a Sherman for Bolt Action, well, amazingly, it's still relevant 4 years, 4 or 5 years later. Do you know what I mean? If I do a bolt action battle report 6 months later, that battle report is still relevant. Sometimes 2 weeks after I put a 40k battle report out, it's no longer relevant. And the moment it loses relevancy, views drop off. Because people go, wait, how much is that? They look at your army list and they add up the points and they go, he's 5 points over, or he's 100 points under or something. It's like, yeah, because the points have changed. It's not relevant anymore. So like the advantage of other games from purely from a content creation point of view, the advantage of other game systems is there's a lot less pressure involved. A lot less. You really have to be on the 40k churn. You do. If you want to cover Warhammer, you have to be on the churn. You guys think it's a treadmill for buying, and you think there's a treadmill for buying and building and painting your Warhammer? Think of the fucking treadmill it is as a content creator. Yeah, and also if something leaks, you have to be the first one to get it out. If something leaks and you don't get it out within 2 hours, Allspec Tactics has got it out, and then no one's going to watch your video. And even then, even if you do get out first, the moment he puts his video out, sucks all the views over. But I love Allspecs. And to be fair, that is his territory in many ways. That is his turf. Yeah. Yeah. I think the after-action reports that they particularly enjoy from your channel. Thank you, Simple Logic. Yeah. And those ones are decent for like 40k. But again, you know, if I do a 40k after-action report, it's out of date by the time the next balance patch comes along. Like, I've actually put off going to tournaments because I'd go to that tournament for the content, but there's no point because the balance patch is coming out, so I might as well go to that Old World tournament or that Conflict tournament instead, because that I can sit on for like a month and then put it out and it's still fine. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, there you go. That's a little peek behind the curtain when it comes to content. There's absolutely a content treadmill. Yeah, and then basically, I'm surprised that guy's kit. But I guess the thing is, right, when you think about it, kit bashing videos are going to be very niche. There's a huge difference between a painting guide and a kit bash. The only people that are going to be interested in the kit bash are basically you. But there's loads of people that are going to want to know how to paint Blood Angels. Cosmo, I kit bash? Yeah, Cosmo, you kit bash, but have you ever watched anyone else kit bash, or have you just done it yourself? Yeah. And then there's some really awesome kit bash content creators. Pete the Wargamer is a god. I'm not saying that kit bashing content is bad. I'm saying there's definitely a limit to it. There's definitely a caveat to it, as it were. Yeah. It's definitely less broad appeal than a pure... Like, do you see what I mean? Like, kit bashing is more niche than painting guides. Like, there's going to be a certain subsect of people that are going to be interested on your Space Wolf kit bash. There's going to be a lot more people that would be interested in how to paint Space Wolves. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not bashing kit bashing. Yeah. It's just acknowledging like there's going to be a difference between putting like, it's going to be more niche putting out like an Imperial Guard video versus putting out, well, there's going to be more niche putting out a Gene Cynical video versus putting out an Imperial Guard video versus putting out a Space Marine video. Yeah. What are your thoughts compared to your preview commentary, or am I late for the gameplay discussion? I can go over it quickly. So for all of you that are tuning in now, basically, my thoughts on 11th edition So to be clear, I played 11th edition using all of the preview content from Warhammer Community. So obviously there's going to be some big caveats there, but what we were really doing is just getting a feel for some of the broad strokes of 11th, like how does it feel moving from +1 to your save to -1 ballistic skill for cover? How does it feel playing on the new terrain layouts and stuff like that? And basically, the conclusion was I gave it a 6.75 out of 10. I felt 6.5 was too low, 7 was too positive. I felt like basically the move to -1 ballistic skills, actually, I was very wrong. It doesn't invalidate shooting. It just invalidates certain shooting. So everyone's going to move to a much more volume-based... Everyone's going to move to more DACA over go big or go home. And basically, if you are like the Guard, where you can combine copious volume plus easy access to ignore cover, you basically can just bulldoze your way through the new terrain rules. And then suddenly it's like, well, hang on a second. Holy shit. Every single kind of AP matters now. And so I would say the AP system is kind of broken with -1 to hit. Because the move to AP -1, AP -2, AP -3 versus the old system of in Old Hammer was done in 8th edition in conjunction with everyone getting better armor saves. And what they've done is they've just shifted it to -1 ballistic skill, but they've not shifted the old AP. They've not shifted the AP system to match it. So now, every time you get... yes, it can be harder to hit, but if you can just basically average that out, basically work the system with 4 rerolls to hit, which is easy. Everyone has got easy access to 4 rerolls, basically. That's one of the big complaints in 40k. So there's rerolls for fucking days, which means that your shots are actually still relatively very accurate. And suddenly now all of the AP is mattering. So instead of AP -1 weapons being left on the shelf, you're now basically leaving all of the low volume weapons on the shelf. And so there's so much more rounds being slung down range to basically bulldoze your way through that I would say that 11th edition is significantly more lethal. Based off of the one game that I played, 11th edition is significantly more lethal than 10th. Significantly. Is my number one take. Invulnerable, every single time Simon and I were shooting, we'd be like, oh, that's AP -2, so you're not on a 4, you're on a 5 up. Like the Rogel Dawn is now, I was so wrong about the Rogel Dawn. The Rogel Dawn's oppressor cannon is now oppressive. It's the oppressive cannon. It is the Rogel Dawn's oppressor cannon is the perfect stat line for 11th edition. You've got reliable volume at D6 plus 3 shots. You've got the perfect strength to basically win anything you want in the game. AP -2 to basically kick anything without an invulnerable save down to an unreliable save, basically down to a 5 up, right? Anything with a vulnerable save down to its 4th invulnerable save, and it's a flat damage 3. So it's just tearing chunks out of everything left, right, and center. The only thing that can... It's even got the damage to just overwhelm Feel No Pains as well. The only thing that was holding back the Rogel Dawn's oppressor cannon was the fact it was AP -2. And now, that AP -2 is very, very relevant. Very powerful. Yeah. Likewise, the Lemur's Battle Tank was really effective as well. And the Hellhound was godly. Whatever I pointed the Hellhound at then immediately evaporated when the rest of my army just blasted it. If I only ran 1 Hellhound. If I had run 2 or 3 Hellhounds, I probably could have table Simon in like 3 turns. As a shooting army. Yeah. Just horrendous. But that's because I built into the right kind of shooting. If I had taken a bunch of vanquishers and shit, I would have done a lot worse. Yeah. But the terrain layouts were really fun. Being able to build interesting boards was really fun. Seeing certain guard units getting their time in the sun was really good. My main issue was that I felt like, and seeing shooting still be relevant was good, My main issue is that I feel like the lethality is going to go through the roof. I feel like invulnerable saves are going to become mandatory, and I feel like the missions are wholly imbalanced. Like the mission we did was the one that GW showed off, the disruption one versus the take and hold one. The disruption one, I said in the preview, was so easy to do, and it was unbelievably easy to do. I just basically cruised around, hoovering up the points that I wanted at leisure, and Simon was constantly on the back foot, having to juggle between deciding what points he was going to earn and what points he was basically going to give away to me. Like, every time Simon moved on to an objective to try and hold it, and I killed him off it, and he failed to hold it, it was a 6-point swing. Well, technically it was a 4-point swing, because he'd get 2 points at the end of his turn for holding it, but instead of getting, he gave up. He lost out on 1 point for himself, and he gave up 3 points to me. It was so fucked. So yeah, I think the asymmetrical missions are going to last as long as Gambits did, basically. Yeah. Oh, and Bulgrin were amazing. Yeah. 12 Bulgrin, 12 Bulgrin, 2 Hellhounds should be the first thing that goes into every single one of your lists. Back it up with a bunch of Rogel Dawns. Back it up with a bunch of Rogel Dawns and some Shipmuncher infantry, and I think you've got a really good guard army. Yeah. So basically, like what Grizzled Company is now for a lot of people. So is the Court of the Vank dead? I don't know if it's dead. Heavy did actually matter a couple of times. I don't know if the Court of the Vank is dead, but it's certainly now worth 145 points. Before it was, yeah. There's a reason why they never put the points up on it. They were waiting for 11th. Yeah. There you go. There you go. All right. Anyway, I'm wrapping up. I've got a whole bunch of shit I need to do. Well, I need to go to sleep and then do a bunch of... Well, I need to do a bunch of stream highlights, then go to sleep. But anyway. Right. Wrapping all this bad boy up. Let's have a look here. I want to say a huge thank you to all of you guys who joined today's stream. Thank you to all of you who liked and subscribed. I hope you all found this stream helpful. I'll be trying to put it out as a stream highlight as well, of course. Thank you to all of you who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all of that good stuff. Sorry I'm rushing off a little bit, but I've just suddenly started crashing. I'm getting very, very tired. I've got to be up somewhat early tomorrow, so yeah, I'm going to be rushing off, boys. But I just want to say again a huge thank you. It's been a wild day today with the new guard stuff coming out. Me getting a taste of 11th edition. I can say that there's lots of, even if some of it looks a bit crazy and fucking broken, I am looking forward to playing a little bit more 11th edition as we get more and more information. I'm looking at trying some of the different missions out. And if in doubt, I think we'll all be playing Mirrored World match missions, but there you go. But yeah, all right, guys. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. 07, you magnificent degenerate bastards. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.